Sincere Jaden. America is Atlantis. Sincere Jaden. America is Egypt. America is Atlantis. Sincere Jaden. America is Egypt. Sincere Jaden. America is Atlantis. America is Egypt. Sincere Jaden. America is Atlantis. America is Egypt. Sincere Jaden. Copan, Honduras, home of Thoth the Atlantean, the scribe of Egypt. Khabala of the Mayan mysteries. There was an avatar in Honduras who taught and formed a group of solar humans and disciples, who left their books in stone for this humanity. These sculptures are so valuable that there will never be others like them, who will be capable of chiseling them. Each stela is a book in stone that speaks for itself about the grandiosity of the universe. Each monument existed previous to the era of Jesus of Nazareth. Each stela is a book in stone that speaks for itself about the grandiosity of the universe. Each monument existed previous to the era of Jesus of Nazareth. These stelas are very ancient, they come from the Bronze Age. Their origin is Mayan Atlantean.
The cradle of symbolism used in all masonry is placed by many of the best authorities in that country which they believe was first inhabited, i.e. the plateau of Tartary, and from there transmitted to this generation by the sages of India, Persia, Ethiopia, and Egypt. We are not indebted to either ancient Egypt for either religion or masonry, but to America. It is a fact that at Memphis, Egypt, in the pyramids, under the guidance of the kings, the mystic rites of masonry were worked many thousands of years ago. But at that time, Egypt and the continent of America were one and the same. In America, rediscovered in the 15th century and repopulated in the 17th, was recovered Egypt and the Promised Land, or land of the constellation of the Eagle. Study of the American constellations Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricornus reveals the immemorial antiquity of the name America and the significance of the arms of the United States. The fact once recognized that it is impossible to separate the eagle from America, the land shadowed with wings of Isaiah, over which accordingly appear two grand eagles. The red swan flying down the Milky Way, and the winged steeds Pegasus and Equus, all the wings known to astronomy. Without taking the bear from Russia, Perseus from Persia, and a flood of light is poured upon the history and mythology, and where heretofore much has been vague and inscrutable, now we are able to at least see men as trees walking. When following the course of the constellations, those immovably and perpetually fastened upon America are reached. It will appear, while all that is sublime in the historic past centers upon Egypt, all that is sublime in the prehistoric past centers upon America, Atlantis, as the curtain which has hitherto concealed the prehistoric connection between the peoples of ancient Egypt and America is lifted. It will be seen that the people of the eagle on the Nile, being descended from the original people of the eagle on this continent, the twain are one, and that prehistoric America was the original Egypt, or Eagle Land, prior to the mighty dispensation in the days of Peleg, when the earth was divided and the great globe itself was nearly rent asunder. End quote. Quote, says Agassiz, first born among continents, America has been falsely denominated the New World. Hers was the first dry land lifted out of the waters. Hers was the first shore washed by the ocean that enveloped all the earth besides, while Europe was represented only by islands. Rising here and there above the sea, America, Atlantis, already stretched in an unbroken line from Nova Scotia to the far west.
There are two different stories told about this same land. Two different histories, almost as if there were two Egypts. This ancient land has always partaken of a dual nature. The public face of Egypt is known the world over and told in every history book. But there is another side of Egypt that is not so widely known. Egypt is also a land of secrets. Another history, a secret history, tells of Egypt as the inheritor of deep wisdom and magical ability from an even earlier ancestor culture. It is the account of the Egyptians themselves. This alternate history is echoed by parallel accounts from the myth and history of other ancient cultures, as well as myriad secret societies and occult sources. The remarkable number of parallels in these stories provides a unique window into this other Egypt. Egypt as the keeper of secrets, the land of riddles, the birthplace of magic, and the home of the mystery schools. We will explore not only the sacred sites, but the ancient teachings that lie concealed there. We will see the ancient mysteries through a decoding lens, a cipher that brings the lost magic to life and returns to humanity the teachings and magic of our ancestors.
I think it's possible to say that Egypt regarded the entire universe as an a gigantic act of magic, the transformation of consciousness into the material universe.
Did ancient Egypt inherit its mysterious abilities from an even older culture, lost to history and forgotten by the modern world?
A lost tale, hidden in the stones. Blueprints of a lost art, from a lost world. Behind the veil lies another Egypt. Hidden.
Although Western civilization is generally considered to be the product of Greek and Roman culture, the Greeks and Romans both acknowledge ancient Egypt as the source of great ancient wisdom, a mysterious land of riddles whose secrets were considered the highest prize to some of the greatest minds in history. Egypt was known to the ancient world as a repository of high knowledge and magical practices. These universal secrets were contained and kept alive in the mystery schools. The teachings and magical ability they imparted were held in the highest secrecy and reverence. Entrance to the temples that held the secrets was tightly restricted. They were the domain of royalty, priests, and privileged initiates. Forefathers of modern thought, such as Pythagoras, Plato, and others, tell of waiting more than 20 years preparing before acceptance into the mystery schools. The secret teachings were known as esoteric or occult or symbolist teachings and were held to contain the secrets of the universe and the keys to great magic. Those who were allowed to receive the revelations of the mystery schools often went on to become history's greatest minds and a who's who of historical movers and shakers. Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, Galileo, Copernicus, Da Vinci, Kepler, Isaac Newton, Napoleon. They were rewarded for their pursuit of the ancient wisdom with not just knowledge, but a new way of thinking that allowed them to write their names in human history. There is even mention of Jesus returning from Egypt with not only a profound knowledge of esoteric study, but the ability to perform miracles. Hermeticism and the writings from the Hermetica were held to be the Western retelling of the wisdom from the mystery schools. They contained, albeit in a degenerated form, strains of the ancient wisdom said to have been passed down from the gods.
There are fragmentary Hermetic texts dating from, dates in dispute, but dating from 3rd, 2nd, 1st centuries AD, in which the language and mode of expression is ancient Greek, but the subject matter is, if not entirely, largely derived from or actually a part of the ancient Egyptian doctrine of the transformation of the soul. This is the basis of the Hermetic belief, and it then proliferates into those various disciplines, is practiced in one form or another throughout Islam, percolates up into Western Europe in the Italian Renaissance, and then occupies much of the minds and hearts and studies of major Renaissance figures, up to and including Isaac Newton, who actually spent much more time of his life studying alchemy and number symbolism than he did studying what would now be modern science. This is an acknowledged fact that is seldom acknowledged by modern scientists. But as a matter of fact, Newton might be called not one of the last, certainly, but one of the most eminent of the Hermeticists.
Although today, in much of the Western academic world, the symbolist interpretation of ancient Egypt is vigorously opposed, in its ancestral form it was the object of great fascination and in some cases obsession with some of the greatest minds and forces in human history. The term mystery schools refers not to a specific place or time in ancient Egypt, but the timeless secret teachings passed down through word of mouth, or sometimes encrypted into the temples, concealed and enshrined behind a veil of hieroglyphs and symbolism. What secrets were held in the mystery schools that made them so important, so sought after? One of the secrets of the ancient mystery schools was an alternate history of human past that is cyclical. Civilization, consciousness, understanding, and ability, rising to incredible heights in the distant past and then falling back into barbarism, again and again, like the waves of high and low tides. This story has resonance in all cultures in the stories of the flood or the periodic catastrophes from many ancient myths. In this alternative model of our past, a vast accumulation of knowledge and ability was inherited from previous epochs. A legacy of high wisdom from an incredibly distant past is the source of the mysteriously powerful and unexplained accomplishments of the ancients. Accomplishments which, even by today's standards, seem in scope and operation to be nothing short of feats of magic. Ancient Egypt wielded a mastery over the material world that bordered on the supernatural. It seemed at times almost alien, its art and architecture showing not only an understanding, but an eerie control of the invisible forces and building blocks of our material world. Rightly considered powerful and dangerous tool, it was guarded with the utmost secrecy. Some priests accepted death before divulging the secrets to conquering Roman usurper pharaohs. Where did they learn the science behind these incredible acts? And stranger still, how could these abilities just appear, seemingly complete, at the very beginnings of Egyptian history? Where did the knowledge come from? The Egyptians, both ancient and modern, remain curiously silent on this topic. Egypt seems to have started out at its height and gradually declined, like a copy of a copy of a copy. Over the centuries, the mysteries held a little less with each successive retelling. In an attempt to guard the magic from abuse at the hands of the profane public, the mystery schools went into hiding. The ancient secrets were shrouded in allegory and symbol and placed under the guardianship of various streams of initiatic and secret societies. In time, it appeared that many, if not all, connections to the original source were severed or so diluted that the true mysteries were lost to history. Over the millennia, the temples fell into ruin, and eventually so did the teachings they enshrined. When the great library of Alexandria was burned, all hope of reconnection to the wisdom of the past seemed lost.
About mystery schools, centers of mystic initiation that flourished throughout the ancient world, preserving timeless teachings that are no less valid yesterday than today. Among them, the Mithraic, the Delphic, the Orphic, the Pythagorean school, the Rosicrucian tradition, the Egyptian mysteries of Isis, Osiris, and the schools of Akhenaten are all but a few of the many mystery traditions which make up what we have come to know as the Western esoteric tradition. However, often overlooked, or perhaps omitted from that list, are the mystery schools of the Mesoamerican, which flourished right here in the Western Hemisphere centuries before the Renaissance and the European recognition and transmission of that esoteric tradition. So today, I would like to honor commemorate and celebrate the esoteric wisdom and sacred science of the ancient Maya mystery schools. The lost music of the Maya, cymatics, and the Kukulkan degree of consciousness, as well as guiding you through a practical application for interpreting what we call the intelligence of the heart. Since antiquity, humans have demonstrated unusual accomplishment, from the oldest temple building cultures of Göbekli Tepe to the many mysteries that continue to elude us even until today. Among them, the mysteries of the Maya, who we know for their scientific, agricultural, and architectural achievements. The Maya left us their codices, their sacred books. In fact, they scribed thousands of these books. It's likely tens of thousands of these books until they were burned at the hands of Diego de Landa and their religious oppressors in the Yucatan. A heinous crime, an atrocity that parallels that to the library book burning at the Library of Alexandria in ancient Egypt. And though scholars consider that to be an apocryphal work, we know this certainly happened among the Maya. However, this does not negate Maya achievement, as we do have surviving pre-Hispanic documents. They also co-developed chocolate with the Olmec. Who doesn't love chocolate? They identified antibiotics, specifically penicillin, thousands of years before the European. They had their own numerical system, independently invented zero from independent of other cultures. They were considered naked eye astronomers, observing the sun, moon, Venus, and other planets. They had their own 360-day solar calendar, more accurate than our own. They even had their own day signs. This could be considered ancient wisdom for modern living. We could use it today. The practicality of this was like a daily manual for the Maya. And of course, they had the prototype for ball sports. The first ball game of the Americas was invented by the Maya. In fact, the scholars tell us that by 700 AD, Tikal not only had ball courts, hospitals, libraries, schools, and actually I'm going to take it a step further today and say they had mystery schools. Complete philosophical, initiatic traditions with their own secret modalities of communication, which is not a far cry from what we find in the Masonic tradition, where brothers of the craft are sworn to secrecy under oath. And this is evidenced in the Chilam Balam, which we learn that the Maya actually underwent interrogations. In other words, they would have to answer a series of paradoxical riddles. They were esoteric questions that would seem overt, but if the initiate did not understand the proper context, it would be at the penalty of death. Of course, among the Freemasons, this is a figurative or symbolic death. Depth of knowledge when it came to the mystery schools, specifically the Hermetic tradition, also brought us the Enneagram, which is used today by CEOs and entrepreneurs in their business to better understand people, many of whom may not even realize its roots lie in antiquity. You see, Gurdjieff was also a proponent of the sacred science, though he knew it by another name. He himself had his own mystery school. It was called the Institute for what? Anyone? The Institute for the Harmonious Development of Man. The harmonious development of man. And there he taught techniques for getting out of what he called the formatory mind, and developing a more whole body awareness. Gurdjieff, like many of us, thought that the answers we seek could be found in these ancient civilizations and the indigenous traditions that surround them. In fact, he and his friends at an early age set out on a quest in search of that, objectively. And what he concluded is that if the wisdom of the East did not marry the energy of the West, that mankind, humankind rather, would be doomed. Or in his words, food for the moon. Now certainly this master of the East experienced the energy of the West when he came to my hometown of Boston, Massachusetts in the early 20th century to teach his own sacred science of Kriya Pranayama yoga meditation. Before traversing south of the border, where he was presented before the president of Mexico, sailed along Lake Chapala, and my favorite photo of Master Yogananda sitting in front of the Tenyuca Pyramid in central Mexico on the serpent balustrade, known to the Mexica which scholars refer to as the Aztec, but let's honor them. The Mexica people know this principle as the principle of Quetzalcoatl, which the Maya know to be the principle of Kukulkan. Now, what Yogananda found in Mexico was a people that reminded him of his own back home. In fact, in the 1929 November issue of East Meets West magazine, Yogananda wrote about how the people of Mexico were, and I quote, spiritually inclined, unquote. What did he mean by that? What's the departure from the people back home where I live in Boston? Spiritually declined, what's the difference? Who were the people of the early 20th century that were living in Mexico? Well, they were the Mexica, Azteca, Tolteca, Perupecha, Tarascan, Olmeca, Maya. No, this is not a hip-hop rap, ladies and gentlemen. These were the descendants of the ancient Mesoamerican people. Could we find a living mystery tradition that's surviving from ancient times in Mexico? And more importantly, if so, could we find a sacred science? Could we find what Schwaller found in Egypt among the people of Mexico? And so this is the work of Schwaller. It's been long established that the Egyptologists have known about the grid in which the 7 degrees of scribes would use to produce their hieroglyphs. Schwaller was able to identify the 18 by 19 grid, which is highly symbolic and requires an hour discourse. We don't have time to get into all of it today, but we know Schwaller for his work in Egypt, but what isn't well known is that he actually found the same among this famous Maya text, where John also wrote about how many of those who have tried to establish a connection between the ancient people of Mesoamerica and the ancient Egyptians, inconclusively, though Ja felt that Schwaller's work lent weight to the hypothesis, and he himself felt like it called for further study. So this is where I pick up the torch and decided to carry on tradition in search of the sacred science among the Maya in Mexico. And I would like to invite each and every one of you to join me in Mexico, specifically in the Yucatan, as we embark on a quest in search of the sacred science among the Maya. And if you think this is a plug for one of my symbolist tours of the Yucatan, it is. Our first clue begins with the work of Tatiana Pashana-Croft. Prior to her work, it was understood that the ceremonial complexes of the ancient Maya were, well, strictly ceremonial. Thankfully, her work was able to establish that the stone stelae at these structures were actually lists, names of kings and dates of ascension. Essentially, kings lists. No different than what we have in ancient Egypt. Let us take a look at the cartouche, which is derivative of the Shen ring, which is a circle that is stretched out and becomes the cartouche. And from that, we put the king's name or one of his several titles. For example, here we have the cartouche of Men Tephra, which is the cartouche of Tutmosis III, also a symbol of the Rosicrucian Order Amorc, because it is Tutmosis III, which we know for his military campaigns, but the Rosicrucians teach that later in his life he had a spiritual reformation. In fact, he organized the mystery schools into a single order alongside Hatshepsut at the Temple of Karnak. Now, what's interesting is if we look at the stelae in the Yucatan, we have what's called what they call a celestial circle. Again, to perpetuate the king for all immortality. This is the celestial circle, or in Egyptian terms, cartouche, for Ukitkan-Lektak, who was the holy lord of Ekbalam, which predates Chichen Itza in the Yucatan. Ukitkan-Lektak died a god, a semi-divine being. He was a holy king, a king of all kings. In other words, he was a fully initiated, realized, illuminated individual. And essentially what this is not a far cry from Schwaller's pharaonic theocracy. You see, it's the idea that the king is actually just a prototype for what we can all become. This is a promise and a message to each and every one of us, that we can achieve this higher state of consciousness, or I don't even like to use the term higher, but we can actually develop, we can speed up our own evolution in a single lifetime to become fully realized. And so where there are kings lists in the ancient world, there are kings. And where there are kings, there is this sacred science. This sacred science was taught and facilitated in the mystery schools. But what exactly is a mystery school? Well, we have the Rosicrucian tradition, which we know from the Fama Fraternitatis in 1614, that it was built upon the mystery schools of antiquity. And if we were to turn to the Rosicrucian order Amorc, they would define mystery schools as centers of study for students and initiates, where they would actually teach about natural principles and laws so that we could better become in harmony with them. They would also teach how to observe silence and engender within a feeling with the divine. This is best expressed in the Delphic mystery tradition at Delphi, at the Temple of Apollo, where above the portal is a lintel in which reads, "Know thyself." You see, it was all about conditioning the body, or conditioning ourselves to essentially become a vessel to receive the divine, to receive the cosmic. And so the word mystery, actually, Frater Christian Rebis, author of the Rosicrucian Histories and Mysteries, informs us that mystery schools were both monasteries and universities. And Peter Tompkins, author of the Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramid, which, by the way, serves as a blueprint for John Anthony West's textbook-style Serpent in the Sky. Peter Tompkins wrote a foreword for John. Mr. Tompkins would have it that the structures of Mesoamerica were actually considered cosmic universities, where man would not only go to learn about the metaphysical makeup of man and the matrix of reality, but learn about the cosmos. And so you see, the word mystery does not necessarily imply that something is mysterious. It implies that one is formally educated, initiated, to receive this specialized knowledge, this gnosis. The word mystery, the etymology of the word, actually goes back to the Greek mysteria, which is comprised of the Greek verb muo, which means to close, as in to close the ears if you're tired of the mainstream point of view, or to close the eyes, like when we meditate, or to close the mouth, as in secrecy. Tyria meant festival, and a leading authority on the Eleusinian mysteries, Karl Karenier, informs us that mysteria was the festival in which the secret was communicated. Now, I find this interesting because it is in ancient Egypt that the Freemasons, Rosicrucians, find the traditional timeline of the mystery schools. And it is in ancient Egypt that we find a number of these festivals. I mean, you can take your pick. We have the Opet Festival, the Hepsed Festival, which, if we consider the scholarly work of Jeremy Nadler, could be best viewed as an initiatory process where secret rites actually took place. You see, it provided an opportunity. This is typical temple architecture. Okay, we have our pylons, our colonnades, our courtyard, which is symbolic of the primordial swamp from which all creation rose. And it was the courtyard that provided the opportunity. It has been long known in Egyptology that only the high priest or the pharaoh himself could gain access to the temple's innermost sanctum, the Atidum, the Naus, or the inner chamber, the Holy of Holies. That would be right here in this example. But you see, the courtyard provided this opportunity for the general public to gain access to the temple. And it also provided an opportunity for initiates to petition, or candidates to petition to become initiates, where they would wait to receive instruction before crossing the threshold. In other words, they're going from the everyday, repetitive, mundane, profane world and crossing over into another world. That is the world of the sacred. And so the initiates would go through several degrees within the temple. We can take, for example, the Temple of Dendera at Hathor, where upon entering it could be considered a planetarium or an observatory. The initiate would look at the ceiling and learn about various cycles. Daily cycles, weekly cycles, monthly cycles, yearly cycles, great year cycles, cycles of formlessness into form, cycles of spirit manifesting into matter. The cosmology is all there. Then they would proceed further into the temple, where they would further become acquainted with what we commonly refer to as gods, but are best viewed as netters, principles or aspects of nature and cosmological principles, before finally proceeding to the innermost sanctum, the Holy of Holies, where one would go inside to commune with the energies that were consecrated there. Robert Schoch has pointed out in the past how it's not necessarily the temple that was sacred, right? And of course we know from the great work of the late, great John Burke, who actually took this stage, that these were very important centers. John Burke went around the world with his crew and his magnetometer to these ancient sacred sites and actually tested them. He put some science behind it. And of course, Rosicrucians of the 10th degree have long known that, you see, it's not the temple itself that was sacred. It's that they were built upon cosmotelluric zones where terrestrial forces converge with that of the cosmic. And so it was like a seed that would grow out in successive stages. It was the cosmology. And this was one of the major teachings in the mystery schools. But how are we to, what are some of the challenges for interpreting the mystery traditions among the Maya? Well, of course, we have our academic textbooks, which are written based on the prevailing academic theory of that day, and their authors who we have to consider their own limited understanding of the ancient world, as well as perhaps maybe their own Victorian upbringings. We have to widen our field of vision. You see, the Maya scholars still can't even decide on dates for certain structures. It's no different than Egypt, they're pushing dates back all the time. And the ball game, the Mesoamerican ball game, is a classic example where they can't decide if it's the winner or the loser in which has their head decapitated. And so, you know, the quackademics would have it that the ball game was actually played as a competitive sport to avoid physical sacrifice. But what if we were to look at it on a higher scale? Let's take on a shamanic perspective, where it's not the losing ball player being led to his physical death, but an initiatory drama, guiding the initiate through the process of becoming, from which they are able to connect with higher spiritual realities, and through the regenerative principle come back to heal. See, the Maya understood this. This here is actually, I'll show you guys, spend some time on this side. This here is actually a relief taken from Chichen Itza, which hosts the largest ball court in Mesoamerica. And if we look at the illustration here, we see that we have the decapitated ball player down on one knee. He has 7 protrusions. He has 2 groups of 3 serpents, each with a split tongue representing the dual principle. The 7th is the vegetation that extends. It's the regenerative principle. And here we actually see what looks similar to the Egyptian lotus. And even revisions need to be made in Egyptology. It's not an exact science. In fact, recent studies have shown how what Egyptologists have long considered to be an Egyptian lotus is actually no lotus at all. It's a water lily. And in fact, that water lily inspires potentially much of Egyptian art. You can refer to the work of John Meter and Barbara Demeter in 50 New Discoveries in Ancient Egypt to follow up on that. And then here you have these drips, which some consider blood, but it was the eats from which we get the word Chichen Itza. It was the cosmic essence which provides sustenance back for the gods, which give us sustenance, or we should say netters. And so here we have 2 ball players. They have their headgear, their regalia, their obsidian mirrors, which we placed on their back. This is thought to be an obsidian blade, and of course the decapitated head of the ball player. Notice the expression on his face. He doesn't look too upset as he's connecting with higher spiritual realities. Let me introduce you to Apuch, Lord of the Underworld. You can see the breath of life symbolizing the communication that's taking place between the head and this higher spiritual reality. And so the head for the Mesoamerican was actually considered the tonal, the waking state. And at night it would go into the stomach and the midnight sun would come out, the nawal. And there'd be this exchange, just like the exchange of the cycle between the moon and the sun. It was a daily cycle, an interplay of the moon and the sun, and the interplay expressing creation in general. And so this shouldn't be viewed upon as a physical death, but actually a death to the profane, limited faculties of our cerebral intelligence. Even Schwaller himself says that, accordingly, there are many revisions to be brought to our judgments regarding the ancient people of only whom traces remain, such as the Maya and the Inca. Let us think outside the box. if we were to reestablish this broken mystery tradition, how we go about doing that. So, some years back, I was contacted and contracted by the Grand Master of the Rosicrucian Order, Amor, to produce a episodic film series accentuating the heritage and importance of the mystery schools which make up the Rosicrucian tradition. I was given quite a bit of creative control, and during that process I was given access to the archives in their staff research library in San Jose. And there I came across the work of a little-known Belgian Egyptologist and Rosicrucian by the name of Max Guillemot. Now, Mr. Guillemot was able to, by using the Leiden papyrus, which is on display in the Leiden Museum, and fragmentary coffin texts, Mr. Guillemot was able to reconstruct the initiatory drama, the initiatory process that actually took place at ancient Abydos in the ancient world. But if we were to do something like this with the Maya, how do we go about reconstructing, can we find an unbroken line? How do we go about reconstructing the Maya mystery traditions? Well, we have our usual list of suspects. You have murals, stone stelae or stone monuments, or stela stelae. You have decorative vases. You have pre-Hispanic surviving documents. This one in particular, by the way, is actually the Grolier Codex, which was featured in the Grolier Club in New York on display for quite some time and considered to be a forgery. It wasn't until a few years ago that the Mexican authorities determined that it's actually not only authentic, but it's the oldest surviving pre-Hispanic document we have. And then, of course, there's ethnocultural sources. So my wife and I lead tours to the Yucatan. We lead tours all over the world, but we do our community adventure and symbolist tours to the Yucatan every year. And there, we don't only take the typical tourist route. Of course, we see Chichen Itza and Ekbalam and all the major sites, but we also go off the beaten path. In fact, in some cases, we go on private land where there's enormous complexes. It is mind-boggling how many temples and pyramids are actually in the Yucatan, far more than Egypt. And during these trips, we go through the Maya village of Jul. Jul in the Maya language means the end. And so we would get off the bus and we take time. We take time out to connect with the local people. And we're invited into their homes. We're very much welcome. And there you'll see some of the elders weaving together their textiles. Traditions are deeply woven in. And we'll ask them, what does this mean? What are these patterns? What are the colors? And they'll tell you. These colors are attributed to the cardinal directions. These colors are attributed to different scientific processes of corn. They very much know their tradition. It's been deeply seated in since antiquity. And of course, we could do cultural comparisons. We could take ancient Egypt, where the mystery schools are rooted, side by side with the Maya traditions. And of course, we could look at the existing mystery schools and do a comparative analysis with the mystery traditions of the Mesoamerican. In fact, I include over 40 of these in my forthcoming book, tentatively titled Water Wizards. We're not going to have time to get into them all today, but why don't we do a few for now?
The Egyptian-Mayan relationship. The Mayas themselves represent the Atlantean culture. Atlantis was a vast continent that now lies submerged on the bottom of the ocean that carries its name. Atlas was the most ancient of its astrologers and was also its king. This is why the poetic mind of the children of Hellas represented him as a giant with the celestial machinery upheld upon his shoulders and powerful mind. His children, the Titans, attempted to climb and reach up to heaven, but God confounded them, and one night the sea and thunder furiously roared. Europe, tremulously shaken, awakened by the rumble, did not see its brother world anymore. Only tide remained, so as to say unto humanity, here's where in a foregone time the famous Atlantis was found. Each root race has 7 subraces and then dies. The 4th Atlantean root race had also its subraces. The 3rd and 4th subraces became tall with pride, saying, we are the kings, we are the gods. They took wives fair to look at, wives from the mindless, the narrow-headed. They bred monsters, wicked demons, male and female, also kados with little minds. They built temples of the human body, male and female they worshipped. Then the third eye, the intuitive eye or double-sight eye, acted no longer. They built huge and beautiful cities. They cut their own images, in their size and likeness, and worshipped them. Internal fires had destroyed the land of their fathers, Lemuria. Water threatened the fourth race, Atlantis. The first great waters came and swallowed the 7 great islands. All the holy were saved, the unholy destroyed. Few men remained, some yellow, some brown and black, and some red, remained. Those moon-colored, the Tuatha, were gone forever. Now we transcribe the translation of a Maya manuscript, part of the famous Lu Plongeon collection and the Troano manuscripts, which can be seen at the British Museum. In the year 6 Kan, in the 11th Mulek, in the month Zak, there occurred terrible earthquakes, which continued without interruption until the 13th Chen. The country of the hills of mud, the Atlantean land, was sacrificed. Being twice upheaved, it suddenly disappeared during the night, the basin being continually shaken by volcanic forces. Being confined, these caused the land to sink and rise several times and in various places. At last the surface gave away and 10 countries were torn asunder and scattered. Unable to stand the force of the convulsions, they sank with their 64 million inhabitants 8,000 years before this book was written. In the archives of an ancient Buddhist temple of Lhasa, Tibet, a very ancient Chaldean inscription can still be read, one that was written 2,000 years before Christ. It states, "When the ball star dropped to the right where there is nothing more than sky and sea, Atlantic Ocean, the 7 cities trembled and worried with its gold towers and transparent temples as the leaves of trees do during a storm. A torrent of fire fell over the palace. Cries from dying persons and moans in the crowd filled the air. The people went to find a hiding place in the temples and in the castles. So the wise Mu, great priest of Aremu, stood up and said, 'Didn't I predict all this to come?' Men and women, dressed with their precious clothes, covered with precious stones, begged, 'Mu, save us.' Mu answered, 'You will die, with your slaves and your treasures. From your ashes new people will come.' If these people, referring to the present 5th Aryan root race, forget that they should not amass material things, not only for their own progress, but also for the generosity towards mankind, the same fate will surprise them." Tradition states that the flames in the fog choked the words of Mu. In a few months, the country and its inhabitants were smashed and swallowed in the abysms of the ocean. What would critics say before these two stories, one from Oriental Tibet and the other from Mesoamerica? Both separately narrate the Atlantean catastrophe. The history of the famous universal flood can be found within the traditions of all human races, and are all just recollections of the great Atlantean catastrophe. All of the ancient populaces venerated and worshipped those holy gods who lived in Atlantis and who now inhabit the Empyrean. America was geographically united with the Old World, Europe and Africa, through Atlantis. The ancient Indo-American civilizations have their root in the Atlantean continent. A selected people were taken away moments before the Atlantean catastrophe. Some survivors came to Mesoamerica and others to the central plateau of Asia. They colonized Tibet, Persia, Egypt, etc. Mayan pyramids still exist in Egypt. There exists full documentation that the great master Jesus learned Maya in Tibet, thus he spoke the Mayan language. As a proof of this, we have the phrase pronounced by him on Golgotha. This was a Mayan phrase that the Jews did not understand, because they did not speak Mayan. When Jesus uttered, "Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani," the Jews said, "This man calls for Elias. Let us see whether Elias will come to save him." How would they have understood him? In rigorous Mayan language, Heli lama sabachthani signifies, "Now, I immerse within him, before the dawning of his presence." It has been established that the science religion learned by Jesus Christ in Egypt, India, and Tibet was Mayan. A profound Mayan occultism existed and Christ undoubtedly knew it. He elected his Mayan symbols as a base for his ideas of fertilizing love. It cannot be coincidence that he chose the Mayan cross, the Trinity, the 12 Apostles, and many other symbols to become the foundation of the great religious and scientific significance of his preaching. The Mayan Atlanteans brought their science, religion, and wisdom to Mesoamerica, Tibet, India, Persia, Egypt, etc. They were great civilizers. 12 Khatuns have already passed, and we are awaiting the 13th, year 2043. From here on, the final catastrophe of the Aryan root race, which perversely inhabit all the continents of the world, is inevitable. The 13th Khatun is definitive. The Mayas are awaiting it. An elder Mayan sage was asked, 1977, "Will your son witness it?" He answered, "No, my son will not witness it." "Will your grandson witness it?" "Yes, my grandson will witness it." So, Hercalubus will arrive with the 13th Khatun, and the great universal bonfire that will burn everything that is alive will occur. Later on, the revolution of the axis of the Earth will occur, provoking the total and absolute sinking of all the continents that exist. Thus, of this rotten Aryan root race that perversely dwelled in all the continents, not even its ashes will remain. Only a small group of select people will be saved, to serve as a seed plot for the future 6th great root race that will be named Karate, and that will inhabit what today is the polar cap. This perverse Aryan root race is perfectly described in the 13th Mayan Khatun. It will perish by fire, and with the total revolution of the axis of the Earth, the water will end, consuming everything, washing everything. Thus, everything will remain on the bottom of the oceans. Question, Venerable Master, is it true that the Mayas traveled throughout the solar system? Samuel Anweer, the Mayas, as Mayan Atlanteans, traveled throughout the solar system. The rockets guided by the Mayan sages performed these portentous trips. Their cosmic ships were propelled with nuclear energy. The Mayas are great scientists, and they continue to exist with their entire science in secrecy. However, I am not referring to those Mayas that publicly appear in Mesoamerica. Instead, I am talking about the Mayas who dwell in a parallel universe, within the 4th dimension of this planet, who preserve their magical cities, who continue with their same customs, with their same science, dedicated to their studies and calculations. Mayan cities exist within the 4th dimension, within the 4th coordinate or 4th vertical, where the Mayas kept their great, ancient wisdom. These are marvelous temples of massive gold that they did not leave to the Spaniards. Obviously, modern scientists do not know anything about this, nor they will admit it, but what does it matter to science or to us?
Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Divinely prepared by the noble prophet Drew Ali. By the guiding of his Father God, Allah, the great God of the universe. To redeem man from his sinful and fallen stage of humanity back to the highest plane of life with his Father God, Allah. Noble Drew Ali, the prophet and founder of the Moorish Science Temple of America, to redeem the people from their sinful ways. Creation and fall. The creation and fall of man. Time never was when man was not. If life of man at any time began, a time would come when it would end. The thoughts of Allah cannot be circumscribed. No finite mind can comprehend things infinite. All finite things are subject unto change. All finite things will cease to be because there was a time when they were not. The bodies and the souls of men are finite things, and they will change, yet, from the finite point of view the time will come when they will be no more. But man himself is not the body, nor the soul, he is a spirit and a part of Allah. Creative fate gave to man, to spirit man, a soul that he might function on the plane of soul, gave him a body of the flesh, that he might function on the plane of things made manifest. Why did creative fate give to spirit man a soul that he might function on the plane of soul? Why did creative fate give to soul a body of the flesh that he might function on the plane of things that are made manifest? Hear, now, ye worlds, dominions, powers and thrones. Hear, now, ye cherubim, ye seraphim, ye angels and ye men. Hear, now, O protoplast, and earth, and plant and beast. Hear, now, ye creeping things of earth, ye fish that swim, ye birds that fly. Hear, now, ye winds that blow, ye thunders and ye lightnings of the sky. Hear, now, ye spirits of the fire, of water, earth, and air. Hear, now, O everything that is, or was, or evermore will be, for wisdom speaks from out of the highest plane of spirit life. Man is a thought of Allah. All thoughts of Allah are infinite. They are not measured up by time, for things that are concerned with time, begin and end. The thoughts of Allah are the everlasting of the past unto the never-ending days to come. And so is man, the spirit man. But man, like every other thought of Allah, was but a seed that held within itself the potencies of Allah, just as the seed of any plant of earth holds deep within itself the attributes of every part of that especial plant. So spirit man, as seed of Allah, held deep within himself the attributes of every part of God. Now, seed are perfect, as perfect as the source from which they come, but they are not unfolded into life made manifest. The child is as perfect as the mother is. So man, the seed, must be deep planted in a soil that he might grow, unfold, as does the bud unfold to show the flower. The human seed that came forth from the heart of Allah was foreordained to be the Lord of plane of soul, and of the plane of things made manifest. So Allah, the husbandman of everything that is, threw forth this human seed into the soil of soul, it grew apace, and man became a living soul, and he became the Lord of all the kingdom of the soul. Hark, now, let every creature hear, the plane of soul is but the ether of the spirit plane vibrating not so fast, and in the slower rhythm of this plane the essences of life are manifest, the perfumes and the odors, the true sensations and the all of love are manifest. And these soul attributes become a body beautiful. A multitude of lessons man must learn upon the plane of soul, and here he tarries many ages until his lessons are all learned. Upon the boundary of the plane of soul, the ether began to vibrate slower still, and then the essences took on a final garb, the perfumes and the odors and the true sensations and the all of love were clothed in flesh, and man was clothed in flesh. Perfected man must pass through all the ways of life, and so a carnal nature was full manifest, a nature that sprang forth from fleshly things. Without a foe a soldier never knows his strength, and thought must be developed by the exercise of strength. And so this carnal nature soon became a foe that man must fight, that he might be the strength of Allah made manifest. Let every living thing stand still and hear. Man is the Lord of all the plane of manifest, of protoplast, of mineral, of plant, of beast, but he gave up his birthrights, just to gratify his lower self. But man will regain his lost estate, his heritage, but he must do it in a conflict that cannot be told in words. He must suffer trials and temptations manifold, but let him know that cherubim and seraphim that rule the stations of the sun and spirit of the mighty Allah who rule the solar stars are his protectors and his guide, and they will lead to victory. Man will be fully saved, redeemed, perfected by the things he suffers on the plane of flesh, and on the plane of soul. When man has conquered carnal things, his garb of flesh will then have served its purpose well, and it will fall, will be no more. Then he will stand untrammeled on the plane of soul, where he must full complete his victories. Unnumbered foes will stand before man upon the plane of soul, these he must overcome, overcome them every one. Thus hope will ever be his beacon light, there is no failure for the human soul, for Allah is leading on and victory is sure. Man cannot die, the spirit man is one with Allah, and while Allah lives man cannot die. When man has conquered every foe upon the plane of soul, the seed will have full opened out, will have unfolded in the holy breath. The garb of soul will then have served its purpose well, and man will need it nevermore, and it will pass and be no more, and man will then attain unto the blessedness of perfectness, and be at one with Allah.
Upon Honduras, the city of Thoth, it is here we will start with the origins of the khabala and the Americas. America is our land.
Description of Stela 6, a dev of nature. Within the vision of the harmony of all things, we discover with mystical astonishment the spiritual part of nature. In other words, we find the famous Malachim or angelic kings. Direct contact with elementals must always be performed through the intercession of the following angelic kings of the elements within the marvelous sphere of the causal world. Earth, fire, air, and water each have their particular god. Unquestionably, the gnomes or pygmies who dwell beneath the earth have their hierarchy. The particular genie of the gnomes is Gob, a very special deity known in high magic. The specific kingdom of the gnomes is situated in the north of the earth. They are commanded with the sword. The specific kingdom of the Undines is situated in the west. They are evoked with the cup of libations. One may concentrate on Tlaloc or Nixa. The kingdom of the Salamanders of Fire is situated in the south. They are commanded with the magic trident. One may concentrate on Michael, king of the sun and thunderbolts, Samuel, king of volcanoes, Anael, prince of the astral light. The kingdom of the creatures that populate the air is situated in the east. The sylphs are commanded with an eagle's feather or with the holy pentacles. This is known by the magicians. One may concentrate on Parvati and Zabtabil. The elimination of the animal ego is imperative in order to be fully served by the elements of nature. A rushed and capricious person will never govern the sylphs of the air. By no means could a bland, cold, and voluble person be the absolute boss of the undines and nereids of the water. Anger irritates the salamanders of fire. In fact, gross concupiscence converts those who want to be served into toys for the gnomes or pygmies of the mineral kingdom. When the magician has died within himself, in other words, when he has eliminated even the very shadow of the memory of his defects, then all of nature will serve him, obey him. During a tempest he will wander without the rain touching his head. The wind will not mess a single pleat of his suit. He will cross the fire without getting burned. He will walk upon the boisterous waters of the ocean without sinking. He will see with complete clarity all the treasures that are hidden in the bosom of the earth. Remember the words of the great Kabir Jesus. The works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these he shall do. John 14 verse 12. The world of natural causes or conscious will is the world of the Malachim or angelic kings of nature, who constitute the legitimate spiritual principles of the elements. These beings or terribly divine, ineffable gods are perfect human beings in the most complete sense of the word. Such beings are beyond good and evil. Stela 6 represents precisely a dev, an angelic king. It tells us about an extraordinary esoteric culture that existed in Köppen. The Mayan culture is unique in its kind. The mitre is very much destroyed. We can appreciate three horizontal lines that indicate the three superior forces. The crown of victory, the triumph of the ascending energies, is shown. The very well done belt with complete ornamentation indicates Hod and Yesod. This stela represents a deity, an elemental creature of nature, a dev. The Masonic apron is very well chiseled. Description of Stela 5, Cross of St. Andrew. Countenance, strong. Mitre, very damaged. We can see the three forces of creation. Arms, upwardly placed, indicating the ascension of the positive and negative forces. Intriguingly, a small, central, faceless figure appears between the two arms, clearly indicating the human soul, the true human being, the causal man. Advantaging very much, in this way, any explanation with letters, the small, central, faceless figure addresses the emotional center, the profound center of the consciousness. The ornaments on the arms are profoundly significant liturgical bracelets. The right arm indicates Chisid. The left arm indicates Gebura. Everything is very well portrayed with the Hebraic Kabbalah. Gebura is the rigor of the law, it is shown with meridian clarity. In its center, the small figure indicates the human soul, Tifereth. Waist, it shows a magnificent belt, the Hod of the Sages. We see the X-cross or cross of St. Andrew on each end of this perfect and marvelous belt, as if stating, cross the mercury and the sulfur so that the solar man can be born within you. In regards to Yesod, it is very well depicted, very well ornamented, so as to indicate us that it is necessary to work very hard upon ourselves. The problems of thesis and antithesis are resolved with the synthesis, which is the wise management of the positive and negative forces. The cross of St. Andrew explains the work to be performed in the ninth sphere with the sulfur and the mercury, the hard struggle in order to attain the elimination of all the psychological aggregates based on conscious works and voluntary sufferings. Andrew, the hermit fisherman, humbly served the Christus John, when then he became a disciple of the great Kabir Jesus. Andrew assisted the great Gnostic priest Jesus of Nazareth in the miraculous fishing of the lake of Genezareth o Genezareth, the symbolic Jinn lake where the fire performed so many portents. The extraordinary torture of Andrew, filled with enigmas and portents, made very famous the cross X, upon which in a pitilessly way his separated limbs were tightened. The deep significance of the tortures of Andrew on the terrible X is the annihilation of the adored ego in the Laboratoria Moratorian of the Third Logos.
Understanding the mentality of the ancient world through the decoding lens of symbolism, Schwaller showed the Egyptians were not the superstitious savages modern Western academic thought holds them to have been. Instead, he showed example after example of high wisdom and accomplishment, not only equaling that of modern science, but in some instances far surpassing modern abilities. The key that unlocked the ancient veil lie in a slight change in perspective of mindset. As one learns to enter the mindset of pharaonic Egypt, the cryptic message from the past comes to life and allows access to previously invisible and unimagined realms of consciousness, understanding, and ability. The crux of the old teachings was contained and transmitted through what Schwaller called sacred science, which included symbolism, harmonic proportion, and sacred geometry. Sacred science was the original unified source of the myriad streams of modern mysticism, occultism, esotericism, and magical disciplines that exist today. It is also the unified source for such diverse contemporary sciences as chemistry, physical science, philosophy, medicine, astronomy, geometry, architecture, music, and mathematics. Through the linchpin of sacred sciences, Schwaller not only showed an original unity of the material sciences, but even shed new light on such shadowy subjects as the tarot, astrology, and many, many other forms of magic. Schwaller spent over a decade on-site at Luxor Temple, which would come to be known as the Temple of Man. It was here that he performed his master work.
A latter-day Renaissance man. He was born in the 1890s, died in the early 1960s. and was, among other things, a practicing latter-day alchemist, and very much deeply involved in alchemy. He was also thoroughly conversant with the esoteric and mystical traditions of the East, and at the same time equally conversant and familiar with the modern developments in science, mathematics, physics, and so on. It was Schwaller who, in 2 decades of work in Egypt, mainly at the Temple of Luxor, who reformulated in transmittable and accessible fashion the wisdom of the ancients. It is through Schwaller that we're able, for the first time, to actually gain access to the doctrine, the sacred science or sacred sciences responsible for those astonishing resonating temples, pyramids, and tombs. Prior to Schwaller, there was a long-standing tradition dating back to the Greeks themselves, in which ancient Egypt was the fount of all wisdom, which subsequently degenerated and dispersed over time. But prior to Schwaller, it was impossible to actually argue from documented evidence that this was indeed the case. Schwaller provides the documentation in impeccable form. It's there to be disproved if anyone can do so. In the 50 years since Schwaller produced the body of his work, a number of scholars have abused him roundly, but none have actually offered anything resembling satisfactory disproof or discredit to his extraordinary works.
In its own way, the Temple of Man was a kind of Rosetta Stone. It contained the means within itself to decode and reconstruct the layers and subtleties of the symbolic and sacred technology of the ancient mysteries. Schwaller showed that the temple was not just the location of the teaching, but was itself the teaching. Its hieroglyphics and harmonic proportions contained a catalogue of the occult laws, sacred geometry, and archetypal forces that combined to make the universe, at its culmination, living man. Through a chain of analogies, occult correspondences, sacred geometry, and symbolism, the temple itself becomes the actual technology through which one can undergo the initiation process and begin to experience the mentality and magic of the ancients. When correctly interpreted, the temple echoes and amplifies the great arcanum, as above, so below. Man and the cosmos can be seen to be magically analogous, governed by the same rules of sacred geometry, each an octave of the other. After Schwaller's death, the torch was picked up by a new generation of symbolists, one of the most venerated of whom is John Anthony West. West brought the obscure French work to the public eye in the symbolist classic Serpent in the Sky. West not only rekindled Schwaller's revelations, but built upon them in a manner that acted like a fulcrum, upsetting the Stoic worlds of archaeology, theology, and science. When Serpent was published, shockwaves erupted as an evidence bomb that lay in full view of all at the very site of the Great Sphinx exploded. An observation by Schwaller, mentioned in passing, caught West's attention. Schwaller noticed and recorded the fact that vertical fissures cut deep into the walls of the Sphinx enclosure. West consulted Boston University geologist Robert Schoch. His intuition was confirmed. These vertical fissures were unmistakable signs of precipitation-induced erosion. They were the telltale sign of exposure to years and years of rain. But it hasn't rained in the Sahara Desert since before the Ice Age. Could this be proof that the Sphinx, or at least the Sphinx enclosure, was the product of an even older civilization, predating the catastrophic events at the end of the last Ice Age?
We believe that our Sphinx theory, the water weathering of the Sphinx, is evidence of that earlier civilization. And until or unless the water weathering of the Sphinx is adequately explained within the context of accepted chronology of ancient Egypt, it remains a thorn in the side of orthodoxy, because until it is explained, it seems to suggest that, or very strongly suggests, that the Sphinx was there prior to those catastrophic events that put the rest of the civilization down. And there are other bits and pieces of geological evidence and architectural evidence that we believe supports the theory of an advanced, or let us say again carefully within inverted quotes, an Atlantean civilization. But this is the big issue, whether or not there was such a civilization. We have, of course, on the textual side, we have Plato's account of Atlantis that supposedly came to him from his grandfather Solon, who himself got it from an Egyptian priest. This would be somewhere around 6th or 7th centuries BC, somewhere that kind of area. And of course we also have throughout the world, around the world, everywhere, in the higher or more sophisticated civilizations, as well as in the mythologies and legends of widely separated traditional societies, we have accounts, virtually all of them have accounts of a deluge. A deluge is a commonplace, and in many of them, if not in all, there are also references to vanished civilizations, vanished high levels of civilization, golden ages in the past, and the ubiquity of these stories is enough to make, I would believe, any serious scholar at least hold an open mind to the possibility that these advanced civilizations did indeed exist, and that they did indeed go down or disappear virtually entirely under the catastrophic conditions prevailing for several thousands of years following the event, whatever it may have been, or events that initiated the melting of the ice and the dissolution of the last ice age.
After years of research and study, John not only brought new life to the work of Schwaller, but has himself become an icon for a new generation of esotericists and symbolists. In addition to the bombshell water weathering theory, he has become a veritable compendium of symbolist theory and history. His research is ongoing, and to this day, his on-site tours and lectures continue to be a wellspring of revelations about this ancient land and the magical secrets it still holds. As we join west for a symbolist tour of Egypt, we begin to glimpse the magic and mysteries still waiting here. Encoded into the ruins are the preserved seeds of a technology and mentality that, by comparison to even modern standards, are at the far edge of comprehension. When seen through symbolist eyes, the revelations of the ancient mystery schools come to life again, often causing a personal transformation from which there is no return.
Description of Stela E, the alchemist's work. It is very noteworthy that all the sculptures of Copan have the rod, the scepter, carved in the center. In Mexico, when sculptures have a carved scepter, they have it at the side or not at all. So, this is what makes remarkable the sculptures in Copan. They are clearly indicating that the power, the scepter, is located in the center. On Stela E, the inferior part of the rod is a little destroyed. Yet, on the superior part of the rod we notice an intercrossing of lines in a superposed way, having the shape of an X, which is profoundly significant in alchemy. The crossing of the mercury with the sulfur in order to perform the great work was known in the ancient Aztec as well as Mayan mysteries. What is the mercury of the wise? Well, this is the metallic soul of the sacred sperm, the exioheri. The mercury is prepared by means of transmutation, in other words, by means of the transmutation science of Yesid, so that it will be ready to receive the sulfur. The sulfur is the fire. Therefore, when the sulfur and the mercury are fused, totally integrated, they ascend throughout the medullary canal of the adept. As a consequence, the sulfur and the mercury, in their ascension throughout the medullary canal, go up opening the distinct centers or powers that divinize the human being. Precisely, this is what the intercrossing of the rod on its superior part indicates. It is obvious that, in the ancient mysteries, the one who attained the development of the superior part of the scepter was the one who had accomplished the work, thus he was a master. At each side of the scepter we see the positive and negative forces very well symbolized. The mitre is very high. Two little figures that we cannot exactingly say have a human face are shown. Their contours are rare, strange. Anyhow, these are nothing other than the two witnesses referred to in the Apocalypse of St. John. Stela E indicates that through the dominion of the sulfur and the mercury we can attain the possession of the philosophical stone, which will allow us the right to use the priesthood mitre. Stela E clearly explains the alchemist's work.
Chapter 3. Elihu's Lessons, the Unity of Life. 1. Again Elihu met his pupils in the sacred grove and said, 2. No man lives unto himself, for every living thing is bound by cords to every other living thing. 3. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will love and not demand love in return. 4. They will not do to other men what they would not have other men do unto them. 5. There are two selves, the higher and the lower self. 6. The higher self is human spirit clothed with soul, made in the form of Allah. 7. The lower self, the carnal self, the body of desires, is a reflection of higher self, distorted by the murky ethers of the flesh. 8. The lower self is an illusion and will pass away. The higher self is Allah in man, and will not pass away. 9. The higher self is the embodiment of truth. The lower self is truth reversed, and so is falsehood manifest. 10. The higher self is justice, mercy, love and right. The lower self is what the higher self is not. 11. The lower self breeds hatred, slander, lewdness, murders, theft, and everything that harms. The higher self is mother of the virtues and the harmonies of life. 12. The lower self is rich in promises, but poor in blessedness and peace. It offers pleasure, joy, and satisfying gain, but gives unrest, misery, and death. 13. It gives men apples that are lovely to the eye and pleasant to the smell. Their cores are full of bitterness and gall. 14. If you would ask me what to study, I would say, yourselves. And when you well have studied them, and then would ask me what to study next, I would reply, yourselves. 15. He who knows well his lower self, knows the illusions of the world, knows of the things that pass away, and he who knows his higher self, know Allah, knows well the things that cannot pass away. 16. Thrice blessed is the man who has made purity and love his very own. He has been ransomed from the perils of the lower self and is himself his higher self. 17. Men seek salvation from an evil that they deem a living monster of the nether world, and they have gods that are but demons in disguise, all-powerful, yet full of jealousy and hate and lust. 18. Whose favors must be bought with costly sacrifice of fruits, and of the lives of birds, and animals, and humankind. 19. And yet these gods possess no ears to hear, no eyes to see, no heart to sympathize, no power to save. 20. This evil is a myth. These gods are made of air, clothed with shadows of a thought. 21. The only devil from which men must be redeemed is self, the lower self. If man would find his devil, he must look within. His name is self. 22. If man would find his savior, he must look within, and when the demon self has been dethroned, the savior, love, will be exalted to the throne of power. 23. The David of the light is purity, who slays the strong Goliath of the dark, and seats the Savior, love, upon the throne.
The Stone of Mercury. This stone is very much destroyed, so it is a little difficult to study. It has a human countenance. The ears with big hoop earrings indicate the necessity of knowing how to listen, of knowing how to pay attention to wisdom. The positive and negative forces, the mercury and sulfur of the great philosophers, are perfectly symbolized at each side. The mercury, in the internal part, takes the shape of pages or sheets of a book. The mercury is nothing other than the metallic soul of the sacred sperm, and is esoterically organized in the shape of sheets or pages of a book. This can be seen by any person that has the eye of Dangma opened. This is how it is seen, in the shape of sheets of paper. The mercury has been always represented like that on the ancient stones from the north as well as from the south, from the east and from the west. We, who know this and who have heard about the Book of Figures of Nicholas Flamel, do not find any other representation of the mercury and sulfur in their positive and negative form. The transversal lines show us that the mercury and the sulfur have been transmuted, thus this is how it also appears on distinct sacred books. All of the populaces of the earth knew alchemy and khabala. Nicholas Flamel spoke about alchemy, and the Mayans are not an exception. The principles of all metals are salt, sulfur, and mercury. Mercury alone, or sulfur alone, or salt alone could never give origin to any metal, yet when they are united, they give origin to the diverse metals and minerals. Therefore, it is logical that our philosophical stone must inevitably have these three principles. Fire is the sulfur in alchemy. Mercury is the spirit in alchemy. Salt is the mastery of alchemy. In order to elaborate the red elixir and the white elixir, we inevitably need a substance in which salt, sulfur, and mercury are found completely pure and perfect. This is because the impurity and the imperfection of the alloy are again found in the amalgam. However, since nothing can be aggregated to the metals except for the substances that are extracted from them, it is logical that any extracted substance cannot serve us. Therefore, the prima matter of the great work must be found within ourselves. We perfect that substance, the prima matter, according to the art, and this substance is the sacred fire of our organic laboratory. This substance, being semi-solid and semi-liquid, has a pure, clear, white, and red mercury, and a similar sulfur. Moreover, this substance possesses two types of salt, one fixed and the other volatile. This prima matter of the great work is nothing other than the semen of our sexual glands. With our science and by means of fire, we transform this marvelous substance in order for it to be millions of times more perfect at the end of the work. Thus, this is how we elaborate the red elixir and the white. Arnold of Villanova, Albert the Great, Raymond Lully, and many other alchemists give the designation of mercury to the sacred sperm, which is designated as mercury by the great alchemists. Each thing can be disarranged to its own elements. With the help of heat, we can disarrange ice into water, because water is the element of ice. Therefore, all the metals of the earth can be disarranged into mercury, because mercury is the prima matter of all the metals. The human being can be disarranged to semen, because this is the element that he emerged from. Each thing can be disarranged to the elements of which it is composed. Before the metals can be transmuted, firstly they must be reduced to their prima matter. Likewise, before the human being can be redeemed of his sins and enter into the kingdom of heaven, he must first be reduced to his prima matter so that he can be transmuted into the heavenly man of which St. Paul spoke. Change nature so that you may find what you seek. The semen is transformed into spirit, and the spirit is semenized. When he opened the path of initiation, the first teaching that the Divine Master gave us was sexual alchemy. Christ transmuted the water into wine at the wedding of Cana. It is necessary to transmute the water into wine in order to self-realize oneself in depth as master of the Mahamanvantara. The mercury is a golden and rare spiritual liquor. The mercury is the flying eagle of philosophy. The mercury is our chaos. The mercury is our semen. This stela speaks very much. It is a complete, marvelous, and unique book of alchemy. Description of Stela 1, an adept. The countenance is grave, with a resemblance of a beard. The hands indicate the ascent of forces. The belt is very well adorned on the part of Yesod and Hod. A face is shown on the part of the sexual organs. This represents the third force or Holy Spirit. From the Kabbalistic point of view, we know that the two arms indicate Chesed and Gebura, love and law. The scepter, although very much damaged, is always at the center. It indicates the work in the ninth sphere. Jinn practice. The logos expresses as verb, as sound. There is a golden language that the human being should speak. Before the human being departed, exiled from the jinn paradises, they only uttered the verb of gold, the great universal language, which was the perfect grammaticism. When wanting to visit the Garden of Delights, the great Egyptian hierophants submerged into profound meditation while holding in their right hand a nut known by the name of deer's eye. INVIA. This mantra becomes a true invocation. Under this mantra's influence, the elemental of that nut assists with resisting. This elemental has the power of placing the physical body in a jinn state, meaning, to submerge it in the fourth vertical. When the hierophant felt that his body started to inflate or to be swallow from the feet up to the head, then he comprehended that his body had acquired the jinn state. Thus he rose from his bed, filled with faith, and submerged into the Garden of Delights. He transported himself to any place on the earth through the fourth dimension with the elemental of that nut named deer's eye. There is a great master of the jinn science named Ogwara. He invariably responds to the call of those who invoke him, and he helps them to submerge their physical bodies within the fourth dimension. Description of Stela C, Stone of Self-Realization. We see 4 faces in this stela, which is how the Tetragrammaton is represented. The first face shows us Adi Buddha, the unknowable, the unmanifested, the one who does not enter into creation. The second face is represented by the 3 forces, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, which do enter into creation. Adi Buddha is the father of our Father. Jesus named him You, and he said of him, the Father of my Father. You, the unknowable, the unmanifested, never enters into manifestation. Subsequently, the Ancient of Days manifests and becomes the first enfoldment of You, who is the unmanifested Adi Buddha. Consequently, the Son followed by the Holy Spirit appears. So, the Trinity emanates directly from Adi Buddha, the unknowable. So, on Stela C, we clearly see this. On the highest part of this stela, a semblance of a face is shown, yet it is faded and is noticed only by paying a lot of attention. It is faded in order to provide understanding about the unknowable. This stela is a very well-adorned theological piece. On its waist, on the part of Hod and Yesod, we see magnificent adornments. The belt indicates that there is a need to work hard, to dominate the lower passions or animalistic instincts, in order to grasp the scepter of command, the scepter of the kings. Its hands in that position indicate the necessity of directing upwardly and inwardly the totality of the creative forces. Pay attention to wisdom, and never, ever forget that each one of us is the final outcome of the distinct unfoldments of the Tetragrammaton. The work in itself is perfect completion. On its head we see how the work glows when by means of it one attains perfection. The mitre on its head, the belt on the region of Hod, the astral world, and the scepter of power on the center, Yesod, clearly tell us about the perfection of a human being that has attained self-realization. But, what is the inner realization of the being? Let realization of the self be understood as the harmonious development of the infinite completeness of human possibilities. Realization of the self is not about intellectual data capriciously scattered, nor is it about mere, insubstantial wordiness of ambiguous chatter. Everything that we are saying must be translated to authentic, lived, and real experience. In the name of truth, we solemnly declare that the being is the only real existence, and before his ineffable and terrible, divine transparence, that which is called I, ego, or myself is merely exterior darkness, weeping and gnashing of teeth. To know ourselves and become realized on the horizon of infinite possibilities implies the entering or re-entering into the creative host of the Elohim. N. Kotlikyu. Omida Kutli, Omesihutl, Lord and Lady of Duality. Om, 2, Tekutli, Lord Serpent. Om, 2, Sawatl, Lady Eagle. The entire universe emanated from this masculine and feminine, dual principle. According to the Nawas, this god and goddess had 4 children, the 4 Tezcatlipokas. Zepetatex, the red. Tezcatlipoca, the black. Quetzalcoatl, the white. Huitzilopochtli, the blue. Presently populate the world were born from this divine and invisible binary. The creative forces of Amida Kutli Omesihutl express themselves during the sexual coenobium. They descend into the organs of human procreation with the sole objective that a new being can manifest in the physical plane. If man and woman are united only by desire, if they are impelled only by the animalism of spilling the semen, then the solar forces of the man and the lunar forces of the woman sink into the atomic abysses of the earth, and both are converted into slaves of the abyss. However, if love impels that union, and there is no fornication in the sexual caress, then the precious feathered Quetzali serpent awakens within them, and converted into Quetzalcoatl, ascends towards its place of origin. This is how the couple becomes divinized. At the threshold of the sanctuary of the temple, the masters present to the initiate a book, within which all the laws of the Divine Mother are written. Before that book many withdraw, filled with terror, when knowing that they have to annihilate the personality. Few are those who pass the ordeal of the threshold of the sanctuary. Those who do pass it receive a heavy ring of fine gold, a symbol of power. The initiate must die in order to be, but previously he has to return into the bosom of the Divine Mother. He has to practice sexual magic with his chaste spouse so that he can be born spiritually. Whosoever does not know the laws of the Mother will never reach the Father. Kotlikyu is none other than the Blessed Mother Death. As an alternative of the 4 hands shown by the Mexican Kotlikyu, here, this stela points towards the 4 natural forces: fire, air, water, and earth. Its face has a very well-done skull. The mitre has very noticeable adornments. It does not lack a scepter in its center, indicating power. Practice. Meditation is the bread of the wise. The wise meditates when in search for God, information, or power. There are 5 clues for meditation. 1. Comfortable posture. 2. Serene mind. 3. Concentration. 4. Introversion. 5. Ecstasy. 1. Comfortable posture. Concentrate on your physical body, and attentively examine it with the eyes of your soul. Prove that you are not that marvelous body, and discard it from your mind by saying, "I am not my physical body." Thereafter, concentrate on your ethereal body, identify it, and after having attentively observed its luminosity, which, protruding from the physical body, forms a multicolored aura, discard it also from your mind by saying, "I am not the ethereal body." Immerse more within yourself, and concentrate first on your astral body, and thereafter in your mental body. These 2 bodies, astral and mental, are the 2 columns Jachin and Boaz of the Masonic temples, and their fundamental base is the cubic stone of Yesod, the ethereal body. Concentrate on these 2 bodies, and after proving that you are neither of the 2, but that they are 2 more instruments of expression, discard them from your mind by saying, "I am neither my astral body nor my mental body." Discard from yourself your 4 bodies of sin, and pass between Jachin and Boaz, the 2 columns, white and black, of the temple that is your living body. Upon these 2 columns is written with characters of fire the password ANRI. Disarrange it into 2 syllables, and vocalize them one after the other as follows. I-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N. R-R-R-R-R-R-R-I. Subsequently, without your 4 material vehicles, walk off and wander throughout the world of the mist of fire. Return into the body to keep working, and concentrate anew in the black column of your living temple. This is the astral body. Now try to listen the sharp chirp of the cricket that is the essence of the lost word, ANRI. Thus, without ceasing to listen to the sound that now emerges from within the cells of your brain, concentrate on the white column, your mental body. Keep meditating, and concentrate on the body of willpower until becoming conscious of it, and after having proved that this is another of our vehicles of expression, discard it by saying, I am not the body of willpower. Now, we absorb within ourselves in a little more, we concentrate on the body of the consciousness. Identify it, and see that it is only another vehicle of expression, discard it by saying, I am not the body of the consciousness. Then, we would ask, who am I? Thus, a silent and sweet voice will answer, you are me, the innermost. I am the reflection of the Self-Christ. You and I are one. In those moments, identify yourself with Him, feel that you are Him, and say to yourself, I am He. I am He. I am He. When reaching this state of consciousness, pronounce mentally the mantra Pander as follows. Pandir. This mantra will help you to become identified with your internal Christ. Through this daily introversion, you will achieve the awakening of your consciousness to such a degree that during sleep you will act within your astral body with the same naturalness and lucidity as when you are within your physical body. Then, due to your sincerity and devotion, during the ecstasy you will be allowed to visit the nuclei upon which the universe is based, which allegorically look like holes, in order to contemplate the divine majesty of the Absolute. Intense practice awakens the internal centers. Description of the Staircase of Hieroglyphics. This sculpture is a clear allusion to the 12 tasks of Hercules. The 12 tasks of Hercules, prototype of the authentic man, point to, the secret pathway that leads us through the degrees of perfect master and great elected one. First task, capture and death of the lion of Nemea, the strength of the uncontrollable instincts and passion that devastates and devours everything. Second task, destruction of the Hydra of Lerna, symbolic monster of immortal origin, endowed with 9 threatening heads that regenerate each time they are destroyed, menacing the herds as well as the harvests. This polyphysetic Hydra can be interpreted as an allegorical image that clearly personifies the mind with all of its psychological defects. Third task, capture of the Cerinician stag and the boar of Mount Erymanthus. We can see in the Cerinician stag, golden-horned deer with bronzed hooves, a clear illusion of the human soul, the superior manas of theosophy. In the terrible boar, perverse as no one, the living symbol of all the lower animal passions. Fourth task, the extraordinary cleaning of the famous stables of Augeas, king of Elis, whose daughter knew the virtues of the plants and prepared magical beverages. These stables are the living representation of our own submerged depths of the subconsciousness that host innumerable herds, those multiple psychological bestial aggregates that constitute the ego. Fifth task, hunting and killing the anthropophagus birds that tenebrously inhabited the Stymphalian lake and that killed men with their sharp bronzed feathers which, similar to deadly arrows, they hurled against their defenseless victims. Sixth task, the capture of the bull of Crete. Seventh task, capturing the mares of Diomedes that were killing and eating the castaways who reached the coasts of the Bistones, a very warlike Thracian people. An allusion to passionate, if-for-human elements that are profoundly submerged within our own unconscious abysses, symbolic beasts grazing alongside the spermatic waters of the first instant, they are always ready to devour the failures. Eighth task, to eliminate the giant thief Cacus, the evil thief who, hidden within the tenebrous cave of human infraconsciousness, treacherously squanders the sexual center of our organism in order to satisfy his brutal animal passions. Ninth task, the conquest of the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of Amazons, an allusion to the feminine psychic aspect of our interior nature. 10th task, the conquest of the flock of Geryon by killing the monster who confronted him after having killed the watchdogs Orthrus and Eurythian. 11th task, the theft of the golden apples from the Garden of Hesperides, the nymphs daughters of Atlas, living representation of the planet Venus, the delectable star of love. Evidently this former task has a fine relationship with the biblical narratives about the Garden of Eden and the fruits of the tree of the science of good and evil. 12th task, the taking of the dog Tricipit, Cerberus the guide dog, the sexual instinct, from its Plutonian dominions that kept it, read The Three Mountains by the same author. 7 centers marvelously protrude on the center of the staircase. These have an intimate concordance with the 7 magnetic centers of the dorsal spine of the human being. This is pretty clear. These are the same 7 churches of the Apocalypse of St. John. Starting from the base towards the top, in other words, from the coccyx to the head, these churches are: Church of Ephesus or Muladhara chakra. This chakra is situated exactly at the base of the spinal column, at the very root of our genitalia, between the anus and the genital organs. This center awakens by means of the practice of sexual magic, in other words, when man and woman copulate without ejaculating their semen. This chakra is fundamental, since it nourishes with its energy the other centers. The Kundalini is found enclosed within this center. 4 nadis similar to lotus petals emanate from it. The 7 planes of cosmic consciousness are found beneath this magnetic center or Church of Ephesus. The mantra of this chakra is Bur. The mantras of sexual magic Das awakens the Kundalini. The root of good and evil is found in this center. Many say they are apostles, and are not, because they are fornicators. The chakra Muladhara is related with Prithvi. The one who totally awakens this center acquires the elixir of long life and preserves the physical body for millions of years. The Kundalini grants us the knowledge of the past, present, and future. Church of Smyrna or Svadhisthana chakra. The yogi acquires multiple powers or siddhis in accordance with the awakening of his superlative consciousness. In the internal worlds, the word time is a synonym of esoteric degrees of the consciousness. This chakra is the abode of the Tattva Appas. The elemental genie of the water, Varuna, is related to it. It has 6 marvelous petals that shine with the fire of the Kundalini. Its mantra is Bhuvar. The one who awakens this center learns how to handle the elemental creatures of the waters and know the distinct astral entities. Death is conquered with the awakening of this chakra. It is situated 2 fingers below the solar plexus. It controls the kidneys, abdomen, and the organs of the inferior part of the abdomen. Church of Pergamus or Chakra Manipura. Pergamus is situated in the epigastrium, slightly above the navel. The hepatic and splenic plexuses enter into activity with this center. This is the Chakra Manipura. 10 nadis emanate from this center. It has a resplendent fiery color. It is related with the Tattva Tejas. Agni must be invoked with the mantra Ram Swa so that he can help us to awaken it. This chakra is the telepathic center or brain of emotions. The mental waves of people who think of us reach the solar plexus, then they pass into our brain. Therefore, this is a receptive antenna. The pineal gland is the transmitter center. All the energy or solar forces that nourish all of the plexuses of the human organism are gathered by this center. Dominion over the fire is acquired with the Chakra Manipura. Church of Thyatira or Chakra Anahata. This chakra is situated in the region of the heart. It has a living red color. A jet-colored hexagonal space is situated within this center. This chakra is related to Vayu, the tattva of the air. Its mantra is SSSSSSSSS. One becomes an absolute boss of the air and can dissipate the hurricanes and govern the winds by will when one learns how to meditate on this center. To float in the air is easier than to drink a glass of water. It is simple. It is enough for the disciple to learn how to enter into the astral plane with his physical body. Practice. Let the disciple become slightly slumbered, then get up from his bed with a lot of softness as if imitating a somnambulist. In other words, keep the slumber state as if it were a very precious treasure. Thus, the disciple walking filled with faith, as a somnambulist, will jump with the intention of floating within the surrounding environment. If the disciple achieves floating in the air, it is because his physical body has entered the astral plane. Then, he will be able to go to any place of the earth through the infinite space. Thus, this is how the physical body can fly throughout the astral plane, and remains submitted to the laws of the astral plane, yet without losing its characteristics. What is important is to have faith, patience, and tenacity. Church of Sardis, or Chakra Vishuddha. Sardis is situated in the region of the creative larynx. It is the Chakra Vishuddha. It is marvelously related with the Akasa Tattva, the ethereal element. This tattva has an intense blue color. It has 6 beautiful petals. It looks like a full moon. When one practices meditation on this chakra, one can even sustain the physical body during the cosmic night. Whosoever meditates in this center can know the most elevated esotericism of all of the sacred books and can reach the grandiose state of trikalajnana. In other words, someone who can know the past, present, and future. Its mantra is Han, and the yogi utilizes it during full meditation. The powers are flowers of the soul that sprout when we have sanctified ourselves. For each step that we walk in the development of the chakras, we must also walk 1,000 steps in sanctity. With the esoteric exercises we just prepare our garden, so that our marvelous chakras may sprout with the aroma of sanctity. The chakra Vishuddha is related with the creative word. The most difficult thing in life is to learn how to control the tongue. At times, to speak is a crime, and sometimes to be silent is a crime. There are felonious silences, there are iniquitous worlds. Church of Philadelphia, or Chakra Ajna. It is situated between the eyebrows. Its mantra is Om. This is the chakra of clairvoyance or psychic vision. The plexus of this chakra is a lotus flower that emanates from the pituitary gland. This gland is the page and light bearer of the pineal gland, which is where the crown of saints, the lotus of 1,000 petals, the eye of Dangma, the eye of intuition, is situated. We have taught the mantras and practices for the chakras of the spinal column, yet we must not forget that the plexuses also have their mantras. The powerful mantra Fei Yuan Dagj makes all of the plexuses to vibrate. What is important is to prolong the sound of the vowels. The vowels I, E, O, U, A are located in the following order. I. Frontal plexus. E. Laryngeal plexus. O. Cardiac plexus. U. Solar plexus. A. Pulmonary plexus. The one who learns how to meditate in the chakra ajna acquires the 8 major powers and the 32 minor powers. The psychic clairvoyance is an open door before you, but it is necessary for you to acquire a little strength, and to keep the word of the Lord in order not to fall in the hour of temptation. Church of Laodicean, or Chakra Sahasrara. This is the so-called crown of saints, the abode of Shiva. It is related to the pineal gland. The crown of saints has 12 stars, which are the 12 faculties of the soul. There are 24 angelical atoms in the brain that represent the 12 zodiacal signs. These atoms marvelously and blazingly shine when Devi Kundalini opens this center. This chakra has 1,000 petals. The 24 atomic elders represent the wisdom of the 24 elders of the zodiac. The 24 elders of the zodiac are dressed with white garments and seated upon the throne of our brain. The atom of the father is situated in the root of the nose. This is the atom of willpower. The 7 serpents ascend by means of willpower, by dominating the animal impulse. The atom of the sun is in the pituitary gland, whose exponent is the atom nous, the Son of Man, in the heart. The angelic atom of the Holy Spirit shines in the pineal gland, within the chakra sahasrara. The atom of the Father governs or controls the right ganglionary cord pingla, within which the solar atoms, the positive force, ascends. The atom of the Sun governs the Sushumna canal, within which the neutral forces ascend. The atom of the Holy Spirit governs the Ida canal within which the negative forces ascend. This is why it is related with our creative sexual forces and with the rays of the moon, which are intimately related with the reproduction of the races. Each of the 7 chakras from the spinal medulla is governed by an angelic atom. The 7 thunders are the 7 notes of the lost word that resound within the 7 churches of our spinal medulla. Therefore, this staircase is an open book that indicates the difficult and narrow path one has to tread in order to reach the great light. It is also indicating us the profound subconscious levels, etc. The Kabbalah of the Mayan Mysteries is the result of a trip made to the famous Mayan ruins at Copan, Honduras. He explains the Kabbalistic principles of the Mayan mysteries as recorded in their mysterious stelas and sculptures. There was an avatar in Honduras who taught and formed a group of solar humans and disciples, who left their books in stone for this humanity. These sculptures are so valuable that there will never be others like them, who will be capable of chiseling them. Each stela is a book in stone that speaks for itself about the grandiosity of the universe. Each monument existed previous to the era of Jesus of Nazareth. These stelas are very ancient, they come from the Bronze Age. Their origin is Mayan Atlantean. Description of Stela M. It is found at the base of the staircase, and even when it is much damaged, it indicates that only with the profound man can one reach the final liberation. The mitre is high, indicating the great priesthood. The face is unrecognizable, damaged. Its hands, even when damaged, indicate the ascendant course of the sexual forces. The central lambel is showing us a figure, which is a clear illusion of the true causal man. The scepter is very well done, yet it is damaged by time or by human barbarism. Just because it is placed there, at the base of the staircase, it is telling us about a great Mayan master, a deity, a priest. Description of Stela H, the priestess. The face of this deity has a completely hieratic countenance. Her mitre carries all the characteristics of the true priesthood. She is omnipotent, marvelous. The form of her ears indicates the verb, the word. The pectoral that rises from the center of her chest until practically connecting it with her ears indicates that the true man, Tifereth, the human soul that is in the center of her chest, must know how to listen the verb, the word, the sapience, the wisdom. Her hands are indicating the ascendant forces. In the center between her hands there is a human resemblance, a profile that clearly signifies the true man, the causal man. The scepter appears like on the other stelas, however here we notice a change because it reaches the belt, which in Hebrew corresponds to Hod. Hod in Hebrew corresponds to the astral world. This same thing is applied to all the sacred scriptures of all nations. The central rod, scepter, rising until connecting with the belt indicates the work with Hod and Yesod in order to convert us into workers of the great work. The aspect of this stela is feminine. At the sides of the scepter or central rod, the famous cross of Saint Andrew is appreciated. When this cross carries the rose at its center, it becomes the Rosacross. The rose represents the logos. The X represents the mercury and the sulfur necessary for the great work of the Father. The order of the logos, the true Rosacross, does not have a visible or tangible organization in the physical world. It does not have a physical temple. This only exists in the superior worlds. The brethren of the Rosicrucian order who have physical bodies here in this tridimensional world are all resurrected masters. They are resurrected masters who already incarnated the Christ. Those who in this physical world from distinct schools and orders call themselves Rosicrucian are false. The true Rosicrucian order that the Logos has established upon the face of the earth does not have any visible organization. It does not dictate courses by correspondence, nor does it collect fees, nor does it have juridical personality, nor does it have internal or external statutes. Their members are not even acquainted with each other in this physical world. They might be acquainted with each other in the superior worlds, yet in this physical world they very seldom encounter one another. All of them are capable of transmuting lead into gold and making diamonds of the best quality. All of them are self-realized masters. The cross is 100% sexual. In order for the rose or the Logos to blossom on the cross, it is necessary to have died within oneself completely. This is to have Christified oneself totally. The vertical phallus connected with the formal ties makes a cross. Therefore, those who call themselves Rosicrucian, it does not matter from which denomination, are profaning a grandiose, sublime, and sacred thing. It is the same as saying I am God, since that title is for gods and not for common and ordinary people. Only those who have Christified themselves, those who already are perfect masters or adepts, can enter into the Rosicrucian order that the Logos has established upon the face of the earth. Therefore, those organizations that in this physical plane call themselves Rosicrucians are false. Again, it is saying I am God, so it is a blasphemy, it is pride, profanation. Thus, they are false, and of Rosicrucian have nothing but the name. The true Rosicrucian order is for resurrected masters, for the resurrected, defunct ones who now have the living Christ in their interior. We have given these explanations in relation with the 2XS found on Stela H. These are very important. The belt indicates the upwardly ascension of the energies. Again, the face that appears in the center, between the two hands, clearly indicates Tifereth, the human soul. Description of Stela F. The mitre is much damaged by time or by human barbarism. We appreciate a pectoral that rises to its cheeks. It correctly indicates the soul of things, the being. The arms that reach the center of its chest always indicate the two ascending forces. The Masonic apron that covers its sexual organs is much appreciated on its waist. A face indicating the third force is shown on the superior part of the apron. A precious belt with the X embossed on it is much appreciated. The work that every Mason, every Masonic architect, has to perform in order to reach the mastery is shown on the posterior part of this stela. One has to work upon oneself according with the learned teachings, according with the taught esoteric education. It is necessary to study the doctrine and to perform the work. Practice. The great Mayan initiates live within the fourth vertical or fourth dimension. There is where they have their temples and marvelous cities. If we want to investigate this, here is the precise clue to do it. On a loaf of bread the following mantras have to be written, Senesin Garora Goberdin, just as written below. Thereafter, the loaf of bread has to be eaten. The mantric words must be written on cross with a pencil or ink. When we investigated within the superior worlds in order to find out the scientific and esoteric value of this clue, we found the following. Once, while gathered with a group of brothers and sisters, we fell asleep by means of the effect of the vocalization of that mantra. Thus we abandoned the physical body and entered into the astral plane. There, we inquired about this clue and were astonished by the outcome of our investigation. We saw a sea where a terrific god of the ocean shook the immeasurable depths of the sea in such a way that ethereal waves were formed, which, while spinning in a concentric manner, were menacingly precipitated towards the place we were gathered. This terrific god had provoked an electrical whirlwind, an ethereal hurricane, an inconceivable force, in order to precipitate it towards where we had left the physical body. So, when we pronounce the mantra Senesin Garora Goberdin, that ineffable God will come to our call, and will submerge our physical body into the fourth dimension.
Start with, let's say we'll do the Maya vase. A leading authority on scholarship among the Maya would be Michael Coe. He informs us that the Maya scribes, the scribes of the Maya had supernatural patron deities. And the inventor of writing is considered to be Itzamna. In ancient Egypt, the inventor of writing was the master of eight, the scribe of all scribes, the great initiator, the cosmic principle of wisdom, Jehuti or Tehuti, depending what school of thought you subscribe to, more commonly known by the Greek corruption, Thoth. He was the inventor of writing, always equipped with a reed and papyrus, human form with the head of an ibis, but he also took on the form of a baboon. Now this is interesting, considering the Maya also had a supernatural patron deity scribe that was a baboon or a monkey. Notice the posture here. Here, let's see. This is the traditional posture of the seated scribe. We find the same position among the human Egyptian scribe. It is a symbol of doing the work. And so we also find the same among the Maya scribe, the Powhatan. In fact, there's many parallels that have been established by scholars that demonstrate there's a number of parallels between the Maya and the Egyptian scribes. Again, too many to go through today, but one that really stands out for me is this tradition of Intili Telapali, which comes from central Mexico, from the esoteric Toltec tradition. In fact, the Toltec referred to the Maya as the land of Intili Telapali. Intili Telapali was the red ink and the black ink. They referred to the Maya this way because the Maya used red and black ink in their sacred books, their codices. But this Toltec tradition, the Toltecs for quite some time were considered a people. However, recent studies and indigenous traditions posit that the Toltec were not actually a people, but that they were a degree of consciousness. The Toltecs were actually sons of the elite, initiates that had this esoteric tradition. They were artisans and warriors, and later they fused with the Maya to produce Chichen Itza. But they had this tradition of Intili Telapali, the red ink and the black ink. And so, for the Toltec, it wasn't just about, the aesthetics of red and black ink. It was about the essence and origin. You see, the pigments and dyes came from various insects and plants. Some of those plants came from their sacred cenotes, which a cenote is essentially dilapidated bedrock where the water levels of the earth rise and they form this pool, which was venerated to the Mesoamerica. The Maya called it Xibalba. As well as in caves, some of these plants would actually come out of the caves, which was also considered Xibalba, a place of fear, but also a place that was highly venerated because it was considered the primordial womb from which all creation came. So it's like take for example, the color red. It's taking the color red right from creation itself and putting it onto their texts. It had a deeper esoteric understanding. We're just looking at things for its aesthetic purposes. They had the sacred science. And so it becomes interesting that, and actually this could be considered magic. Not magic in the sense of conjuring, but sympathetic magic. For the Toltec, this had a high importance. And it's interesting because George Hart, author of the Dictionary of Egyptian Gods and Goddesses, informs us how for the Egyptian, the palette, which contained their red and black ink and their pens, became a symbol of their expertise. So here we have it. Two cultures, two civilizations, oceans apart. Both have a glyphic language which reads right to left, left to right, top to bottom. Both have human scribes, which have supernatural patron deity. This is Sean letting me know that I'm doing such an amazing job. CPAC is giving me 35-minute bonus time. Thank you. But I'm going to try to get it done in 10 minutes because I want to be respectful to the timeline. So we have, it was a symbol of expertise in both cultures. Let us quickly look at the Pythagorean mystery school. Pythagoras, who we all know and love, though we never found his bones, we don't even know if he exists. But what does exist is the influence that he's left on the Western world. He's influenced the hearts of many philosophers who allegedly claim to be initiates of the Pythagorean mystery school. He also influenced the Western world at large. We've all had the Pythagorean triangle and Pythagorean theorem in our classrooms, right? What's interesting is that candidates petitioning for initiation had to undergo 5 years of silence before becoming initiate. Imagine that. When's the last time any of us have spent more than 5 hours in complete silence? Us who have spent a significant amount of time observing silence, you know what sort of physiological and psychological effects it can have on the human condition. Thus, it becomes obvious or appropriate why Pythagoras would want the initiates to undergo such an ordeal before receiving gnosis, the specialized knowledge. So what was it that was so important in the Pythagorean mystery schools that we would have to wait 5 years observing silence before receiving the teaching? What were they teaching? Well, we know the lessons were taught in degrees. And one of the things they taught about was relationships. Not the relationships between you and your friends or your significant other or audience and the speaker, but relationships between humankind and nature and the cosmos and the metaphysical makeup of our matrix of reality. More importantly, their connection to number. Oops. Botched that one up. Okay, so Hector M. Calderon, author of the Mathematical Science of the Maya, informs us that the Maya identified the cosmos and created a school of philosophy based on the symbolism of numbers many centuries before Hermes Trismegistus or Pythagoras, and I propose we can find an example of that number symbolism in Mexico, in the Yucatan, at the ancient sacred site of Uxmal. Here we have the magician's pyramid, and just over that dense vegetation we can find an example of number symbolism encoded in didactic architecture in this nunnery complex. Shall we take a look at the nunnery complex? No, not that nunnery complex. Or that one. The nunnery quadrangle, dubbed that by the Spanish, who assumed these structures were arbitrary and they thought they looked like nuns' houses or convents back in Spain. However, keep in mind the words of Christian Rabis, who tells us mystery schools were both monasteries and universities. Or Peter Tompkins' idea of cosmic universities. That's exactly what this is. This structure is a cosmic university, which actually encodes the Maya's cosmology. Let me show you how I discovered this. So here we are standing in the center of the nunnery quadrangle, south facing north. If we turn our attention to the eastern structure, we have, let us count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 structures. 5. In Pythagorean number mysticism, it was the number of love. Why? Because it was the first time the female number 2 married the male number 3 to create this new union. However, my mentor, John Anthony West, said that it would be more appropriate, because love has so many connotations, that we call it the number of potentiality. And of course, in the Egyptian mythology, Horus is attributed to the number 5, Horus being the principle of return to source, which is appropriate considering Horus on the horizon is where the sun rises in the east, the zenith goes overhead to set in the west. But notice in the western structure, we have 7 entrances. Now that's strange. It's quite odd considering the Maya's affinity for symmetry as expressed here with the dual-headed serpents and the dual-headed jaguar with intertwined tail, which is on the northern facade. You see, the Maya did everything with a balance of opposites, and the Maya did nothing haphazardly. Everything was done with intention. So why 5 in the east and 7 in the west, which is similar to what we find at the Temple of Edfu when we look through the view of number symbolism. You know, there's probably 7,007,777 correspondences for the number 7. We have 7 days of the week, 7 visible colors on a scale, 7 colors of the rainbow, 7 chakras, 7 major psychic centers. Interestingly enough, on this western wall, where we have the 7 entrances, we find the Kukulkan serpent. You see him here swallowing the head of a human. And of course, the serpent is often attributed to Kundalini energy, which is attributed to the chakras. And what's interesting is it actually has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 partitions. And then the tail wraps around, and there's 7 segments to the rattle as well. The serpent was a symbol for many things, one of them being regeneration, the regenerative principle, new process. And so 7 is the number of process. And so it becomes appropriate that 5 is the number in the east where the sun rises, and 7 is where it sets, or where it goes to die. And I only say die, not in the Western convention. You see, because in the esoteric tradition, it's understood that death is the greatest initiation of all. Because it's a new beginning. We have nothing to fear. Drop your fear of death. There's a cycle. There's always cycles in everything. Isn't that why we're here? And so what's interesting is that, okay, so I get it, right? This is reasonable to conjecture. 5, 7, what's this guy talking about numbers? But where it really becomes evident is when we look at the lower register. We have 4 entrances on each side, giving us a total of 8, with 1 in the middle, which makes 9. Number of the underworld for the Maya, 9 phases of the moon, 9 months of human gestation. The Maya had this concept of the underworld, Shobaba, where they had even 9 principles or deities ascribed to the 9 levels of the underworld. This is the Maya's cosmology. They had this real spatial awareness. They viewed the world in 3 tiers. The world it was a quadrangle, but their understanding of that space was done in 3 tiers, where you had the underworld, Shobaba, the middle plane in which we dwell, Kumu-Ukab, which is actually a quincunx. You have the 4-corner universe, and they had their sacred tree, their axis mundi in the middle. It was the Yakshe in the physical manifestation, also their Wakakan tree, which they considered its roots, its 9 roots to go into the underworld and absorb the sap, the eats, and it would come up through the tree, through the 13 branches that extended into the Maya upper world, Mu'ukab. And there you have your 13 levels of the upper world. So if we are on track here, if my hypothesis is correct, then we should find 13 entrances in the north. Let's count them. Oh, we only have 11, so I have failed you. Time to pack my bags and go home. But you know, it wasn't until I actually climbed up these stairs and went around to the side that I noticed another entrance, and which gave us 12, and on the opposing side another one, which gives us a total of 13 levels of the upper world. Okay, so this is the Maya's cosmology encoded in the structure itself. The mystery school, it wasn't necessarily an oral teaching, it was didactic architecture. The cosmology was encoded in the structure. And there's many other correspondences here. I could spend an hour on this alone. We don't have time. You can always come to Mexico with me. But here we have, where it really gets interesting is what I discovered. What I discovered is if you actually go through the south, that is to say go back through the womb, through creation, we come to the Mesoamerican ball court, where they played the game known to the Mayas, poke to poke. And it is the ball court with its 2 flanking sides. The symbol for it looks like a Chicana cross, if everyone knows what that looks like. It was actually called home for the Maya, and that is the word for crevice, where you have these 2 flanking sides, which lines up with what we find in the Popol Vuh, where the grain god, Hunhunapu, is born from a turtle shell. That's exactly what the ball court is expressing. It's the duality. The one becomes the 2. It's the act of creation itself from which the corn and the regenerative principle rises, all creation. And so, where it really gets interesting is this inconspicuous structure here, which is up on a mound. It's up on a hill. Now, the archaeologists are still struggling to find out its functionality. They have no idea what purpose this building served. Take notice of the triptych doorway. They call this the House of Turtles because these cute turtles wrap around the whole structure. Turtle being a symbol of longevity, of protection, of balance. Its 13 shells line up with the 13 months of the Maya calendar. And of course, in all native or indigenous traditions of America, or many of them, we have Turtle Island, the primordial mound from which all creation rose. And again, it's interesting that this structure is on a mound. Now, if we were to take the nunnery quadrangle, the ball court, and the House of Turtles, if we take this triad and we place them on a grid, aligned with the cardinal directions. They're just 9 degrees clockwise of the cardinal directions, which is a departure from the central structure at Uxmal, known as the governor's palace, which is actually skewed from that grid just under 20 degrees in order to align with Venus. So we know the governor's palace is intentionally aligned with Venus. Why is it that these other structures are significantly different and skew from that grid? These sort of inexactitudes suggest that something metaphysical is happening here. And so it becomes appropriate, it's reasonable to conjecture that up here on the hill, and we know that the shamanic rulers and the high initiates and the king were the only ones that could gain access to the top of the mountain, the top of the hill, or the top of the pyramid, which is inspired by these natural landscapes. This is where the shamanic ruler would take the initiate to look through the triptych door, to look through creation itself, to develop a deeper understanding for the Maya's cosmology and the world around them. This is didactic architecture. This is not merely aesthetic. It's not an arbitrary structure. If we put on the esoteric lens and look through the view of Pythagorean number mysticism, looking at the house of turtles is the one. The one becomes the two, and thus the many. You see, it's what the one is before creation. It's the absolute. It's undifferentiated consciousness before it becomes conscious of itself in a split. That split, Schwaller de Lubitz referred to as the primordial scission. It's the one becoming the two. It's the act of creation, which the corn god gives sustenance. And of course, this all happens on a metaphysical level before we reach the manifested universe, which is always represented by the number 4, our material universe, material world, the physical world. So the one becomes a 2. You can't have 2 unless you account for a relationship. There has to be a relationship. This is all stuff I learned from John Anthony West in a remarkable chapter he wrote entitled Pythagoras Rides Again and Serpent in the Sky. It's a great primer on Pythagorean number mysticism, and it was very helpful in decoding the sacred science among the Maya. In the practice of purification, here we have the Orphic egg enshrined by the serpent, denoting sacred space. Sacred space needs to be purified in order to represent the place of creation. And at Ekbalam, which predates Chichen Itza, we find these ritual baths. Just like in Egypt, the priest would have to go into this ritual pool and bathe before going into the temple. Same among the Maya. We have them at Chichen Itza, we have them here at Ekbalam. This one, interestingly enough, from an aerial view, looks like a stylized Ankh. And it's sitting directly across from the Acropolis at Ekbalam, which is one of the tallest structures in the Yucatan, towering over the tree line. The initiates would have to go through this ritual of purification before getting access up the stairs. Why? Well, I want to draw your attention. We're going to go here, actually, under this thatch roof. Here I stand for scale beside the Western Serpent balustrade, looking at the glyphs. This is actually a serpent with a dual tongue. Here's the 2 glyphs for the dual tongue. This is the roof of the mouth of the serpent. You have the teeth, the palate, and the tongue. And all of this is the extended tongue. This is esoteric in itself. It's from the mouth of the serpent. In other words, from the mouth of wisdom. And so, what's it saying in these glyphs? Does anybody here read Maya glyphs or know the Maya language? A little bit? Good, maybe you can help me if I botch this up. So here's an illustration. This is the arrival glyph, and it reads, Ke'ina yutli wina, ushkaba yeba kalumte, ukiti kon lektok, Ka'u Ahau Iowa. Okay, so essentially in English, what it's saying is that this is the arrival glyph for those that are arriving here. These are the steps of the King of all kings, Ukit Khan Lektak, father of 4 flints, who was the Lord of all lords of the Holy Land of Tolol. This is the Ekbalam glyph. The archaeologists call it that because they borrowed from the Maya language. Ek in the Maya language means star or dirt, and Balam means jaguar, so it's star or dirt jaguar. However, this is the Holy Land of Tolol, so the actual original ancient name of Ekbalam, the whole area, was Tolol, and it's saying that Ukit Khan Lektak was not just the king, but the holy king of all Tolol. This here is the closing glyph, and it's the side profile with the tongue extended as to say, so it says. All this information before, you could consider it like a pyramid, or more appropriately, like we say in the esoteric tradition, so mote it be. Here we have an overview of Ekbalam. This is the aerial view of Ekbalam. We actually made a discovery here during one of our community adventures a few years back. Let me go to the next slide. Oh, actually, let me show you this just so I can give you some context. What I noticed when I first started going to Ekbalam is these unusual shim stones in the core masonry. And during one of our trips a few years back, we noticed a pattern. It went and it truncated near the entrance. Then one of my guests noticed it actually continued. And another guest noticed, and before you know it, we're all tripping over one another, going around the whole structure until we realized it wrapped around the whole thing. Here's an example of that. I'll highlight these so you can see this unusual pattern. Now, one of the guests had suggested that, well, maybe this is where the Maya Masons, left a signature to continue building. I'm not sure that's the case because the Maya, again, did nothing haphazardly. Everything was done with intention. So there must be some sort of symbolic purpose for this serpent-like pattern. Here we see another example of it. The stones are very distinct in size. At Ekbalam, there's actually the map that they give to tourists. They leave off this section, which is a ritual plaza. I like to take our groups off the beaten path and go show them this. And just last year, during our community adventure and study trip, I noticed that I found it again. And I'm trying to still work on figuring out what it is. I've been counting the stones. Could it be perhaps a star map? I don't know. We can leave it up to some bright scholar to come into code, perhaps a PhD study, maybe not for me. But what I did find is that the head truncated in a larger stone. It looks like the head of a serpent. And why is that? Again, serpents denote sacred space. What is all of this symbolizing? It is that this is one of the most sacred spaces at Ekbalam because it was the tomb of Ukit Khan Lektak. Here we have the monster mask. You have 3 tiers. Again, I could spend an hour giving a dissertation on the details of the symbolism here alone, but you have the 3 levels expressed. This was actually just recently excavated in the last 20 years. It was in the 90s. An archaeologist stumbled upon the head up here and they started to remove all the dirt and found this beautifully preserved stucco unlike anything else in the Maya world. Notice the jaw, the mouth, the nose, the eyes of the Wheats monster. And so if you ask the local Maya, they'll, actually up here, you have what's considered to be Ukit Khan Lektak. We don't know for certain, and they think this may be his wife. And look how she's holding the eyelid with her shoulder. And over here, you have a figure in a seated position, almost like a meditative pose, again, holding the eyelid. Why is that? It's because it's believed if the eyes were to close, the monster would fall asleep. And if the monster fell asleep, the jaw would close, thus it would prevent access to the underworld, where we have Ukit Khan Lektak. And so to wrap up, I just want to draw your attention about this emphasis on the eyes because the Maya understood the principle that all forms of matter are derived from a single source of energy. In other words, this is objective art. We look at it subjectively. Maybe it's grotesque, maybe it's beautiful, but we're looking at it from our point of view. How often do we put ourselves in its position and look at it from the eyes of the monster looking back on this audience? To wrap up, Eduardo Verreras says that all beings attributed a point of view will be a subject, and this is at the core of the mystery school teachings. It's the acceptance of opposites we find in all spiritual traditions. Love thy neighbor. Giving opposition its due is one of the most difficult things we can put into practice, right? But this becomes very practical because if you were to put yourself in the position of one of these people, the male or the female, the next time you have a conversation with someone, try taking your attention, not focus so much on the person anymore, but out of yourself, and place your attention at an adequate distance, in real time, an unbiased observing spectator where you can gain control over your emotions, your tonality, your pace, your breathing. So one who understands the law 3 is not easily seduced by dogmatism, and John tells us that it is the heart, not the head, that understands the law 3. So to finally wrap up, I'd like to conclude in saying that the Maya did have these mystery schools, and they actually had their own complete orders in varying degrees. They had the Order of the Jaguar and the Order of the Eagle. The Order of the Eagle was the first to swoop into battle. The Jaguar warriors would be right behind them with the clubs. There's a beautiful juxtaposition that's taken place here. This is taken from Chichen Itza. You have the Jaguar, an animal of the land attributed to the night because it could see through the night, and of course the eagle. Wings always symbolize, in the symbolist approach, it's always attributed to spirituality. Essentially, what's being represented here is cosmic intelligence. And notice the central theme. What's between the paws of the jaguar? And what's between the talon of the eagle? It is the heart. And that is because the heart was at the center of the Mesoamerican mystery traditions. The heart, the vitality, they knew that it was through the heart we could best understand true wisdom. And so we've talked a lot about ancient knowledge, a lot of heady stuff at this conference, but I want to leave you in a heart space. So we're going to take a final minute to lead you through a practical application. All that's required is your attention. And what I'd like for you to do is take your attention from your head and shift it into the body. Feel your heart center. Feel from your heart. Anchor it into your feet. And you could take on a Tibetan technique and go ahead and move your foot around, wiggle your toes. Become conscious from your foot. Essentially, you want to avoid the monkey mind chatter and create a more whole body awareness anchored in the foot. And I want you to sustain your consciousness there as I read this last passage. The first 4 senses pass through the brain. The 5th sense, hearing, passes through the heart without speaking directly to the brain. It is the spiritual sense.
This ancient observatory suggests a knowledge of astronomy that rivals anything we know today. Yet it was built more than 1,000 years ago. Who designed it? Where did they get their knowledge? Most puzzling of all, where did they go? The biblical story of Genesis and the theory of evolution agree. In the beginning, out of the void came light, the great creative force. Eventually, light separated from darkness, becoming the first day. And from this great expanse, the sky was created and dry land emerged from the deep. Earth, the Great Mother, giving birth to all kinds of vegetation, the marsh and mud landscape was transformed into mountains and lakes. Finally, the expanse of sky was filled with lights, separating day from night. The movement of the stars marked the passage of time, the recurring cycles of the days, the seasons, the years. The waters brought forth life. Swarms of living creatures filled the seas. Birds and other winged life filled the skies. All sorts of beasts and crawling things populated the land. It was into this setting that mankind was born. In most cases, civilization developed slowly, but there appears to be an exception. Deep within the jungles of Mexico and Guatemala, a culture emerged unlike any other. At Tikal, the sacred heart of the Mayan world, pyramids stand as ancient links between earth and sky. Why did this ancient people build such elaborate ceremonial complexes? Pre-Columbian scholar and poet Al Urista believes the Maya to be the oldest culture in the world.
The pyramids that these people built were centers of learning. They were places where men and women were to become creators, masters of energy, masters of matter and energy. People who would learn in those centers how to transform matter and energy. They were also initiatory chambers, not open to everybody. These secret societies were dedicated to the study of astronomy based on mathematics.
No evidence has been found to explain the Mayan advances in astronomy and mathematics. The silent sentinels they left behind indicate only the methods they used to mark the passage of time. They could easily compute the exact day of the week a given date would fall 400 million years later. Ancient Mayans devised a unique numbering system. They used dots to signify 1, bars for 5, and a simple stylized shell for 0. Thus, they anticipated our decimal system by thousands of years. In 1947, Giles Healy made an extraordinary discovery. In a small temple in a seemingly unimportant religious center called Bonampak, Healy found a gold mine of information about Mayan ceremonial life. In 3 small chambers, he uncovered a series of exquisite murals documenting the pageantry of a 1,000-year-old religion. The murals tell of a grand processional of music and masked dancers who appear to be impersonating mysterious gods, perhaps in the hopes of winning their favor. There is a raid on a nearby village. Captives are taken. Prisoners sacrificed. Significantly, there is always present one commanding figure, the priest astronomer. The Palace Observatory at Palenque reveals the priests to be preoccupied with the study of the stars and preserving the ancient sacred mysteries. Long before Columbus, Mayan men of knowledge filled libraries with hundreds of books on their history and the complex cycles of the planets. These books were important because the priests believed that history repeats itself. Carefully recorded events were for them a guide to the future.
The Mayan written language is still largely undeciphered. One day, it might provide answers to some puzzling questions. This toy crocodile is evidence that the wheel was known to the early Mayans, but they made no practical use of it. Why?
The priest scientist directed the building of an elaborate road system. The longest cuts an absolutely straight line 62 miles through the jungle. One wonders about the spiritual motivation behind the construction of this complex network linking sacred cities. One road ends at Uxmal, the oldest Mayan city in the Yucatan Peninsula. It can be seen as a colossal monument to one thing, the snake. Al Urista explains.
The basic assumptions about life in the universe were that nothing is static on Earth. Everything moves, and everything that moves has a measure. And everything that has a measure moves in a spiral. Nothing moves in a straight line. This is the way they conceived energy, and that's why they call themselves the Chan clan. Chan simply means snake.
In the north, the snake cult reached its greatest power, symbolized by a new god called Kukulkan, the feathered serpent, who brought a renaissance to citadels like Chichen Itza and provided the Mayans with a highly advanced knowledge of engineering and astronomy. From Chichen Itza's observatory, the Mayan priests, it was said, read the future in the patterns of the stars. In ancient times, Chichen Itza was a thriving ceremonial center, a place of pilgrimage where Mayans came to worship and enjoy society. While the priests were careful to attend to their civic responsibilities, they were forever seeking ways to provide spiritual guidance for their subjects. To that end, Kukulkan erected a perfect calendar temple. A pyramid with 364 steps leading up to the temple, which represents the 365th day of the tropical year. Legend has it that Kukulkan understood the power of the snake. He thus translated this power and energy into a recurring architectural phenomenon. Twice a year, on the spring and fall equinox at precisely 5 p.m., the sun reveals a serpent slithering down the temple's balustrade, dramatically announcing the end of one seasonal cycle and the beginning of another. According to legend, the enlightened Kukulkan disappears and black sorcerers come from the north. At the sacred well, archaeologists have dredged up hundreds of human bones. The Mayans believed that only the most perfect children were pure enough for the gods. Ancient Mayans played the first known team sport in history. For them, it had terrifying consequences. It was played by priests on a huge ball court linked astronomically to a map of the heavens. Without using hands or feet, the object was to send a rubber ball through a small ring set high on the wall. Winning was so rare that victors were rewarded with all the spectators' possessions. Losing meant that the players were put to death. Then it appears that suddenly the priests left the temples. Did Mayan astronomers see a different age in the stars? Was it the end of a cosmic cycle? No one knows for sure. It is a strange and fascinating puzzle. The answer may be found in an incredible drama played out in an obscure place by men who served a different god. The ancient Mayans abandoned their sacred cities hundreds of years before the arrival of the Spanish in the New World. When the Spaniards came, they were awed by the architectural triumph of Mayan cities and at the same time mystified by the radically different people who had built them. The coming of the Spanish friars cemented the Spanish conquest of the Yucatan. The conquistadores came to battle foreign soldiers. The friars came to battle foreign gods. Gathering up all the Mayan archives, all the chronicles of this ancient wisdom, the friars came together at Mani. Alarista laments the occasion.
The Mayan books were burnt during the conquest by the religious zeal of the Christians led by Bishop Landa. This is a terrible catastrophe given the fact that the Mayas constitute the oldest civilization in the world. It's interesting to note that that religious zeal, that antagonism against Mayan knowledge was sourced in the Mayan use of the snake. The Christians associated the snake with the devil, and seeing that the Mayas had the snake in every single one of their sculptures, in every single one of their halls, in their clothing, in their jewelry, they concluded that these people were children of the devil, and that any information or knowledge associated with these people was obviously the knowledge of the devil that had to be destroyed.
Now the conquest was utter and complete. The destruction of Mayan knowledge was ruthless and would forever frustrate scholars by its loss. If there was ever a key to the mysterious hieroglyphic writing, it is gone, and we are left to speculate about the strange disappearance of this remarkable civilization. Some scholars have suggested that the Mayan leadership was decimated by malaria and yellow fever, yet these diseases seem to have been unknown in ancient times. Others contend that the priests were cast out by rebellious elements within the empire, but there is no archaeological evidence to support that conclusion. Another possible explanation is that the Mayans moved to escape a natural catastrophe, perhaps an earthquake. The area is known for them. Guatemala City sits on a 40-million-year-old fault. On February 4th, 1976, at 3:04 a.m., the earth shook with such a violence that it resulted in one of the worst disasters to ever hit the Western Hemisphere. 90 times stronger than the quake that leveled Managua, Nicaragua in 1972, it was felt along a 2,000-mile strip of Central America, right through the heart of the ancient Mayan world. The quake fractured the land, reducing a great city to rubble. It destroyed 20% of all buildings and left more than 1 million homeless. In the end, 23,000 died. Yet even with such a history of earthquakes, people do not seem to have been discouraged from building and settling along this ancient fault line. Some believe that the Mayans abandoned their lands because of crop failure. They simply depleted the soil and had to move on. For thousands of years, Mayan peasants have been beating back the jungle, burning out cornfields. Even today, corn makes up 80% of the Mayan diet. Crop failure is a horrendous disaster. But Alarista is unconvinced. He dismisses such easy explanations as earthquake and crop failure.
The pre-scientists were able to predict earthquakes as well as the kind of weather conditions that would be propitious for a specific kernel of corn. And there were 28 kernels of corn developed for specific weather conditions. These people had developed a socialist, a communistic society where everything that was raised by the people was distributed to the people according to their needs.
Others have suggested that changing climate could account for the sudden disappearance of the ancient Mayans. Alarista also believes this unlikely.
They also use psychic energy in order to attract clouds in the event of drought, so that the idea of rain dance is not really a very far out idea if you understand it in terms of psychic energy. The Mayas had a very good reason for building their pyramids on these energy grids, because this enabled them to awaken psychic energy within initiates that came to these art centers. The Maya Itzai disappeared mysteriously, but they did not leave the earth. They simply concluded a cycle of civilization and took off to the east. The journey to the east starts right here in the peninsula de Yucatan. It is from this peninsula that they cross the sea, stop in Egypt, into the Red Sea, go up towards Nepal. It was there that they started their second cycle of civilization. One of the colonies of the Maya Itzai was to be found at the foot of the Dead Sea, where the monastery of the Essenes was located. It was there that Jesus learned about the philosophy of the world.
Alarista offers a startling conclusion.
The last words of Christ on the cross were not Aramaic words, they were stylized Mayan words, and they did not mean, "Oh God, why have thou forsaken me?" They meant, "At last I sink in the dawn of your presence."
Today, little survives of the old practices and beliefs. For a civilization once first among all those in the world, there remains only ruins and a cave, an ancient house of worship. The priestly knowledge it contained is lost, forgotten. Perhaps the ancient Mayans anticipated this when they wrote long ago, all moons, all years, all days, all winds take their course and pass away. The ancient Mayans, men of knowledge, conceived their time on Earth, their cycle of civilization, to be 5,200 years. Beginning their calendar August 12th, 3113 BC, they predicted that on December 24th, 2011 AD, a cataclysmic earthquake would terminate their cycle of civilization. New men of knowledge would then appear to fight the forces of evil and lead the people to create a world government. If the Mayan men of knowledge were right, in just 34 years, we may learn the answers to some of the ancient Mayan mysteries.
After the genocide of the Essenes in 68 AD, the 1st to 4th centuries AD saw the Essene ascension teachings go underground and reform as Gnostic. This religion was so named because it depended upon personal spiritual revelation, the gnosis, or knowledge of God. Gnosis simply means knowledge, especially of divine mysteries, pointing to the mystical desire of the Gnostics to expand their consciousness beyond ordinary perception and to see beyond the veil. This enables access to the divine realm, and according to some scholars, the mystical path by which the Gnostics attained illumination is mapped and teachable. This means anyone can follow this path. Whereas in the past, ascending to God's throne and seeing his face was prohibited, and in my humble opinion, thanks to the Essenes, now a shift had happened. The Gnostics, practicing what they called khabala and Merkaba teachings, now began to emphasize the practice of ascension and seeing God. Through the choices one makes in their life, their spiritual practices, mystical techniques, personal deeds, and inner awareness, one can initiate an encounter with an angel and journey to heaven. We can get on our boat and voyage out of this world to the Merkaba, the chamber of God, the heaven of heavens, said the Gnostics. In preparation for this ascension, the Gnostics embarked on a process of self-purification aimed at perfecting oneself and gaining the higher spiritual vibrations of purity, holiness, wholeness, and righteousness. Practices like yoga, fasts, diets, cleansing rituals, singing songs, chanting of hymns, prayers, incantations, and repeating the divine name, active visualization, meditation were all used to expand the perception of the Gnostic adept. The effect of these practices included ecstatic trance, a sense of the soul, deep meditation, dream vision, hallucination, crossing into other dimensions, and ultimately, the dissolution of the human into light. All of the Gnostic spiritual practices were aimed at preparing the mystic to enter the celestial chamber of God, or the Merkaba throne, and an encounter with the Mighty One. After passing through 7 heavens, the mystic must penetrate the 7 resplendent palaces of the 7th heaven itself before arriving at the throne of glory, said Ezekiel. And once there, the traveler encounters God on his throne. The visionary was taught to expect God to be wearing a garment of light. The vision of it includes a mystical experience that transforms the body of the visionary into light. The Gnostics believed in a divine spark in man, deriving from the eternal divine realm, fallen into this world of matter and fate, and needing to be awakened by a divine counterpart. They upheld the Serpent of Eden as a savior figure who sought to provide humanity with key knowledge to awaken. As may be expected, the traditional church fathers saw Gnosticism as an anti-Christian heresy. Simply put, however, Gnosticism is the earliest form of Christianity. The primitive Christiani, the so-called heretics who preceded the historic Christians, were all Gnostics. It was Roman Catholicism that labeled them heretics in an effort to consolidate its growing power. In 1945, the Gnostic Gospels were discovered in Nag Hammadi, Egypt. These astonishing manuscripts contain the secret teachings of Jesus and the earliest Christians. Whereas Orthodox forms of Christianity found their dogmas and doctrines almost exclusively upon the outer teachings Jesus gave during his brief earthly life and mission, Gnostic Christianity focuses primarily upon the inner and secret teachings Jesus gave after the resurrection. That is, Jesus appears to the disciples in his light body form after his ascension. The Gnostics thought of themselves as the true interpreters of these secret teachings of Jesus. The Nag Hammadi texts, again discovered in Egypt in 1945, are Coptic, meaning they are Egyptian Christian examples of these texts. Until 1945, most of what we know about the Gnostics came from they who persecuted them. The Gnostics were condemned as heretics by the bishops of the early Christian church because they would not accept the canon of the New Testament or the apostolic creed or the authority of the new church. But now, with the discovery of the Nag Hammadi text, we learn who the Gnostics truly were in their own words. Among several highly utilized but previously unknown Gnostic texts was the Gospel of Thomas, which contained 114 sayings attributed to Jesus. Scholars believe it was written during the second half of the 1st century AD, and it's claimed in the Gospel of Thomas that the sayings contained within this gospel contain the secret of salvation. Saying 1 says, "Whoever finds the interpretation of the sayings will not experience death." The Gospel of Thomas begins with the premise that our individual spirits once lived in the all, the spiritual universe of divine beings. Then, through some primeval catastrophe, the fall of humanity, some human spirits became imprisoned in flesh and blood human bodies and became trapped in the material world, unaware or blind to their true source. But Jesus comes along and saves them by revealing to them the truth of who they are, divine light beings who belong to another world. This realization frees them from the garments of their material bodies and puts them on the way to acquiring their robe of light. The doctrine of the soul's ascent through the heavenly spheres was a key teaching of Gnosticism. The ascension to heaven was equivalent to a spiritual resurrection, and in the fulfillment of the Essenes' mission, Jesus cleared the way. In the Gnostic ascension teachings, strange beings called archons barred the way to the 7 heavens, and some maintained the archons sought to take human souls. But we don't worry about them because the Gnostics had a remedy or a fix. We could perfect ourselves and put on a garment of perfect light. In the Gospel of Philip, a 2nd century Gnostic work, transformation through gnosis not only allowed the ascent of the soul, but it also made us invisible to the archons, who some believe are actually extraterrestrial beings. Philip says that not only will they be unable to detain the perfect man, but the archons will not be able to see him, for if they see him, they will detain him. There is no other way for a person to acquire this quality except by putting on the perfect light and he too becoming a perfect light. The mysteries of exactly how to become a perfect light being form the backbone of the Essene revelation that was adopted into the Gnostic religion, especially a branch of it called Manichaeism. Most people may have never heard of Manichaeism or its founder, Mani, a Babylonian prophet who has been called the last Gnostic. However, this secret society of Gnostics were fundamentally Christians. Manichaeism fused early Christianity and Gnosticism and spread from Iran to Egypt, Iraq, and throughout the Middle East. This Chinese painting depicts Jesus as a Manichaean prophet. The figure can be identified as a representation of Christ by the small gold cross that sits on the red lotus pedestal in his left hand. This Chinese painting depicts Manichaean cosmogony with the realm of light at the top. A number of Manichaean hymns are addressed not to the historical Jesus, called Jesus the Messiah, but to the light messenger Jesus, referred to as Jesus the Splendor, a magnificent, shining being who displays the robe of light. According to Manichaeism, Jesus the Splendor is sent to awaken Adam and Eve to the source of the spiritual light trapped within their physical bodies. And the aim of the Manichaeans was the attainment of the light body, which they called the beaming garment. This immaterial or flashing light body beamed, meaning it radiated or displayed bursts of light. It came from a light garment that once belonged to Adam, believed the Manichaeans. It was also instrumental in allowing Jesus to be instantaneously transported or beamed through the wormhole or stargate linking the world of spirit and the material world. Today's imagination is filled with militaristic views of stargate travel where transport is affected by advanced technology. And every day we find we live in a bigger and bigger universe. We find more and more planets every day and new galaxies. New theories on how the universe began come out all the time. Theories on physics are changing. You have M-theory, string theory, multiple dimensions are debated and verified by scientists. And our sun is even now thought to be a wormhole or a gateway to heaven. Subatomic particles have now been measured going faster than light, which was thought to be impossible, opening the way for time travel or faster than light travel. In this modern context, the revelation of the existence of a secret race or tribe of transformed humans that have followed the way of light, the Essene way of perfection, and achieved the beaming garment should not surprise us. Nor should we be surprised at how advanced these beings could be. A study by Eric Davis for the U.S. Air Force Research Laboratory of Speculative Teleportation Technologies showed that to dematerialize a human body by heating it up to 1,000,000 times the temperature of the core of the sun so that the quarks lose their binding and become massless and can be beamed at the speed of light in the closest physics equivalent to the Star Trek teleportation or beaming scenario would require the equivalent of 330 megatons of energy. And he says that to meet the information storage and transmission requirements would require concurrent computing capabilities to continue to improve by a factor of 10 to 100 times per decade for 200 to 300 years. This gives us an idea of just how advanced were the ancient perfect avatars who put on the beaming garment and beamed through the wormhole through spiritual rather than technological means. The Gnostics believed that they who wear the light body garment, the beaming garment, constitute a separate race of advanced humanity composed of awakened and enlightened souls.
Description of Stela 1, the Solar Man. It has a solar countenance. We can appreciate the mitre on top of its head, which is equivalent to the mitre that the pontifices use in this day and age. The mitre has always represented the logos. The fact that this stela is displaying a mitre clearly indicates that it is representing a great Mayan priest, since it is impossible to conceive a lunar creature with a mitre. The two upward arms indicate the positive and negative forces that must flow inwardly and upwardly. They can only flow like that within a higher initiate. The wrists are adorned with liturgical bracelets. Its circular-shaped ears displaying it in the middle clearly indicate the necessity of listening to the verb, the word, the voice. Remains from fish, shells, coral fragments, and clay pots were found underneath this stela. We know very well the significance, the symbolism, of the fish. The fish symbolizes the mercury of wise. The sulfured mercury is the sacred sperm, properly transmuted. The mercury itself is always represented by the pure waters of life, yet the fish represents that the mercury is now prepared, that it has already received the fire, that it has been fecundated in order to victoriously ascend through the medullary canal of the Gnostic ascetics. The fragments of coral indicate the philosophical stone. The seashells indicate the mercury that has not yet received the sulfur, which means the fire. The clay pots represent the esoteric work needed in order to become a solar man. These clay pots are the hermetic cups. Khabala of the Mayan mysteries. Description of Stela D, the animalistic ego. Its face appears with a mask. The ears are chiseled in that way to indicate that we must learn how to listen to the teachings, the word, to know how to pay attention to what it is saying to us. The attitude of its hands is very well known among high initiates. The attitude in which they appear on this stela, hands over the chest, fingers touching each other, applies very much to meditation. On the center of its chest there is a magnetic point, known in the Hebraic Kabbalah by the name of Tifereth, the region of the soul. This is enough reason to comprehend why these deities have their hands over their chest in the clear attitude of meditation. The scepter is a kind of a formidable rough, heavy bar with two lateral wings, which gives us the idea of the caduceus of Mercury of the wise, in other words, the positive and negative forces. The bar itself represents the third force, the creative energy, which is the force that can carry us to the realization of the intimate self, the being. It is the force employed for the great work. The scepter also gives the idea of the double-edged axe. In these moments, the case comes into my memory of what is often spoken in esotericism about the hermaphrodite lumberjacks. This is an order of perfect androgynes or helios. They are called lumberjacks because with their axes they chop trees that personify, typify, or, better said, symbolize our errors from the past. Let us clarify here that when we talk about hermaphrodites, we are talking about perfect, androgynous beings and not about those degenerated homosexuals of this day and age. We find on this stone a very vivid illustration of the work that we must perform in ourselves in relation with the disintegration of the ego. We see here with completely dazzling clarity the Hebraic doctrine of Judas Iscariot, the disintegration of the ego. Judas Iscariot is not, as many think, a man who betrayed his master. No. Judas Iscariot performed a script taught by his master, and that is all. Jesus of Nazareth himself prepared him, and Judas learned this script by memory, thus, consciously, he played his role in public. The doctrine of Judas signifies the elimination of all our psychological aggregates, death to the ego. This is why Judas hung himself, in order to indicate that the ego must be reduced to ashes. Judas followed a script, and nothing else. He prepared himself conscientiously in order to not contradict at all the sacred scriptures. Just as any actor performs his role, Judas rehearsed it many times before performing it in public, and nothing more. Judas is and continues to be the most exalted disciple of Jesus of Nazareth. Judas achieved Christification. Some animal figures can be seen on this stela. These are a vibrant representation of our psychological errors. There is an urgent necessity of working on the death of the ego in order to liberate the essence, the consciousness, the buddhata. The mitre is very damaged, but still shows the idea of the three forces: holy affirmation, holy negation, and holy conciliation. Mayan Tlaloc. This stela shows Tlaloc, the god of rain. The simple fact it is carrying a mitre clearly tells us about the great priesthood, an initiate, a great priest. The attitude of its hands indicates the region of Tifereth and the necessity of orienting our energies inwardly and upwardly. The pectoral on the zone of Tifereth, on the center of its chest, with two upwardly angles towards its cheeks, indicate that we must pay attention to the deep, animating principles of our being, which are what really count. The Mayans knew the esoteric mysteries in depth. Each sculpture in itself indicates this. At its sides we can appreciate the guacamayas, a clear symbol of chastity. The guacamayas also represent sulfur and the mercury of the wise. To have a better explanation of what is said about the sulfur and the mercury, let me tell you that the sacred sperm must be transmuted into creative energy, which, impregnated by fire or by becoming one with the fire, rises through the dorsal spine. This is the igneous serpent of our magical powers. The entire work is based on mercury and sulfur. Without them, the great work cannot be performed. On this stela, sulfur and mercury are very well represented by the pair of guacamayas. These were made by initiates who knew what they were doing. We can see that the initiates who chiseled these stones knew esoteric culture in depth. In other cultures, sulfur and mercury are represented in different ways, such as by the unicorn and the horse, by the eagle and the fox, by the two fish of the constellation of Pisces, by the two colossuses of Rhodes, etc. All of these allegories are nothing more than the sulfur and mercury of which the alchemists from the Middle Ages often spoke. Mercury is the metallic soul of the exioheri, the metallic soul of the sacred sperm, which must receive the fire in order to rise. It is the sulfured mercury that rises through the medullary spinal canal, opening the chakras, the magnetic centers of the human being. The surplus of sulfured mercury crystallizes in the astral body. It gives life to the astral body. Thereafter, it crystallizes in the mental body, and finally it crystallizes in the causal body or body of conscious will. Whosoever possesses the physical, astral, mental, and causal bodies receives the animistic and spiritual principles, and becomes a true human being. Before having them, one is an intellectual animal falsely called a human being. Regarding the face and shape of the physical body of any intellectual animal, they look like the physical characteristics of a human being. However, if their psychological processes are observed and compared with the psychological processes of a human being, then we find that they are completely different, totally distinct. Sequentially, in the sacred texts of ancient cultures, mercury and sulfur are represented in different ways. Here in this stela B, they are represented by the two guacamayas, which are also a symbol of chastity. The scepter is wisely placed in the center. An undefined, strange, and unusual face is displayed. It is placed on the superior part of the scepter, as if indicating the marvelous neutral or third force. When the scepter is oriented towards the waist, towards Hod and Yesod, it indicates, in Hebraic terms, about the neutralizing force. Indeed, it is the third force that is necessary to learn how to drive, how to control, because this is the force that gives power. The two witnesses of the apocalypse, Revelation, are on the sides of the dorsal spine, while the third force is in the center. The two witnesses put the third force into activity. This is the sacred ray of Kundalini. The scepter of command belongs to the third force. Here on this stela, it is very well explained with that very strange, very neutral face. The chiseling of this stone is extraordinary. It has been done with admirable perfection. Stones as rich as these cannot be bought, not even with all the gold of the world. As artistic work, they are very impressive. They give the idea of a figure and a mantle at the same time. Posterior part of stela B. We see a figure that with his hands is distributing the beneficial rain. This little figure's seated position is a Buddhist attitude. There is no doubt that it is necessary for all the universal floods to fall upon us in order to totally clean and purify us. Thus, this is what the Mayan Tlaloc from Copan indicates. In synthesis, all of these stelas are very antique carvings. They are made by artists, by geniuses endowed with an extraordinary wisdom, which they pour within these books of stone that clearly speak to us about the realization of the inner self, the being. Tlaloc. Who is Tlaloc? He is a king of nature. He is a perfect creature who is beyond good and evil. Inundation, drought, hail, ice, and lightning are in his hands. reason enough for the fright that ancient magician had of his wrath. One day, while in a state of profound meditation, I came in a direct contact with the blessed Lord Tlaloc. This great being lives in the causal world, beyond the body, affections, and the mind. I experienced the tremendous reality of his presence in all of the parts of my being. Exotically dressed, he looked like an Arab of ancient times. His countenance, impossible to describe with words, incomparable, looked like lightning. When I reprimanded him for the crime of having accepted many sacrifices of children, women, men, elders, etc., Tlaloc also appears among the Aztecs and we were referring to those sacrifices, his answer was the following: that was not my fault. I never demanded those sacrifices, those were things from the people there in the physical world. Thereafter, he concluded with the following words: I will come again in the age of Aquarius. Unquestionably, within a few years the god Tlaloc will reincarnate. Practice. When rain is required for the seedbeds of certain tribes of America, they unite their members, assume the position of the toad, and imitate it. Thereafter, they emulate in chorus the croak, and the outcome is not long in coming. Ancient magicians called upon the undines from the rivers and lakes, or the genii of the clouds, or the nereids of the boisterous ocean. They exclaimed with a great voice, pronouncing the following mantras: Via, Vilala, Veala, Heala, Via. Therefore, Tlaloc is a god, a deva from the causal plane. You can also invoke him, but you must do it with faith and reverence. Description of Stela P. Trimorti. This stela is a living representation of the Trimorti. 3 superimposed faces are displayed to indicate the holy Triamatzikamno. It is the superior Trimorti, Kether, Chakma, and Bina of Hebraic Kabbalah. Its arms are very well adorned, and direct the inward and upward ascension of the forces. Between the 2 arms is a face that indicates the causal man, the true man. Its belt is very well adorned. A face is on the region of Hod, which indicates the astral world, the astral body of the human being. The astral body is a vehicle of expression through which divinity can manifest itself. Much has been stated about the astral body, however the intellectual animal falsely called a human being does not have an astral body. Instead, he has a body of desires, a molecular body, and that is all. Conventionally, that molecular vehicle is inaccurately called the astral or astral body. If indeed we long for the birth of Christ within our own heart, then we need to create an astral body. The sexual hydrogen T12 is the final outcome of the transformation of food within the human organism. Hydrogen T12 is the matter with which sex works, it is our seed or fruit. It is clear that this sexual hydrogen is processed in the human organism according to the 7 notes of the musical scale, from do to T. However, with the help of Methuna, sexual magic, the arcanum A.Z.F, the hydrogen T12 can pass to do on the next superior octave. The second superior octave is produced in the sexual union of man and woman during the Methuna, without the ejaculation of the ens seminis. This is how a new, independent, luminous, and resplendent organism is developed. This is very different from what the deceased use. This new organism is the astral body. The astral body is born from the same semen, from the same substance, from the same seed that originates the physical body. The only thing that differs is the procedure. The inner depth, the vitalism, of the cell is saturated with the hydrogen T12. Thus, when all the organic cells are totally saturated and impregnated with that sexual hydrogen, then that substance crystallizes in the splendid form of the astral body. This process is known in alchemy as the transmutation of lead into gold. Indeed, only the individuals who have an astral body live consciously within the internal worlds, as much as during the sleep of their physical body as after death. The molecular body of desires is cold, phantasmagoric, and unconscious. This is the vehicle that the deceased use after death. The astral body is a vehicle, a luxury that very few human beings have. It is splendid, marvelous. The angels and the masters of the White Lodge use it. It is obvious that after the astral body is born, it needs nourishment in order to grow and fortify. The physical body nourishes itself with hydrogen-48. The surplus of hydrogen-48 is converted into hydrogen-24, which is what nourishes the astral body. Therefore, the astral body is a splendid crystallization of hydrogen T12. Thus, just as the physical body is engendered by means of the sexual act, likewise the astral body is also engendered by the sexual act. Thus, just as the physical body is born, likewise the astral body is born. Thus, just as a child's body needs nourishment for the development of its tissues, likewise the astral body needs nourishment for its development and growth. Its nourishment is hydrogen-24. Continuing with the description of the stela P, we will state, the head under the Trimurti represents Atman, the ineffable one, who with his ears is ready to listen the verb, the word. Further down we find Tifereth, the true man. Afterwards, we find the terrestrial man, the astral man. This sculpture indicates that the superior Trimurti must achieve its crystallization within the true man, within the authentic human being. Description of the serpent. Even though this stone is a little destroyed, it represents the serpent. We know well that in the East the serpent is called Kundalini. What does Kundalini mean? What does that word signify? The Kundalini is the sacred fire of the Holy Spirit. The Kundalini is the igneous serpent of our magical powers. The Kundalini is the very powerful fire that is enclosed within the Chakra Muladhara. The Chakra Muladhara is the Church of Ephesus, which is cited in the Apocalypse of St. John. There is a canal, called Sushumna in the east, along the spinal medulla. The Kundalini ascends through it, awakening all of our occult powers. The word Kundalini is derived from Kunda, which reminds us of the Kunda buffer organ, and Lini, which is an Atlantean word that means to cease. Thus, Kundalini means cessation of the Kunda buffer organ. Normally, the serpent is found enclosed in the Church of Ephesus, Chakra Muladhara. When it ascends through the medullary canal, it converts us into angels. Yet, if it descends due to fornication, spilling of the ens seminis, it converts us into demons. When the cup of Hermes is spilled, then we commit the crime of the Nicolaitans. The Kunda buffer is the sexual energy projected towards the atomic infernos, and which enslaves us to the abyss. It is only possible to awaken the Kundalini with sexual magic, the Arcanum AZF. The Kundalini is coiled 3.5 times, and when it awakens, it hisses like the serpents. The Mayan culture is serpentine, and speaks to us of the power of the serpent. Only serpentine civilizations are true cultures, true civilizations. With tears in my eyes, it tears my heart to have to reveal things that should not be revealed, because it is like casting pearls before swine. However, poor suffering humanity needs them, and though it is distressing, I must reveal something about the flying serpent. In the Popol Vuh of the Mayans, the bird and the serpent feature as sexual creators of the universe. Tepu and Gukumat sent a sparrow hawk to the immense ocean of great life to bring the serpent, whose marvelous blood they kneaded into yellow and white maize. The Popol Vuh states that with this dough of white and yellow maize mixed with the blood of the serpent, the god Zakal formed the flesh of people. The bird represents the universal spirit of life. The serpent represents the sexual fire of the third logos. The blood of the serpent represents the waters of Genesis, the great universal sperm, the ens seminis or Christonic semen, in whose waters is the germ of all life. These waters are the blood of the earth, according to the Mayan philosophers. The goddess Kotlikue is the mother of life and death, the ens seminis. Indeed, the sexual fire of the third logos makes the waters of life fertile in order for the universe to emerge. In the Mayan theogony, two gods intervened in creation, one who gives life and form to man, and the other who gives him consciousness. The third logos makes the waters of life fertile, and when they have been fertilized, the second logos intervenes, infusing consciousness into every organism. The ineffable gods are the vehicles of action for all the logoic forces. The sparrow hawk Hchui, the macaw Mo, the kestrel Sensen back, the tapir, Simink, axe and the serpent Can are the basic components of the Mayan geogenetic myths. These symbols are used exoterically and esoterically. In the exoteric or public field, they symbolize tribal facts, historical incidents, etc. In the esoteric or secret aspect, this matter is highly scientific, profoundly philosophical, sublimely artistic, and tremendously religious. Amongst the Mayans, the terrestrial paradise is Tamoanchan, the sacred place of the serpent bird. Tamoancans are in fact the initiates of the serpent. The myth of the Tamoancans is the myth of the serpent bird. The Tamoancans are descended from the Toltecs, Olmecs, and Mayans. The feathered serpent clearly represents the serpent bird. The feathered serpent was identified with Quetzalcoatl, the Mexican Christ. Quetzalcoatl is always accompanied by the sacred symbols the eagle and serpent. The feathered serpent discloses everything. The eagle of the spirit and the serpent of fire transform us into gods. The Quetzal of the Mayans is the feathered serpent, the serpent bird. The igneous serpent resides enclosed within a membranous pocket situated in the chakra Muladhara, which is located about the same distance as the width of 2 fingers underneath the anus and 2 fingers underneath the genitals. When the solar and lunar atoms make contact in the Triveni, then the Kundalini, the igneous serpent of our magical powers, awakens, and victoriously ascends through the medullar canal toward the chalice, the brain, awakening all of the dormant centers of the human being. It is necessary to practice chastity with our spouse for our entire life in order for the Kundalini to be awakened. Description of the turtle. This stone is very well stylized. The head, body, and eyes are of a turtle. We already know that in ancient times the turtle's image was used to represent the zodiac. There is a Hermetic principle that states, as above so below. If there is a zodiac above with 12 constellations, likewise here below is the human zodiac with 12 pairs of cranial nerves. Olfactory, optic, oculomotor, trochlear, trigeminal, abducens, facial, auditory, vestibulocochlear, glossopharyngeal, vagus, spinal accessory, hypoglossal. These nerves inform the mind about what is happening in the human zodiac. The headquarters that receives that information is the brain. The secretary is the mind. Practice. Sit very comfortably and relax the physical body totally, from the tip of your toes to the crown of your head. With the eyes of your imagination, try to see one by one the bones, muscles, nerves, arteries, cells, atoms, etc. Then, focus your attention on the palpitations of your heart. Afterwards, pass those palpitations to the tip of your nose, feel those palpitations there. Then, continue to your right ear, right hand, right foot, left hand, left ear, nose again, and finally the heart again. Thus, you will become aware that you can control the palpitations of your heart by will. Perform this practice daily, at least for 45 minutes. Description of the figure representing the 4 forces. We can appreciate 4 lines around this stone, with the resemblance of the sun. These same lines can be appreciated on UFOs. These lines and the vertical line indicate the Holy Tetragrammaton. Further down we appreciate 2 arms and hands very well chiseled, which indicate the inferior man, the animal man, who must comprehend that the final synthesis proceeds from the 4 basic forces of creation. After taking first into account the Adi Buddha, these forces are: in the east, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. In the west, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Among the Egyptians, Osiris, Isis, Horus. In the final synthesis, these 3 forces come from Adi Buddha, the unknowable, the unmanifested, or as Jesus of Nazareth said, the Father of my Father, that is within the bosom of the unknowable, the unmanifested. The Trinity within the unity of life has been always represented by the 4 lines. The Kabbalists called this tetragrammaton. The name of the Eternal One has 4 letters, Ayad, He, Vav, He. Ayad is the man. He is the woman. Vav is the phallus. He is the uterus. The profound study of the Eternal One inevitably takes us to the 9th sphere, sex. We must lift up the serpent through the medullary canal and place it in the sanctuary of the heart. The cross of initiation is received in the heart temple. The magnetic center of the Father is located between the eyebrows. The sanctuary of the Mother is located in the heart. The 4 points of the cross symbolize water and earth, fire and air, spirit and matter, movement and repose. The 4 elements of alchemy are salt, sulfur, mercury, and azoth. In the solitude of the mysterious sanctuaries, the neophytes were submitted to the 4 ordeals: earth, water, fire, and air, which defined their diverse purifications. Then, they were taken out of their physical bodies, and with their astral bodies, they were guided into the profundity of the sanctuaries. There, the grandiose mysteries of life and death were explained. Practice of vocalization. Before a lit candle, charcoals, or a bonfire, vocalize the mantra ANRI as follows. Then, after vocalizing for a while the letter SSSSSSSSSS, you will be assisted by me, your servant. Description of rune thorn, work in the 9th sphere. This chiseled stone figure is very strange. Where else can we find such strange representations? We see a human head crowned with thorns, similar to the crown of thorns of the Master Jesus of Nazareth. This is a clear allusion to willpower. This is the same rune thorn or dorn of the Nordics. The cavity where the head is placed is a yoni. The head crowned with thorns appears instead of the phallus. Clearly, this is an allusion to sacrifice and willpower. The symbology of this stone says a great deal. The angles on one side and the other give the idea of legs, and in the central part the yoni is shown. The intimate self-realization of the being can be achieved only by working in the 9th sphere. Why is a head situated within a yoni? Why is there a representation of legs on one side and the other? Why does the form of a disc appear on the superior part on those stones? If we examine those stones on the superior part, we see undulated lines, better said circulars, with points in the center. 2 monticules are noticeable, and in the center a kind of path. The line indicates the work, the sacrifice. In synthesis, this is a solar stone that tell us that only with the work in the 9th sphere, where worlds, human beings, beasts, and gods are gestated, and with a will made of steel suffering frightful sacrifices can Christification be achieved. If the human being does not work in the flaming forge of Vulcan, he will never reach Christification. No book can express what this representation in stone is saying. It is extraordinary, unique. Many crowns with thorns were found on faces during the Age of Bronze. This indicates willpower. Only with willpower is it possible to come from the darkness into the light. The divine face crowned with thorns symbolizes conscious willpower. Evil will is Satan, concentrated desire. Practice. Every morning, in an upright position, on your feet, firm and facing towards the east, place your right hand on your waist or hip, eyes closed, then chant the mantric syllables Ta, Te, Ti, Tu, Tu with the purpose of developing Christ will. Practice every day at sunrise. Description of the zodiac. We see here an altar for officiating in the Temple of the Zodiac. In ancient times, representations of the 12 zodiacal signs were painted on a metallic turtle shell. These are Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. We have special practices in order to work with each of the stellar genii who govern these constellations. We deliver these practices to those disciples who show seriousness and discipline in their work. Chapter. Description of the Temple of Wisdom. Symbols shown on this engraved stone. Above is a series of lines that, as we previously stated, symbolize the Mercury of secret philosophy. For circles also appear that not a single anthropologist could have understood, and that also appear in Mexico, Peru, the East, Mesoamerica, Yucatan, etc. It is clear that the 4 circles represent the Tetragrammaton, and serve in order for us to remember the Trinity within the unity of life. The 3 angles on top of the circles indicate the 3 forces of creation: Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. On its sides we see 2 human semblances who walk towards the temple and that symbolize the 2 colossuses of Rhodes, the lion and the eagle, the unicorn and the horse, etc. It is a clear representation of the Mercury and the sulfur of the wise, the foundation for every work. A door, the holy urn, the holy temple is shown at its center. Chapter. Description of the stone of sacrifice. When the Mayan civilization was in its splendor, they never committed those sacrifices that present humanity bequeaths to some ancient cultures. The Mayan culture is solar. The Mayans were instructed by perfect solar beings. Thus, the sacrifice that we refer here on this stone is A. Elimination of the ego. B. Transmutation of the sexual energies. C. Sacrifice on behalf of suffering humanity. The 2 circles in the shape of crescent moon, repeated, indicate the Mercury. The shape of the stone indicates the work. We see a resplendent sun in the center, the culmination of the work. Description of the religious ball court. Commonly, this precinct is called the ball field, yet this is a mistaken name. Let us recall history. In London, in the 19th century, a jobless tramp had the idea of inflating a piece of rubber. Thereafter, he thought to cover it with a piece of leather, and wonder what could be the great finale of his idea. Thus, the outcome was a football. Subsequently, he started to kick his swollen leather ball. He seemed to experience good pleasure by doing it, and in a few days many youngsters in London were doing the same thing. In the beginning, people were protesting, because they were breaking glass and trampling people. The newspapers were also protesting, yet they continued playing their swollen baloney. Now, they want to see this London's vagabondage even within sacred matters. Among the Mayans there was a liturgical ritual performed with a stone ball. Each movement was carefully studied. The ritual represented the struggle between light and darkness, between the powers of light and the powers of darkness. These rituals were also practiced in the Gothic temples, the cathedrals of the Middle Ages. This is a very carefully studied religious ceremony. Modern people, who do not see anything but the swollen leather ball of the vagabond of London, want to see their swollen baloney in sacred matters. However, our simple logic invites us to reflect: how did they play football with a stone ball? How many broken knees? How many dead people? One single whack on the head by the ball, and death. One single whack on the knee and an obvious fracture, or crippled for the rest of their life. Hence, their assumption seems absurd. So, this liturgical ritual existed, also in the Gothic cathedrals of the Middle Ages. See for yourselves, the court has a Tau cross shape, and there are temples around. Description of the cross of the elements. This square with the cross in the center are very well done. This invites us to reflect, since the cross was very well known very much before than the Christian era. When the horizontal line is above the center of the vertical line, this indicates us the cross of sacrifice. However, as it is represented on this stone of Copan, is clearly indicating us the cross of the elements, the cross of equal sides inside the perfect square. We see human faces above and below on the square's border, possibly two more existed, one on each side. The point in the center of the cross indicates us the being, who is the one on which the cross revolves around. The elements are earth, water, air, and fire. The four Gospels also indicate the four elements. Mark symbolized the lion, element fire, Luke symbolizes the bull, element earth, Matthew represents a youngster, element water, John represents the eagle, element air. The intersection of the vertical phallus in the horizontal ties forms a cross. This is the cross of the initiation that we must bear upon our shoulders. The cross also indicates the spirit, the matter, the movement and repose, etc. Practice. Draw the sign of the rune Hegel on a sheet of paper or over the sand with a stick. Thereafter, meditate profoundly on the unity of life, on the great pralaya of the universe, on the invisible world, on the parallel universes of the superior dimensions of space. Focus your thought on the Valkyries, on the gods of fire, air, water and earth. To establish contact with the elemental gods is possible through meditation. Agni, god of the fire. Paralda, god of the air. Varuna, god of the water. Gob, god of the earth. Description of the figure of a logos. Its face is very well done. Because of their shape, its ears indicate the word, the verb. It has always been stated that the verb sounds. A resemblance of a human face that appears over the mitre is shown on top of its face. This resemblance indicates the superior being within ourselves, which is the most elevated part of the being. We already know that the four circles represent the Trinity within the unity of life. Its very well-developed pituitary gland indicates vision of the things of the ultra. Until now you have only heard comments about Oriental Tibet and of the holy masters who dwell there. Franz Hartmann commented about the occult temple of Bohemia and its masters. Krumheller, Huaracocha, commented about the temple of Montserrat in Spain and the temple of Chapultepec in Mexico. In South America, there are temples of Goddess Mother Nature. These are the temples of the sacred mysteries of the Mayan ray. There are millions of human beings who belong to the Mayan ray. For the first time I am going to remove the veil that hides them. Master Kalaswanga, the primeval god of light, the great master of the sun, has a storehouse of esoteric wisdom in the temple of Buritaca, headquarters of ancient wisdom, Atlantic coast, in Magdalena, Colombia. Conchivito Muya, a powerful god. Kakasantana, a powerful god, Nuestro Sayanqua. Nuestro Padre Sukal. Mama Queso Biscund. Mama Batunare. La Saga Maria Pastora, a female master of wisdom. The god Quinmagua. This master is the god of tempests, who has power over the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The god Tembler is an innocent child who makes the earth tremble. His name, Trembling, says it all. These masters from the Mayan ray of the Venerable White Lodge are the silent vigilantes of Latin America. The mountain of the Sierra Nevada from Santa Marta, Colombia, is another powerful and very ancient Tibet. Practice. We are going to deliver a practice in order to enter into the temple of Kalaswanga, the primeval god of light, who will admit into his mysteries those souls who are thirsty for the Mayan ray. The clue in order to enter into the temple of Kalaswanga, the Mayan master, is the following. Sit on a chair before a table, place your elbows on the table, and hold your head with your left hand. Meanwhile, perform magnetic passes by passing your right hand over your head from the forehead to the neck, with the purpose of magnetizing yourself. Thus, with these magnetic passes, with force, you will thrust your astral body outwards, towards the temple of Buritaca, which is the headquarters of the ancient wisdom of the Mayan ray. Make the effort to fall asleep while uniting your willpower and imagination in vibrating harmony. You must feel as if you are acting with your body of flesh and bones within the temple of Buritaca. With your thoughts pronounce the following mantras, Omnis Bon Igneus. These words are pronounced in succession, prolonging the sound of the vowels until falling asleep. A while later, after some time of practice, the disciple will leave his physical body in his astral body, and Kalaswanga, the sublime master of the Mayan ray, will instruct him in the sacred Mayan mysteries. Kalaswanga tests the courage of the invoker, and appears gigantic and terrible in order to test the disciple. If the disciple is courageous, he will be instructed in the sacred science of the Mamas. To arrive at the level of the culture of the Mamas, it is necessary for hundreds of years to pass. Upon the summits of this Sierra Nevada of Santa Marta, there lives a Mayan initiate whose age is indescribable. This great illuminated one is the President Mama of the government of the Arhuaco Indians. He has powers over all of creation, and is profoundly venerated by all of the Indians of the whole Sierra Nevada. There are also temples of light in Taganga and Guerra, majestic temples August sanctuaries of the great Mayan initiates. Those temples are in a Jin state, which means, within the fourth dimension, and these are the great cathedrals of nature where the great sages of the snake dwell. The high Mayan initiates communicate with the masters from Tibet, and within a few seconds they can travel anywhere on the planet Earth with their physical bodies within the astral plane, the fifth coordinate. These sages are tremendously quiet and humble, and no civilized person will ever attain their secrets, unless the person has become worthy and deserves to be received as a disciple. The Mayan ray is the Native American ray. This is the clue for you to know them. Description of the meditation temple. Certainly, the name temple for meditation fits the work that was performed there, since this was a temple where meditation was practiced. We know very well that meditation is the daily bread of the wise. When one is meditating, one is searching for God or is searching for power. On the above left, we can appreciate a human face that is sunken or submerged into meditation. Below is another human face that indicates Yesod, which shows where the source of power is. On its base is a semblance of a human head that indicates the monster of the earth that will swallow or devour us if we do not achieve our final liberation. The monsters of the earth of the Mayans are the infernos, the inferior or submerged worlds that open their jaws in order to devour those who do not fight for the realization of their inner self, the being. In our book Hell, the Devil, and Karma, we unveil all of this, together with practices in order for us to touch, verify, and see. At the sides of the temple appear two strong and robust figures that can be easily confused with animals' figures, but which are nothing other than the symbol or representation of strength. This is clearly what the sacerdotal mitres that they carry over their heads indicate to us. In synthesis, they indicate dominion over the animalistic ego. This has been very well done, very well allegorized. Meditation includes various phases or steps, for instance. A comfortable position. The place where it is performed does not matter. To not think of anything, meaning, an empty mind. Focusing only on one thing. To know how to fix the mind on one thing. Profound meditation. Reflection on the profound content of that thing. Ecstasy, samadhi. The entirety of this discipline must imbibe our daily life. Those who want burning wisdom must end the processes of reasoning, and cultivate the burning faculties of the mind. Reasoning is a breach between instinct and intuition. The only fruit that we extract from reasoning is the golden fruit of comprehension. Reasoning is replaced by comprehension and objective imagination, which become the foundation for the superior faculties of understanding. Description of the jaguar, Xolotl, Lucifer, Prometheus. The Mayan jaguar is indubitably the same as Xolotl, or the Nahua Lucifer. The jaguar represents this in all of Mesoamerica. Translated to the present epoch of Christianity, this is Lucifer, which is Latin, from Lucy, light, and fair, faith. light and faith are therefore the reflection of the logos within us, here and now. The logos, God, rent itself asunder, and that sundered part is precisely the Nawa Zolitl, the Christian Lucifer, the Mayan jaguar. Therefore, those who think that Lucifer is the enemy of the Eternal One are very mistaken. And those who dogmatically illustrate him as a terrible demon, seated on a throne of ignominy and blasphemy while holding an iron trident with his right hand and dominating the world, are also mistaken. Indeed, Zolitl Lucifer, the jaguar, the tiger, represents the particular, individual Lucifer. Everyone within the very depth of his consciousness has his own Lucifer, and will see him according to the degree of purification in the elimination of their psychological aggregates. The more errors, defects, and vices we have, the more horrible and frightful will he be. Yet, the more clean and pure we are, the more radiant will he be. Zolitl or Lucifer, the jaguar, is nothing other than the reflection of the logos within us, and those who dare to curse Lucifer pronounce themselves against the cosmic reflection of the logos. They anathematize the living, manifested God in matter, and abhor the ever-incomprehensible wisdom, by declaring themselves against the contraries of light and darkness. The shadow of Adonai is the glory of Satan, and the Lord's stool is the throne of Satan. Countenance, resemblance, similitude, sun and shadow, day and night, the law of the contraries, too, are the armies of the logos or demiurge architect of the universe, the warring hosts of Michael in the sublime expansions of heaven, and the legions of Satan in the abyss of the manifested world. Clearly, these are the unmanifested and the manifested, the virginal one and the one fallen into animal generation. Unquestionably, the shame of generation only falls upon Satan, never the logos. When he ate the forbidden fruit, Satan lost the high, virginal state of Kamara. The cornerstone of the great work is certainly impure, material, and coarse. For this intrinsic reason it receives the name devil. However, by means of the esoteric resurrection, the Nawa Lucifer reconquers his virginal state of Kamara. The cornerstone of the great work is the Nawa Lucifer, the Mayan jaguar. Upon this master stone, which is located within the depths of our sexual system, the great Kabir Jesus built his church. It is necessary to comprehend that each one of us has his own particular, individual Lucifer, which is the complete reflection of his own specific logos. In Mesoamerica and Mexico, the humanized tiger became a concrete reality. This is how we also find it in Teotihuacan, raising his arms in a liturgical gesture or with that feline march that characterizes it. Therefore, Lucifer is the reflection of the logos within us, here and now. If a tree has its shadow, why should it surprise us that the logos has a shadow? Lucifer is the one who gives us self-independence and the powers that divinize. Lucifer is the one who gives the sexual impulse. Without this, Christification is impossible. Therefore, Lucifer serves as a ladder to descend or a ladder to ascend. One ascends one more degree on the back of Lucifer when one defeats temptation, when one wounds his side with the lance. This is how one ascends on the back of Lucifer until one day reaching the Golgotha of the Father. The jaguar represents the same interior, particular, individual Lucifer that each one of us has inside. The Tiger Knights, in addition to being warriors accustomed to hard labor, were also extraordinary athletes of Jinn science. These extraordinary beings knew how to mix the three samyasa elements with the terrifying feline power of the jaguar Lucifer. Practice. Imitating the sacred posture of the jaguar, as when a jaguar is resting, those illustrious Tiger Knights rested over tiger skins while being slightly slumbered. They knew how to consciously combine willpower with imagination in vibrating harmony. Thus, while in this supreme meditation and mental concentration, they deliberately, by means of their creative imagination, shapeshifted into the feline figure of the jaguar. To stride out, to develop, to operate with that terrifying shape while in a complete ecstasy and mystical joy, was in no way something impossible for those illustrious lords. Every time they detached from their hard, tiger skin beds, To then walk as tigers and disappear into the fourth coordinate, they uttered the ritual phrase, "We belong to each other." Thus, just as when gunpowder is triggered in the harquebus and explodes with a great noise, likewise does the heart when embraced by divine love. Humans know very well that in front of the threshold of the temple, those exotic, legendary, and strange tigers shape-shifting back into their gentle and human figures. Indubitably, Philip, the apostle of the great Kabir Jesus, is the holy master of the Jinn Knights. If you love Philip, you can then implore his assistance when you are slumbering. By excluding from your mind every thought, and feeling joy in your soul for Philip's presence, utter the following ritual phrase, "To heaven, Philip." Then depart from your bedroom with a decisive and firm step, and put yourself firmly into the unknown fourth dimension. Very beloved and gentle reader, may the suns of enthusiasm enlighten your path. May the strength of the tiger keep you company. May the sparks of wisdom illuminate your intellect. May the whispering picker be the shadow upon your retreat. May the emerald frogs croak and direct you along the path without repose. May she, nature, be prodigal to you. May the universal force bless you and guide you. Description of the figures representing the serpentine fire. The serpent clearly indicates the sacred fire that, when rising through the dorsal spine, grants powers to the initiate. We have 7 bodies, and each of them has its own serpent or sacred fire, 2 groups of 3 with the sublime coronation of the 7th one. These serpents of fire transform us completely. There are also 7 serpents of light. The heart is the temple of the bird serpent. We need to not only raise the serpents of each body, but moreover, we need to be devoured by the serpent, in order to become bird serpents or feathered serpents. This can only be achieved with love and sexual magic. When the serpent reaches the heart, we receive the igneous wings, and then we become feathered serpents. This figure clearly indicates a face of a Mayan priest. Description of the rune gibber. The Jain or swastika cross, the cross in movement, represents sex yoga, mithuna, sexual magic, sexual alchemy. This figure is very fascinating. One leg is bent downwards and the other is bent upwards in order to indicate the rune gibber. He carries in his hand a cup marked with the Tau cross. A flame protrudes from the cup. This simple figure in itself indicates the work in the 9th sphere. The cup indicates the deposit of the mercury of the wise. The flame symbolizes the sulfur, the fire that fecundates the mercury in order to perform the great work. The face represents a Mayan Baphomet, a Baphomet with the chalice in his left hand. The right hand represents or indicates the region of the solar plexus, the work in the 9th sphere. It clearly indicates the rune gibber, generation, gnosis, the sexual force. The chalice represents the feminine yoni, the eternal principle. To say Baphomet is the same as to say Lucifer, about which we already gave an explanation in the previous pages. Representations of Baphomet were very abundant in the Middle Ages. Baphomet is the one who gives the sexual impulse. Without him, the intimate self-realization of the being is impossible. The 8 doors indicate the 8 great initiations that every adept has to receive and qualify. It also indicates the star of 8 points. The 6 inferior steps represent the indecision in order to launch oneself to the disintegration of the ego. It is the terrible struggle between love and desire, the mysteries of the lingam yoni, the supreme affirmation and the supreme negation of Satan. The way this Baphomet is represented here is in order to invite us to enter into the temple. However, few are those who enter into the temple of wisdom. Inside is a great book of Mother Nature where the cosmic laws are written. Rare is the one who can open and study the book. The ordeal of the sanctuary is very terrible, and only those who pass it receive the ring or seal of Solomon where the positive and negative forces of universal magnetism are represented. The seal of Solomon reunites the work of the great work. The 6 points of the star are masculine, and the 6 deep entrances are feminine. Total, 12 rays, a perfect symbol of the central sun. The rune gibber in the macrocosm represents the incessant evolutions and devolutions of the 7 cosmoses. Its elbowed arms represent the inexhaustible terrestrial rotation and the rejuvenating movement of the cosmic garden. In the physical plane, it represents the human being with one arm towards heaven and the other towards the earth. It is Thor's hammer, maker of tempests, crafted by the pygmies of the earth in order to defend him against the giants, titanic cosmic forces opposed to the law of universal harmony. The rune gibber is an alchemical, cosmogonic, and anthropologic sign with 7 clues of interpretation. In its Mexican Aztec interpretation, it symbolizes the god of life who carries the swastika on his forehead. With the mysteries of this rune magnificently elaborated in the ruins of Copan, one can reach the second birth. Description of Altar I. On this altar, we can appreciate 2 very well-adorned human forms in Buddhist positions, one to the right and the other to the left. They hold scepters of command with one hand that aims upwardly, and the other hand is downward. In the center of the stone between the 2 figures there are some Mayan symbols, among which the cross of St. Andrew is notably shown. We already know very well what that cross and the 2 figures on each side signify. They correspond to the 2 witnesses, the 2 colossuses of Rhodes, the eagle and the fox, etc. This stone in itself could have been used as a stone for sacrifices, not of humans, but of animals offered to the holy gods. Chapter. Description of Altar Q. We can appreciate 4 figures, one of them is a little disfigured. Among the Mayans the existence of the 4 is always affirmed, the unknowable Adi Buddha, and the 3 forces of creation, meaning the Trinity within the unity of life. Thus, very clearly in this altar we see the Tetragrammaton. Practice. In front of this altar perform the following. Concentrate intensely on the 4 figures for half an hour. Be relaxed. Leave the mind empty. Pronounce the mantra Gayatri. The E is pronounced with an S sound. This mantra must resound in the consciousness. Wait for the answer from the internal. This is how we enter into contact with the Mayan occult sapience. The mantra gate acts upon the eye of Dangma. It opens it, and allow us to capture the wisdom written in these truly marvelous sculptures. First position, body completely relaxed in the position of a corpse, heels together, straight arms touching the sides of the body. Second position, body completely relaxed in the position of a corpse, heels together, hands in the position found on the stelas. The fleshy part of the fingertips at the center of the chest on the region of Tiferet, the human soul. Enter into the very depth of the soul. Description of Altar I. Description of the stone with the Arcanum 18. Description of the stone with the Arcanum 18. This stone clearly indicates the Arcanum 18 of the Hebraic Kabbalah. The occult forces of nature live in a constant struggle. The repeated 9th sphere gives struggle. It carries us to the regions where the fight between the powers of sex is terrible. There is a human figure that stands out and who has between his hands a little animal, a little dog with its curled tail, a vibrant representation of the Mercury of secret philosophy. In synthesis, it is telling us that one has to be decisive in order to fight in the 9th sphere, in order to prepare the Mercury, even if one has to confront the potencies of darkness, which will attack us incessantly in order to make us fall. It is necessary to have willpower in order to attain the Mercury, no matter what the cost might be. We see in the first part of the number 8 the cross of sacrifice. Chapter. Description of the spiritual man. On the superior part of the head at the height of the pineal gland, there is a protruding vertical stone, which clearly refers to the chakra Sahasrara of the Hindustanis, the wise Hindustanis. Its downward hand indicates the necessity of making the energy to rise according with the law that is represented by the 5 fingers of its right hand. This figure with its lambel and its 5 lines reminds us of the 5 trees, the 5 orders of the lords of karma, the 5 lines with which the star of 5 points is formed. The face inside the lambel indicates the causal man, the true man, the real man. It is a clear manifestation that indicates the work that must be performed so that the interior profound being, the spiritual man, can be manifested.
Far from being a lost or dead technology, the temples continue to perform their function of inducing initiation. It is difficult to distinguish between witnessing the majesty and mystery of the temples and participating in the transformative process oneself.
We are confronted by temples, by artwork, by pyramids, by structures that evoke in us a kind of emotion that is very hard to ascribe to mere superstition or romantification or romance. And these temples are based upon principles that are, in fact, sacred sciences. They are, let us say, the science of immortality, the science of attaining eternal life. And the sacred sciences are a kind of knowledge, very different from our kind of knowledge, but scientific nonetheless, based upon readily communicable principles. And these principles embodied in these spectacular temples, tombs, pyramids, artwork, and so on, these principles evoke in us that sense of the eternal, of the divine, of the sacred, and they are, we might say, all of these temples are means of accessing that higher consciousness that we, by birthright, have access to, but if left to our own devices, leading our normal workaday lives, we don't readily access, and in many cases don't access at all.
An exposure to the sacred science residing here often causes spiritual stirrings and many other phenomena normally considered supernatural. It is sometimes as if this old magic is transmitted to us through our eyes. Its spell is cast through sacred geometry and volume. The harmonic proportions and hieroglyphs speak into our normal faculties while operating simultaneously on a higher octave to awaken and reconnect us to our higher selves, an experience sometimes referred to as waking up.
The sacred sciences that fueled or that underpinned these temples involve mathematics, philosophy, religion, art, and in fact, ancient Egypt, perhaps the greatest of these ancient civilizations, or in any event, it's the ancient civilization to which we have most access. It's left us the greatest legacy of sacred art and architecture. This was a profound doctrine that fused art, religion, philosophy, and science into one inextricable whole, whereas in our society, art, religion, philosophy, and science are separate disciplines with little or no relationship to each other. In ancient Egypt, they were inextricably entwined, so there was no art that wasn't religious, no religion that wasn't philosophical, no philosophy that wasn't scientific, no science that wasn't art. When we are in the presence of one of these Egyptian temples, we are, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, put into the presence of the divinity or the principle to which that temple is consecrated, and whether we like it or not, we respond often with awe and wonder. And this awe and wonder is not, let us say, an artifact of our susceptible imagination or romanticism on our part. It's an example of the high science of the ancients, a sacred science.
The sacred science, the timeless wisdom of the mystery schools, the secrets of the invisible college, and the keys to powerful magic have been preserved, enshrined behind a veil of harmony, proportion, myth, and symbolism. It's said that symbolism is the first veil. The initiate or student of the mysteries begins his path with this most important tool. Through an understanding of symbolism, the old wisdom is revealed. The symbol speaks to a different part of the brain than does ordinary writing or language. The right brain, the intuitive, non-verbal, visual brain, which deals with spatial and abstract relationships, with intuition and the subconscious. The part of the brain that is not bound by rational, linear logic. Perhaps the part of the brain which is host to our higher selves, our innate divinity. The enigmatic language of symbolism serves as a bridge between the two modes or polarities of intelligence described by Schwaller. As such, it goes beyond language to become a sort of user-evolving technology, as the symbol promotes the cooperation and coordination, the simultaneous and unified interworking of the two hemispheres of the brain. This is one aspect of the alchemical arcanum of the androgyne, the union of the sun and moon. The true dweller in two worlds partakes of a kind of dual intelligence, the separating, discriminating intelligence of logic and reason, and the unifying, integrating intelligence of intuition and recognition, instinct and inspiration. Through the balanced coordination and simultaneous wielding of both types of intelligence, a new, formerly invisible world opens to us. The ancient technology of hieroglyphic symbolism becomes a kind of evolutionary stepladder, optimizing and empowering the mind of the user.
Every gesture, every costume, every headdress, every implement used in these reliefs will have a specific meaning that will communicate holistically, instantaneously to the beholder, or to the initiated beholder at any rate. So the symbol is actually a very brilliant and sophisticated means for transmitting very complex meanings universally, but the understanding of that meaning will depend upon the level of expertise or initiation of the beholder.
Symbolism allows the mind to intuitively see what is not directly visible in the material world around us. The symbol at once contains not only a specific object or concept, but also a bundle of invisible qualities and tendencies that it embodies.
The Egyptians commonly used birds, animals, plants for their own symbolic reasons. And when you look into them, you find that the bird, animal, plant, or whatever is taken from real life, but it is the embodiment itself of certain principles. For example, a bird flies. This is what we associate with birds. So we'll symbolize the volatile. The principle of volatility is associated with spirit, in other words, the ethereal. So the bird carries that complex of meanings. It's a big mistake to think that this is a carryover from earlier animistic or totemistic or still more superstitious beliefs. Rather, it is a very complex and sophisticated and scientific way of allowing the beholder access into the actual meaning, the abstract meaning of the principles that are anchored by the material symbol: bird, lioness, dog, monkey, etc., etc., etc.
As one becomes versed in reading symbolism, one learns the art of looking past the visible symbol to the underlying rules, the archetypes, the forces and occult connections that it represents. Because each symbol expresses an essential component of sacred science, profound esoteric wisdom could be encoded and read from the symbolism held in hieroglyphs and reliefs, as well as in the geometry, volume, proportion, and number symbolism incorporated into the temples. This symbolism acted not only as a repository of meaning, but was itself a component of magical technology. The symbol of the winged disc held a place of prominence over every door in the ancient temples. The sheer ubiquity of the sign speaks to it being deeply important to the Egyptians. What did it mean? The incarnating or excarnating spirit is symbolized as a winged sun, an ancient emblem for the indestructible human soul, both in birth and in death. The symbol of the winged disc served as a constant reminder that just as the initiate entered each room to perform a task and leave again, that so was the spirit only temporarily housed in the flesh. The more constant the attention to self-perfection, the greater the abilities in the next life, the next world. This was the great work, the art of constructing and constantly working to perfect the tower within. Like a shoehorn for the wandering mind, it continuously returned one's thoughts to the work of preparing for the afterlife. In the symbolism of the snake, we get another glimpse into the sophistication and high wisdom of the ancients.
Energy, which is what modern physicists recognize as the, let's say, the substructure or the primordial stuff of the universe, is really another name for despiritualized consciousness. Energy manifests itself through vibration, through polarity, through the sine wave. The ancients in all civilizations were thoroughly cognizant of that and portrayed energy as, or vibration, often as a snake, which, moving along the ground or through water, in fact produces a sine wave. So the snake is the perfect symbol, and it is pretty much a universal symbol for unity becoming duality, and it is unity that becoming duality that is the cosmological basis of all valid philosophical systems. Vibration, of course, is the means whereby the arts are transmitted to us, to our emotional faculties. This is obvious in music, of course. This is where we're most familiar with it. Vibration in the form of sound waves, and orchestrated through volume and intensity and tonality and key and so on. Music produces an emotional effect depending upon the piece of music. The great poet Goethe called architecture frozen music. This is not just poetically and metaphorically true, it is actually true. A great temple, or for that matter a shopping mall, communicates its meaning or lack of meaning, as the case may be, entirely through vibration. We tend not to think of it that way because it's visual vibration. Obviously, color transmits itself to us as visual vibration. This we're accustomed to and we recognize, but we don't think of architectural form, which is static, as vibration, but it is indeed vibration, and it communicates exactly, or anyway, analogically exactly, as does music, through harmony, proportion, measure, and geometry, which is the interplay of number.
When seen through the symbolist decoder, this voice from the past suddenly begins telling the same story as the latest findings of modern science. Our own forefront of understanding in many cases lies parallel to the oldest mysteries. In some cases, the old wisdom continues beyond where we ourselves have reached. What else did they know that we have yet to learn? To truly enter the temple, a change in mindset must occur. This is sometimes referred to as the process of initiation into the mysteries, the development of the intelligence of the heart. The initiate must learn to focus on the inside rather than the outside, and look beyond the visible to the invisible, to what lies beneath and the world within. It's precisely the things we don't see, we can't see, that were the secrets of the mystery schools. A sometimes difficult concept to grasp, it can require an adjustment in thinking and perception, as it focuses not on the physical material world, but on its underlying causes. The great mysteries concern the invisible laws, forces, archetypes, and secret connections that are the building blocks, the invisible templates of our reality, and perhaps the roadmap to operating in higher realms as well. One of the most famous of the students of the mystery schools is the legendary Pythagoras. Pythagoras waited and prepared for 20 years before his initiation into this science of the invisible. He went on to start a revolution in thinking when he revealed to the profane world another secret of the Egyptian mysteries. In the simple and irrefutable science of geometry lie the secrets of the universe and of life itself. Pythagoras returned the lost key of meaning to the alchemical maxim, as above, so below. The universe, and man as the embodiment of the universe, live and work by the same rules, are brought into and out of existence by the same forces, and are both subject to the same laws. Each can be understood using the same maps. The shapes and forces described by sacred geometry are the roadmap, and perhaps even the seed of life itself. In the design of the Temple of Karnak, we observe firsthand the sacred geometry that was the source of Pythagoras' inspiration. The invisible science of the ancients was preserved and at the same time veiled behind the symbolism and measure of the temple. The temple itself was the embodiment of the ancient teaching of the mystery schools. Its living walls enshrine and forever teach an understanding of the deep secrets of creation. Its sacred geometry enshrines and mirrors the fundamental geometric laws that are the working schematics of the created universe and life within it. The temple is consecrated to Amun the invisible, the animator of form, the breath of life across the waters. The temple is the house of Amun. For a time, it was the living body of Amun. Over the 500-year span of its active life, the temple lived and grew by the same laws of sacred geometry that govern organic life and growth. It was for a time animated by the voice of life. It was host to Amun. The temple incorporates an archetypal or natural geometry that lies behind all of life. This geometry is the result of a mysterious number pattern that occurs throughout nature, known to the modern world as the Fibonacci series. The invisible voice of life shows itself in the material world through an interplay of numbers and form. These primal archetypal forms are the template and seeds of life. The sacred geometry expressed in the Fibonacci series allows us to clearly see this invisible other world that is the mysterious source of life. To better understand the role of the Fibonacci series and organic geometry in the world around us, we met with Michael Schneider, author of A Beginner's Guide to Constructing the Universe. Michael demonstrates the dynamic presence of the Fibonacci sequence in the living, growing world.
Well, the Fibonacci numbers refers to a sequence of numbers that grow by continual expansion, but a very special balanced growth expansion. And the mathematical definition of them really is an archetypal pattern. Starts off with the numbers 0 and 1. 0 sort of acts like a seed in a sense. 0 and 1, and the rule is that each next term is the sum of the two previous terms. So 0 plus 1 make 1, 1 plus 1 make 2, 1 plus 2 make 3, 2 and 3 make 5, 3 and 5 make 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144, 233, and endless. But it's an expansive pattern that shows organic growth patterns that occur all through nature.
The invisible Fibonacci spiral shows itself in the visible world, in the nautilus shell, the sunflower, and the branching of trees.
This mathematical sequence charts nature's progress of organic spiraling growth through self-accumulation. The appearance of this sequence, embodied by the Fibonacci spiral or golden spiral in plants, animals, or solar systems, tells us that the Fibonacci sequence and phi ratio underlie an internal harmony, excellence, and dynamic balance during the inevitable growth and dissolution processes. It is the play of life itself, clothed in the four states of matter. These characteristics are the open secret of balance of animal horns, seashells, plants, and galaxies. For example, as the chambered nautilus creature grows larger, The gland that exudes shell material also grows, building a widening shell. The shell's golden spiral shape maintains the same center of gravity at any size, so the nautilus need not learn how to balance itself as it matures.
The Fibonacci numbers and the sacred geometry they produce seem to be the very voice of life. When we return, we'll see how these numbers were employed in ancient architecture to give life to the temples. As House of Life, consecrated to organic growth and the living world, it is difficult to imagine a more perfect template for the design of Karnak than those patterns governing and animating life itself. To further investigate the presence of the Fibonacci series in the design of Karnak, we went to UCLA campus in Los Angeles. We found a very rare print of a book containing architectural studies of sacred geometry and harmonic design in the temples and monoliths of ancient Egypt. The book is the masterwork of architectural historian Alexander Badawi. It shows the Temple of Karnak to be based upon the same Fibonacci number series that is the very voice of life.
Yes, well, in this book of harmonic design, Alexander Badawi, the art historian and architectural historian, Egyptologist, determines that in the great temple of Karnak and just about everywhere else in Egypt, very sophisticated harmonic design is what's responsible for the temples, and it is that harmonic design that is in turn responsible for the effect these temples produce. In Karnak in particular, the Fibonacci series is employed in a variety of sophisticated and different ways, and the Fibonacci series in particular is related to the golden section and to the processes of organic growth. In this temple that is consecrated to the material universe, or let's say the animated universe, particularly significant that a mathematical proportion that is found everywhere in nature in the way that things grow, from sunflower seeds to nautilus shells. This Fibonacci series should be employed to determine the various proportions of the temple itself. Specifically consecrated to or dedicated to the principle of the creation of the organic world, the living world. And in keeping with that, not only is it in a state of constant creation, the temple itself is a kind of representation of ideal but even actual organic growth. The temple is consecrated to Amun and his role of animator of form, of the breath or the spirit of life across the waters. One of the more clued-in Egyptologists, Alexander Badawi, who was an expert a specialist in architecture, worked out that the Fibonacci series is the template, is the template upon which this entire gigantic construction is based. And to the best of my knowledge, the archaeologists and Egyptologists don't contest this finding. What they don't do is recognize its significance, because what's significant about it is that if the Egyptians, they knew the Fibonacci spiral. Not only did they know the Fibonacci spiral in series, but they understood full well the role that played in the organization of the organic world. That's something else again. If they know that, then they're talking about a very high and a sacred science, which is of course exactly what they try to deny with ancient Egypt. So that's what's going on here in this particular temple, and it's It's been found, the Fibonacci series has been found in other Egyptian constructions as well, but here's the best and most complete expression of it, exactly in the temple that is in fact consecrated to the organic world, and that's something that even the academics don't deny, that's the function of this. They don't understand that it's part of a complete understanding of the genesis of the universe. Like so many things, it was known in deep antiquity, but particularly when you see Fibonacci spiral associated with a gigantic temple that is consecrated to the principle of organic growth, it becomes very interesting.
The entrance to the temple is flanked by a colonnade of ram-headed sphinxes. The ram is symbolically associated with Amun, and aside from its astrological implications, is an embodiment of the Fibonacci spiral in the shape of its horns. The sacred geometry of the Fibonacci series infused the entire temple, literally brought it to life. The temple is the living embodiment of the numbers and patterns that are the very voice of life, the house of Amun and the body of Amun. The harmonic design acted as a kind of magical technology, affecting us, changing us, inspiring us, bridging the gap between the archetypal and physical worlds, bringing us into the mindset appropriate to commune with the deity or netta to which the temple was consecrated. When understood in the true meaning of netta, Amun becomes the archetype, the embodiment of the invisible forces, laws and forms of life, the physical expression of the laws of nature. Rudolf Steiner, an influential modern mystic from the turn of the century, provides an insight into the thinking and sophistication of the ancients through a thought exercise. Hold a seed in one hand and a stone of similar size in the other. Look at them both and try to visualize how they are the same and how they are different. When the breakthrough occurs, we suddenly see into a higher dimension, the fourth dimension of growth. All living things live in an additional dimension of growth, expansion, and organic change over time. As the living representation of the forces of life, the Temple of Karnak was itself alive. It existed in at least 4 dimensions. In a stunning but not isolated example of 4D architecture, the temple itself not only grew, but grew in accordance with natural law. It was for a time host to Amun. It was animated by the wave of life, continuous construction passed down through the centuries like a torch from one generation to the next. The wave of life passed through it as it did the successive generations of those who worshipped within its living walls.
Not only is it in a state of constant creation, I think the earliest extant bits of this temple date from the Middle Kingdom. Most of it is New Kingdom, some of it is Ptolemaic. And I believe that every single pharaoh has left some element or some piece of, every single pharaoh did something here, some bit of construction. It starts, as all temples do, with the Holy of Holies, the sanctuary, and then grows out. But in this case, it grows out sort of like an onion. In other words, it's in layers that go continually out and out and out and out. They're all together 10 pylons here. I think 6 this way and 4 that way. So it's continually expanding. Each one has to have his stamp on this particular temple, not on other temples. Other temples are built often in one fell swoop, and then additions are made after 1 or 2. But here, every single pharaoh does something or another, and I think that's part of the overriding plan. This 500-year extended exercise in sort of high magic.
This is the science of the invisible science, the science of worship, the worship of science. It is our hope that this brief glimpse into the ancient sciences of the invisible will open a new pair of eyes, trained not on the material, everyday world, but on the realm of the netta, on what lies beneath and what lies beyond, on the world behind the veil. Catastrophic events at the close of the last ice age brought about the demise of a once mighty and very ancient ancestor civilization. In many places its memory has completely faded, but to the careful eye there are clues that still attest to its ancient glory. These clues, these ruins, may be easy to confuse with remains of more recent cultures, but distinguish themselves in subtle ways as being products of the higher minds of a distant golden age. Their sophisticated geometry, their celestial orientation, their complex symbolism is proof of their ancient high heritage. It is their best camouflage, a most effective veil which protects their timeless secrets from the destructive tendencies of minds of less enlightened times. Ancient Egypt appears to have inherited a legacy of high wisdom and science that imparted an understanding and a control over the material world that can only be described as supernatural. As we explore this legacy, we find its culmination in the sacred temples of ancient Egypt. We will see the temples not just as places of worship, but as objects of worship, as the instruments of worship, as vehicles for communion with the gods, as the embodiment of the gods. We will see the temples as the facilitators of a powerful magic and a blueprint to the great work. As we explore the sacred temples of ancient Egypt, we bring to life these ancient arcana and gain a new understanding of the most sacred of the temples, the temple in man. Seeds of a lost magic were passed down through the ages. The occult secrets and the sacred science inherited by the ancient Egyptians was the legacy of the higher minds of a distant golden age. A seed that becomes a tree that bears fruit which contains the seed for the next cycle. Sacred science, the science of magic, the science of life, the science of death. The science of transformation, the art of becoming, the voice of creation, laws of beauty. And perhaps most importantly, the occult secrets that demonstrated the unity of all of the sciences. The unity that connects us to the universe which produced us. Within the temples of ancient Egypt, these ancient secrets found their full expression. This is the true legacy. This is the seed. The temple was the teaching. A non-linear, multidimensional textbook that demonstrated or revealed not only the individual lessons which may comprise a particular school or discipline, but the way in which the lessons interrelated with one another to form their higher unity or integration of the sciences. In Egypt, in India, as well as later in the Christian cathedrals of the Gothic period, the temple was a book revealing an esoteric teaching. The temples, when examined individually, can be thought of as the different lessons in a unified cosmic curriculum. The Temple of Dendera is a repository of cycles. It immortalizes the connection between fertility and the cyclical heavens.
This is where the new year is celebrated. In other words, here the new year is born. So she said, well, yeah, of course it feels sort of dark and oppressive because it's the womb of time. One of the peculiarities that I've puzzled about ever since I've been studying Egypt is that you notice that the columns here are all shafts with the head of Hathor over it, and this whole thing is a representation of a musical instrument called a sistrum. The part on top, you'll see, well, we probably won't see it at the museum, but they have them, actual sistrums that, I mean, you hold the shaft and you shake it, it's got a rattle up in the top part, and it's, you know, it's a celebratory thing. But one of the things that puzzled me, two things puzzled me. One is the face of Hathor itself. Well, here it's all obliterated, but we'll see them inside where they're almost perfectly intact. For Hathor is the cow. Well, the cow seems a peculiar animal to choose for a goddess among whose roles is sexuality, joy, song, dance, etc., etc. And there's the cow, but the cow actually is the animal that you might say par excellence represents source of nourishment. And so Hathor represents the source of divine nourishment elsewhere, not here, but in Hatshepsut's temple you'll see her actually in the shape of a cow, suckling, giving milk to the king, or queen as the case may be in Hatshepsut's. So all of this was formal, but the face itself of Hathor, that strange triangular face, is very un-Egyptian, and it's there from the beginning to the end. Hathor has this peculiar face, looks sort of Asiatic, and this strange triangular face looks very different from any of the other gods. And then the other peculiarity, or singularity, is that only Hathor, among all of the gods and goddesses, has a column to herself. All other columns are floral. They're papyrus or lotus or some combination thereof. In Ptolemaic times, it gets more complicated. There are date palms and other kinds of vegetation, all put together, synthesized. So, but columns are always represent the sky. The ceiling is always the sky. The floor is always the earth. The columns are the animated universe connecting earth to sky. But only Hathor has a column entirely to herself. And I'm sort of wondering why Hathor, why not an Ammon column or a Horus column or a Ra column and so on, but there isn't such a thing. But so there's something specially significant to Hathor. And then on the last trip, I've just gone through this little rap that I'm going through now, and we were inside. I'll show you when we get there. We're inside, and one of the women who was with us was a mother of four, three of whom were triplets, and she looked at the face of Hathor, and she said, "Oh," she said, "well, look at the shape of that face." And then the next day, this is not exactly correct because I did it from memory. I traced it out of a book on Egyptian medicine. Do you recognize that? What that is?
Oh, the uterus.
That's right. That's a uterus, and these are the fallopian tubes. And you look at the face of Hathor, and it is a uterus. And she is the mother of all. So she is the cosmic goddess.
On its ceilings, complex zodiacal and astronomical information is recorded.
Now over here are the famous astrological ceilings. If you look carefully, above here, above my head is Leo, and you see half the zodiac. You follow along there. Over there are the scales. There's Libra. Somewhere in between there should be, with a sheaf of wheat, Virgo, and following down there, Scorpio, I think. Yes, I can see Scorpio. Anyway, half the zodiac is there. Half the zodiac is there. The other, all of these are astronomical, are constellations and stars and so on. The astronomers know exactly which, what all of these signs represent. But this is actually what these ceilings represent here it's a complete symbolic picture of the sky. It's a sort of Greco-Roman planetarium, because here we have the zodiacal sky, the signs of the zodiac. When we get to the next register here, what's shown here are the decans, the weeks of the year. In each of the months there are 12 months divided into 3 decans, like astrology. Astrology, the signs are divided into decans that the astrologers work with. So here we have, this is the solar sky. This is what gives us our weeks and our months. And it's the same on the other side. This is half the year, and the other side is the other half of the year. And over here are the lunar days. I think there are 14, 28. I think they're each a day, a lunar day. So you have the hierarchical sky, the zodiacal sky, or galactic sky, the solar sky, and the lunar sky. So the whole thing is a complete sky picture, as it were. It's a map of the heavens.
In a brilliant example of architecture conveying the interconnectedness of sciences, we see that Hathor column is a giant sistrum, a musical instrument whose expression is through rhythm. The Hathor columns at Dendera connect the floor to the zodiacal ceiling. The teaching contained in the columns connects to the teaching written on the ceiling. Their interaction in physical space demonstrates their ideological relationship as well. The supporting pillars of rhythm hold aloft the night sky. In fact, a knowledge of the rhythms of the heavens might be seen as the secret decoder necessary to understand the complex inscriptions. What was the connection between the stars and humanity? The temple was more than a place of worship as we understand it today. The temple was the teaching. It was a three-dimensional lesson, a non-linear book. The temple spoke in symbol, volume, harmony, proportion, scale, and indeed in time. The temple is a puzzle. The job, the joy of the initiate is to solve its nested and concentric riddles. In many cases, a mystery once solved reveals a deeper enigma beneath. Schwaller's landmark work at Luxor, the result of 17 years on site, returned to the modern world a window into the sacred science of the ancients. A careful study of the temple's measurements revealed an altogether unexpected finding. This strange temple, which Schwaller would come to call the Temple of Man, was laid out according to the proportions of an idealized male frame. But the temple did not just reflect the patterns of the physical body. The architecture and the reliefs in the temple revealed the occult or metaphysical anatomy of man. It was a masterpiece of symbolist teaching and perhaps a massive instrument of magical correspondence. The temple was a repository of the great arcanum of the anthropocosm, the man cosmos, as above, so below. Man is made in the image of God. Man is not only the culminant creation of the universe, but in fact man is the universe.
It's here, of course, that Schwaller developed his whole doctrine that he called the anthropocosm, which is the man cosmos, because written into us, I suppose Platonic philosophy as well, Plato's sign over his gymnasium was man know thyself. The idea being that if you really know everything there is to know about yourself, you understand everything there is to know about the cosmos. The Hermetic thing, as above, so below. In us are written all of the laws of the universe. This particular one, which is proportioned exactly to the proportions of the idealized male skeleton, male figure, contains or embodies all of the laws pertaining to humanity and our role within the scheme. When you walk into these places, it's obvious to anybody with emotional faculties are actually working that something very special is going on, but nobody seems to understand really, including the people who study aesthetics and the art historians, why this stuff works. But the reason is actually not too difficult to explain. It works this way through vibration. And music makes the best analogy, actually, because we all know that music affects us emotionally, and we also know that it's sound waves and very complex combinations of sound waves, vibration, frequency, harmony, measure, volume, all contribute to the effect that music produces. And so Bach produces one thing and Mozart another, and the Rolling Stones something else again, and the Liberace still something else, but it's all done through waveforms, through sound. You don't tend to think of architecture that way. It was Goethe who said that architecture is frozen music. It's a very nice term, and it's to be taken actually not metaphorically, but literally, because architecture produces via visual waves through light spectra, as it were. It's also a vibratory phenomenon. Everybody knows that. We see our eyes respond to visual vibration, and not to think about architecture that way. But of course, once it's even mentioned, you see instantly that, of course, yeah, that's what produces. That's how architecture produces its effect, or its non-effect, or its ill effect. Now, the principles of the gods all have numbers associated with them. J.G. Bennett, Gurdjieff's follower, who called numbers the bearers of meaning. It's a very interesting phrase. And it's through number that you can really, actually can understand everything through number, if that's your way of looking at things. Not everybody's way of looking at things. But the gods are associated with certain numbers or number combinations. Those number combinations used by people who knew what they were doing. We don't know enough now to reproduce those effects, but we're starting to learn. At least some people are really taking this seriously and starting to study it. But the right combinations associated with that particular principle produce a piece of architecture that when you walk in, because of the vibratory nature of the building, evoke within you that principle. So when you walk in an Amun temple, that's one thing. This is the first temple you've been in. Most of you who've been here before, of course, know this. If you go to Dendra, it's something else completely, altogether different. You go to Hatshepsut, different again. The reason that those effects are different are, of course, because it's a different stone symphony that's being played. And you have to know how to put it together to produce this stone symphony. If you give a modern architect who's used to doing shopping malls and garages and say, build us a temple that puts me in touch with divinity, you won't know what the hell to do. But these guys did. So when we're walking through this is what's happening. This is what we're responding to, except we don't really, all we know is that we're responding. We don't know why we're responding. But whoever was responsible for this temple knew exactly why and knew how to evoke it.
In revealing the great arcanum of the anthropocosmos, the Temple of Luxor demonstrates the invisible principles which interact to create and perpetuate both conscious man and the conscious universe through the interplay of the physical, mental, spiritual, and archetypal realms. It showed the hologrammatic relationship between microcosm and macrocosm, between us and the conscious universe. A complex system of correspondences seems at every juncture to reveal and revivify another link with the ageless wisdom and occult teachings from the oldest cultures around the world. The entrance to the temple is through the front pylon.
Just a word or two about temple architecture. This is classic temple architecture. There's a pylon in the front, and they're oriented either north, south, or east, west, but very specifically to a solstice or an equinox if they're east, west. Probably to stars if they're north, south, but I'm not sure which. And they always have the pylon like this, and there'll be a roof over it, and in the center there. And what these represent actually, and it's particularly apparent when it's an east-west one, because these represent what are called the twin peaks of the horizon. The symbol, the Egyptian symbol for horizon goes like this, which is a waveform with the solar disk in the center. And really what is being symbolically demonstrated there is unity dividing itself into manifestation. In other words, spirit becoming matter. This gets into number symbolism here, but one is the absolute. One is actually not really a number, according to Schwaller. Schwaller is very anti-zero. He thinks the invention of zero, which is an abstraction, is a big mistake. There's a downhill trip from there on in. But really what's being represented by the pylons here is matter, and in the center is the entrance into the temple, which if it's an east-west temple, and the sun rises up at certain times of the year and shines through the thing, you're marching in performing the ceremonies at the temple. You're effectively reattaining unity within multiplicity.
Every detail, every architectural feature is a symbolic component or lesson in the sacred sciences. The symbolic architecture of the classic pylon is a treasure of occult correspondences. It is said to represent the horizon, the division of unity into duality. The symbol evokes the image of an interworking of hemispheres, which brings the dawn of intelligence, symbolized as the illumination of the rising sun. An example from Hermeticism shows in pictorial form another aspect of the arcanum, represented by this symbolic architecture. Here we see a visual metaphor of the divine child, born of a union of sun and moon at the pineal or third eye. The two caves represent not only the physical hemispheres, but the archetypal vesica pisces of human intelligence, the duality in the unity that is intelligence. The rain, or divine dew of inspiration and intuition, is collected as it is provided by nature. It is yin. It partakes of the alchemical properties of water. It is the negative pole. The other side, the other inner cave, is the opposite process. It is the realm or hemisphere of logic, of separation. The steam separates the fine from gross. This is Set, Yang, alchemical fire, expansive radiation, a positive pole. Through the balanced interworking of both types of intelligence, the androgyne, the divine child, is born. This deep arcanum finds parallel in both the mental realm and the physical realm. The central location of the entrance to the temple corresponds physically and symbolically to the central pineal gland. As we enter and leave each new life and new body through the third eye, so too do we enter and leave the temple through this midpoint between the hemispheres. The mystery and revelation compounds in the symbolic proportion of the door itself. It is the embodiment of pi and phi ratios. It may be that the presence of this proportion in us and the universe is in itself our link to divinity, the doorway into and out of life. In the utilization of multiple axes, the sprawling stone temple achieves a feeling of movement. The temple demonstrates a degree of sophistication and understanding in many cases far surpassing the expected abilities of these ancients. On the part of the plan corresponding to the legs, the strange skew of axes followed the extended leg of the marches within the court. The emphasis of the entire hall is the forward leg. Man in motion. Living man.
By skewing the axis, what they're doing is they're symbolizing, you might say they're symbolizing humanity in action rather than humanity at rest. That's all part and parcel of this much more profound overriding doctrine. In certain cases, the figure should be seen, or let's say the skeleton should be superimposed as in profile, and for certain others, it's simultaneous. They put it this way: it's simultaneously in profile and frontal view, just as the relief work is. These represent the most powerful or positive aspect.
At the site of the knees, we see another architectural nod to the system of correspondences. The joints between stones, which appear to the untrained eye to be random, are in fact intentional, and in many cases serve as orientation clues to the trained initiate engaged in study of the temple. The knees are sometimes used to represent the back. In this relief is depicted the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt, the two lands tied to the backbone of Egypt, the Nile.
Remember I was telling you about the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt. This is what's being portrayed here, and it's a scene that you see over and over and over and over again in Egypt from beginning to end, because, as I said, it is not simply commemorating the Declaration of Independence or something like that. It is actually commemorating the union of spirit and matter. See that here you see the papyrus of the north and the lotus of the south, representing again the papyrus representing the vegetal world, the organic world, and the lotus representing its spiritualization. I'll talk more about the lotus later on, which also recently, some of you may know, they've discovered that the blue lotus of Egypt is actually hallucinogenic. And I've been looking for some blue lotuses to see if it really works, but quite splendidly complex. You see, this represents the Nile here, but at the bottom is the glyph, very graphically representing the lungs. So in other words, the Nile represents the breath of Egypt, as it were, quite formally. And so you see, this is not a political act. This is an esoteric symbol of the animation of vivifying force, the breath of Egypt, that is being knotted with both spirit and matter. Because without matter, this is one of the problems with Christianity. They tried to get rid of the physical world, and we can't do this. Schwalla calls this the temple of man. The body is the temple in which the work gets carried out. No body, or a body that isn't functioning correctly, and it's very difficult to do the spiritual work. An analogy I sometimes use is you can't play celestial music on a cracked violin. So, you know, it's important to keep it into some sort of shape.
The femur is the largest bone in the body. It is responsible for the manufacture of most of the red corpuscles which feed the body. At the site located at the femur, the reliefs on the walls portray and invoke the processions which brought the celebration feast into the temples.
It's in the thigh, particularly, what is it, the femur? That's the femur? That most of, in the marrow of the femur, most of the red blood corpuscles are manufactured. In other words, all of this processional stuff is leading up to the sustenance, or you might say the spiritual sustenance of the entire enterprise, of the human frame. Because it's here that the marrow is being made. So it's not just festival, but it's festival with a much more profound esoteric significance that is at the same time absolutely in keeping with physiology. In other words, the essential nourishment of the whole frame is produced in the femur. And there were processionals all over the place. The Catholic Church inherited a lot of that stuff. I mean, anybody who's lived in Spain or Italy knows that there are processions all the time.
In the symbolism here, we are given a very insightful clue to the mystery of the anthropocosm. When we see the individual blood cells as the nourishment of the larger body, we begin to also become aware of ourselves as energetic events, as the cells of the greater body, exchanging nourishment for consciousness. We are the stuff of the universe. We are the body of the universe. We are the brain cells of the universe, and perhaps the taste buds. At the site corresponding to the belly, the birth of the king is announced.
But this is the part that represents the midsection, the whole digestive tract, umbilical fluid. That here life begins, the king is raised to maturity and leaves the temple crowned in glory, words to that effect, something of that sort. So, in other words, it's right where, and you know, none of the other archetypes tell that story. So, it's right in place, exactly where it belongs.
Your ancestors had the temple of Seti I, called Aptu, that the Arabs called Abydos, telling of the first holy city where pilgrimages took place right here. You had to climb up the 42 steps, going into this temple. Let's go inside of the temple to see the world's first Immaculate Conception and Resurrection story. See how massive this temple is now. Right now we're in the shrine of Makari Hatshepsut. She was the queen pharaoh of the 18th dynastic period, who ruled ancient Kemet, who protected ancient Kemet during her time. You're going to see her funerary temple day after tomorrow, just to see how serious a sister that she is. Although some who did not respect the sister, now some say it was Thutmose III, we have no record of that, but if we look back and see that it may be others who may not appreciated her and chiseled her out. But you see the ankhs representing baptism. This is where the concept of baptism came from. So you see the ankhs where she's been baptized by Haru and also by Tahuti, showing the earliest concept of baptism right here of Makari Hatshepsut, a serious sister during the 18th dynastic period who protected Egypt during her time as well as ruled the throne of all of Kemet. Now we're going to come down here a little bit. Mem is a form of Amen. Now you can see the erect penis of Mem, showing that circumcision was already known by African people long before Abraham. We are told that Abraham started circumcision, where he circumcised his son Isaac. If you be a Jewish or Christian, Judeo-Christian background, if Muslim, it was Ishmael. But circumcision was known in Africa thousands of years before Abraham. You can see the penis, again, in ancient Kemet coming out from the navel. Now, do you see the X on Mem? Again, showing his arms straight up, showing resurrection. So symbolically saying resurrect from the dead, giving life and resurrection. So the erect penis also represent resurrect. Now let's get into this a little deeper. So our ancestors had no problem showing the earliest concept of resurrection, showing Osiris or Asaru, the first black god resurrecting from the dead 4,100 years BC. See Asaru with the large erect penis? And with the sun, why is the sun above his penis and the scarab? The scarab is kapara, that means to self-create. He's going to self-create himself. He's going to produce the new sun, just like the sun that rises in the east. Now, our ancestors looked at everything with nature. Right before sunrise, brothers, what happens to you right before sunrise? You get an erection right before sunrise. Remember those songs? The best love is early in the morning, right before sunrise. So clearly, our ancestors had no problem showing with nature, showing that right before sunrise, there was the erection as well. So sisters, if you have any problems with the brothers, just wait for sunrise. Everything will be all right. Now, let me show you something deeper now. Steeple on the church for the resurrection, which in fact was no other than the great god's Asaru's penis on top of the church, showing the sun that you see right here, and the sun on the church that resurrects in the east. This was the symbol for resurrection. Here's Tahuti. Tahuti representing the scribe of writing, laws of science, or should we say the Neteru, the divine entity. When we lock into saying gods and things, that's what the European would like for us to say, trying to lock into polytheism, but the Neteru, where nature comes from. So again, they looked at nature. So what is it about Tahuti, do you think, that was the best symbol to represent the writing and science and intelligence? What do you see about the nature? The bill. See, the long bill represents what? The pen for writing. So he also was represented as a divine word. It came to Isis and said that she would give forth a holy birth. Didn't an angel? Yes. We're going to see that at the temple of Isis. See, further south we get, the deeper it's going to get. And at the temple of Isis, Tahuti, who was the Lord of the voice from heaven, came to her and said that she was going to give forth a virgin birth, an immaculate conception. Didn't an angel come and tell Mary that she was going to be born of a virgin birth and immaculate conception. So he was the one. Yeah, what a coincidence. But wait a minute, it's even deeper, because Makari Hatshepsut, when you see, when we get to the Valley of the Kings day after tomorrow, she's born of immaculate conception and virgin birth. That's right there on her temple. So the virgin birth is an ancient story right here in Kemet. But the most ancient, of course, would be Aset, is her true name, that the Greeks call Isis, by the way. Osiris was called Asaru, you see, and Horus was called Haru. So when we say Isis, and when we say Osiris, and we say Horus, that's the Greek terminology. But when you say Asaru, Aset, and Haru, that would be the African terminology of the earliest Trinity concept. But again, Makari Hatshepsut was born of immaculate conception. We're going to see that tomorrow as well. So there's a continuous story. Now you see Mut. Here you see Mut. This is where we get the term mother from. This is the wife of Amun. You can't conceive of a god without a wife. Our ancestors understood that their concept of theology, their concept of the spiritual belief system, they understood that realm in the relationship to the living realm. They couldn't see God without a wife. We look at the relationship with our own experience here. Man makes up theology. Man makes up the God concept. That's why the Bible is revised anytime they want to revise it. In the King James Version, it's translated down through the ages. So here you have Mut. This is where we get the term mother from. The goddess Mut, who was the wife of Amun, that you see right here sitting on the throne. Here on the books in stone, we have the evidence. We have the evidence from the books in stone that our ancestors carved as though they knew that one day the story may not be told. And these biblical stories that we got, that's all we've known. Like Moses and the bulrushes, who had to hide from the so-called evil pharaohs out to kill the firstborn of the Hebrew people, even though there's no documentation of any Jews, Hebrews, who were during this time in Kemet. Now, here we see the story in stone, the original story, of a set hiding in the papyrus swamps. Here we have Amun holding up the letter Ankh to a set, and here we have our holy child right here. Also, look at the three coming to bring gifts and things for the holy child. Look, 1, 2, 3, go. Others are coming right here to, and with the dua, okay, admiration, because this holy child who's born of a holy birth and immaculate conception, Haru, has come to rule on earth. And also that the evil brother of Asar would not rule, and that is Set. So we see all who are coming because of this holy birth that is taking place. Now what we see in this picture now is corrupted to who? Moses and the bulrushes. Herod coming to, not Herod, but the Pharaoh, and keep in mind Pharaoh only means great house, Parah. They did not use a Pharaoh for king, it was Nisu. But here it was told it out to kill the child. Was that not plagiarized from these stories that you see in the books and stuff? Mm-hmm. Also, we see the story of Jesus, who had to hide from who? Herod. So we got these stories that we see. Where did the prototype, where's the beginning, where is it coming from? Right here. Here is a story, it's starting from here. Even from the story of Moses, the story is told where? In Egypt. The story of Jesus had to flee into Egypt. So that tells us that Egypt is a home base for a lot of the stories. This is the beginning of the story, because it is here is where they plagiarize the ideas from. So from the Netarus, who are coming, the spiritual Netarus are coming and bringing offerings to the Holy Child. This is long before the Magi, or the three kings that we see in the Yuletide. So one account after the other, brothers and sisters. And again, here we see again, Amun was the one. And here we have also Tahuti was important. Why was Tahuti important? Because Tahuti is the one that gave the call to set a set would have the immaculate conception. So here's the story that we get in the biblical account. Mary's in her bedroom, and boom, here comes Gabriel. Mary said, "Who are you?" "I'm Gabriel, the angel of the Lord." "Well, why are you here?" "Let you know you're going to have a holy birth." So Gabriel is Tahuti. Because Tahuti is the one that said Set would have a holy birth. First telling her husband a star in the spiritual realm. So we don't know the Netarus to show how they took and formulated these angels, as they call them. Our African ancestors, brothers and sisters, saw the matrilineal system. Keep in mind that all the kings had to come through the line of the woman. Is that right? That's right. What man can say he didn't come from a woman? Please step forward so we can understand where you came from. So our ancestors had no problems understanding that divine principle of that sacred womb where we all came from. That was the basis and foundation of the goddess principle and the matrilineal system in Africa. And our ancestors saw, in order for the king to rule the throne, like you have Ursa Ma'at here, the goddess Sheshat. Here you see her in the tree of divine wisdom, giving the fruit of divine knowledge and wisdom in order for him to rule the throne. It had nothing to do with no tree of good and evil. The patriarchs who came from the north, the Hyksos and others, who had a misogynistic nature, a hatred towards the woman, could not conceive of a woman nor a goddess giving a man anything. And that story was corrupted. The tree of divine wisdom and divine life was corrupted into the tree of what? Because here we have that they created in their biblical stories and the opening of the pages in Genesis that there was Adam and Eve, is that right? And they were not to eat of the tree of what? Knowledge of what? Good and evil. Now who was seduced by the serpent and ate from the tree? Here we see that she was seduced to eat the fruit, and then she seduced who? Adam. Now we are told that that's the reason for the world's sins of this first woman eating of the tree of good and evil, and that that's also not only the reason for the world's sins, but her monthly cycle is to remind her of that sin. This is what's taught in that we were born in sin. There was no story whatsoever in the Kemetic Nile Valley that we were born in sin. Like Adam and Eve, that has nothing to do with our story. This is what we see the evolutionists and creationists fighting each other, and they know anthropological studies that black people were first, so they put a black Adam and Eve, and gave Adam a jerry curl, and gave Eve a weave. The African story is the goddess Sheshat giving the fruit of divine life from the tree of divine life and wisdom in order for the king to rule the throne. And this goddess concept was corrupted throughout the whole African Nile Valley, and even in our spiritual subconscious, even today, where we are told that the sisters are the ones, the women are the ones for the world's sins. This is the demonization of women and the hatred of women. This is part of the sexism that you get in the theologians. Even in Paul it says that women shouldn't even speak in the church. But I'm letting you know that that is not the African spiritual way, brothers and sisters. We had a god and a goddess. That's a spiritual Ma'atian law that our ancestors saw. Okay? So let's understand that there was no rib, by the way, in the African creation story taken from the man to make the woman. That didn't exist. They were created simultaneously. So we did not have no story, but all of us got a navel where the umbilical cord was severed from our mothers, where we all came from. But until we get back to the true spirituality of understanding our divine balance of African men and African women, we'll forever be a victim in somebody else's racist, theological story, and the victimization of sisters where we cannot see our divine balance in the universe. And you know the story is corrupted anyway because, as they said, there was only Adam and Eve, and then they created a son named who? Cain and Abel. And Cain went out to the land of Nod and found what? They haven't been able to explain that story yet. And then the racist theologians will tell you that was the sub-Negroid race. No, African people had a great kingdom long before their Adam and Eve story that they created and corrupted from the goddess Aset and Asar from right here in Kemet, right here in Egypt where you are. These stories are told. This is a book in stone. That's why they carved endlessly so it could not be revised. You see the Ark already back there. How could the Ark of the Covenant that the Jews say that Jehovah God is the portable God house and you got it right here? That they're carrying? And we are taught to go to Jerusalem and not to come back here to Kemet. We look at Jerusalem as being the Holy Land, not Kemet as being the Holy Land. This was the original Holy Land. This was the original Ta'neter land. As we see that Hermes Trismegistus and Greek mythology, they literally took it from Tahuti. It is here that our ancestors had a study from the 42 books of Tahuti, representing science, law, and intelligence, who was represented as the ibis bird that you saw. We saw those little white birds that we saw come over here. So our ancestors looked at nature. We didn't worship the bird, but it was an attribute of science, attribute of intelligence. Tahuti writing down the deeds of our life on earth as we lived here. This is where the Western philosophical thought, Greeks took their concept of Hermes Trismegistus from Tahuti, now called thought too. So we see Judaism took God Khnum, fashioning man out of clay, and called him Jehovah. But notice the God Khnum fashioning man on the potter's wheel out of clay. This is where Judaism took a portion of this to make up their Genesis story with the Sanhedrins around 250 BC. From this relief right here of God fashioning man and woman on the potter's wheel. And they took other concepts of Atum from Heliopolis creation story, or the city of On, to make up their Adam as a man. And we see European Christianity took from the goddess Isis and Horus and made up the European, again, let me express, the European version of Mary and Jesus. Copied directly from these reliefs right here. So you got Greek philosophy, where he took from Tahuti and called it Hermes Trismegistus. You got the Jehovah Genesis creation story, and the Bible, where they took from Khnum, fashioning man on the potter's wheel out of clay, and they turned it into making man out of clay, Adam out of clay. And you also got Christianity right here showing Isis lactating or breastfeeding the holy child Horus, who was born of immaculate conception and virgin birth. Three concepts just from this one relief. You see? All carved in stone. As you can see the line, one dark, one light, showing where this temple was under the water. Nobody could come back and read this. And that's why over here, if you look against this wall right here, much of it, they tried to chisel it all out. But our ancestors wrote endlessly as though one day we would forget our story. One day we would not know who we are. One day that the only thing that we put on our genetic memory bank would be an alien, a conqueror's story. In our mind, our story would not be told. And that's why Justinian in the 6th century AD came in and closed these temples down, because they were copying Christianity, the theological concepts from African people. You sisters that y'all sacred. You are goddesses. And that's the problem with the brother today, because they took that concept out of his consciousness. That's why the rap groups around there calling her the bees and stuff. Huh? Okay, now look. Isis holding the Ankh of life. We know what the Ankh of life now is, a symbol of her uterus, right? So here, again, I'll show you, showing where the holy child is coming from her womb. See the loop? That's why she's holding it, because she wants the first immaculate conception and the first holy birth is going to come from her. So she's holding the Ankh for life. Can you see it? Not too much glare there, right? That's why the Europeans, when Justinian and the boys Theodosius, they came in, they tried to chisel it out. Couldn't deal with the real immaculate conception, but they weren't talking about one immaculate conception. Our ancestors were telling us on these reliefs that every woman could produce an immaculate conception, provided that she was on the spiritual level and the man was on the spiritual level. The both of them coming together produced immaculate virgin birth. They chiseled out the Ankh, the top part of it, because that represents the womb. But the other part they kept there to represent the crucifix. You see? That symbol that they didn't take or didn't chisel out was a symbol of the cross. They didn't chisel that one out. So this is another picture of Constantine. Constantine's vision of the cross, which he is pointing to this symbol, Sec Vincius. In this symbol, we shall conquer. Through this symbol, we shall conquer. Supposedly, Constantine got the cross out on the battlefield. Another picture, but now that we know that Constantine came here, now we know where, in fact, Constantine got the cross from. Huh? Right off of your ancestor temples. Has nothing to do with, this is blowing here, has nothing to do with no crucifixion or human sacrifice. Europeans corrupted it. Now we have no understanding or meaning of what the cross means today. And chisel out the Ankh, which was a symbol for life. Sisters, you're at one of the most spectacular funerary temples of Makari Hatshepsut, built for her, called Zetzret, Zetzru, meaning the select and most beautiful places. And as you look at it, it is definitely a beautiful place, carved out of this solid mountainside here. Do we grasp the time period? Over 3,000 years ago. Here it tells of her birthing colonnade that we will witness on the temple, and many other stories about her. A woman who ruled the throne because there was no man who could take the throne from the matrilineal line. Menkaperat Tahuti Mase was a young boy and could not take the throne. She was the rightful one to take the throne because she was from the matrilineal line, and she was from the line of the second Enrei Tiles, who were the ones who waged war for liberation of African people during the time of the Hyksos invasion. So she was the only one that could take the throne at the time, and she had to take the throne to make sure that Egypt would stay on the royal line until Menkaperat Tahuti Mase was able to grow up and take the throne. This temple is unique within itself. To the left, you would see the temple of Mentuhotep. It's in lapidated conditions, but originally it had a pyramid on top, showing the transition from the 11th dynastic period was building the pyramids on top of the temple structure. She loved his temple a lot, and she modeled his temple off of his, Mentuhotep, that you see off to the left that no longer has the pyramidal structure. Unique within itself in its architectural structure, but even looking at the architectural structure of this, it tells you who were the grand masters of architecture. As you come to see one temple after another temple, unique in its architectural structure within itself. From the temples you saw at Ipet Aset and Ipet Reset, or Karnak and Luxor, and the temple of Abydos and the temple of Dandara, each having its own unique architectural style, and she equally having her architectural style, is built off of the stairs that you see going all the way up. Now, of course, we're not going to go back to the innermost far one in the back. It is still going under restoration and so forth, but we will visit the birthing colonnade as well as the other areas up in the back, and the beautiful display and relief it tells of her expedition into land of Punet. Returning back to the land of a patriarchal system where everything was not only centered around the man, but it was also centered around God as a male deity. Whereas in Africa, with the matrilineal system, it was both male and female deity, a balance of God and goddess. And one of the things in the corruptions of our story is based off of the fact that when you see Het Heru, or Hathor, right here, with the sun disk above her head right here, that represented Hathor, who you saw earlier when we were in Dandara, and I showed you the birthing chamber of Heru. But here, that represented the matrilineal system. Why would they use a cow? The cow representing the Great Mother, also feeding from the Great Mother Earth. And there's a story we'll see that it was man who did evil in the matrilineal system. And here we see that the Hebrews changed it around, and now we see that the Adam and Eve story.
At the site of the lungs is the hypostyle hall.
This is the hypostyle hall. Hypostyle just means covered hall. Each of the temples has a hypostyle hall. It represents symbolically, more on this another time, but it represents symbolically the papyrus swamp in which Hathor safeguards and nourishes Horus, who safeguards and takes care of Horus until he's raised to manhood and can avenge the murder of his father Osiris. So all hypostyle halls represent that papyrus swamp. But in this one alone, at the bases of these columns are cut the phases of the moon. It starts at the top there, there's nothing, new moon. On this one here, if you scratch away all these stones, it would be a crescent that went like this. On the next column, over there is a half moon, so it's not like this. And then on the final column, insofar as you can show a full moon coming out from the column, but there's a full moon. Now this has certainly no decorative effect whatsoever. It's just cut into the surface of the paving stones below. Now on the plan, as well as plan, this hypostyle hole represents the lungs actually. And I mean, the lungs and the heart pumps the blood, the lungs, it's all are associated, the lungs with the phases of the moon, and the heart with the sun, which is common to all cultures really. But there's a lung moon correlation, and so it's here and here only this hypostyle where we have the phases of the moon. This is the part of the temple that actually corresponds to the heart. And interestingly enough, it was appropriated by the early Copts and the Romans and turned into a church. It's a peculiarity of early Coptic Christian temple building or temple appropriation that in the various temples they almost invariably chose a part of the temple that would have been specifically and particularly sacred to the ancient Egyptians who built the temples themselves. And in this particular little, let's say, heart chakra here, we can see still the remains of frescoes, Roman frescoes painted along the wall in this way, curiously anomalous, out of place looking Roman arch, where they did a bit of original construction. This little chamber corresponds on the plan to the vocal cords, and it's in this chamber that the 5 sacred names of the king are written. And on this wall here, a very remarkable scene. It's called the scene of the theogamy, or marriage to the gods. In it, Amon and the queen, Mutemoya, the mother of Amenhotep III, are seated on a symbol for the sky, supported by 2 goddesses, Selkit with a scorpion emblem, Neith with the crossed arrows, whose own feet also don't rest upon the ground, denoting the holy spiritual nature of the scene. On the right are Amon's words, on the left, Mutemoya's, the queen's, responses. And what is being depicted here on this scene is Amon telling the queen that she will shortly give birth to a divine king, to a divine being. This scene is explained by Egyptologists as a political device by Amenhotep to justify his accession to the throne. Actually, what it is the Annunciation, what comes later in Christianity, the Annunciation by the god of the coming birth of a divine being. And so we see written into Egyptian symbolism on a wall of a temple built in 1300 BC, a central aspect of the later Christian doctrine. This is the Holy of Holies, the central sanctuary from which the rest of the temple, which generates the seed. The sanctuary might be called the seed of the actual temple. In this case, the sanctuary is not the original one. It was put in there later by Alexander the Great, actually, in 300 BC. But originally, it's the site of the original sanctuary. In yogic practice, when people chant Om, the idea is to get those sinus passages resonating, and it's that actually that produces, or that is part of the initiatic practice of raising consciousness, of bringing it up into the pineal gland. So curiously enough, in the plan, the sanctuary might be called the seed of the actual temple, the center, you might say, of the growth of the temple.
The temple of Luxor was in every respect the living image of man. It began from a seed which contained the plan for its ultimate becoming. It grew in time according to the laws of the geometry of life. Temple architecture is often referred to as living architecture. Was this a functional necessity for the temple to perform its task? Their very architecture incorporates an unfolding in time as well as space. Did they know something about time that we don't?
This is called the Hall of 12 Columns. The 12 columns representing the 12 hours of day and the 12 hours of night. On the plan, in Schwaller's plan, this corresponds to the optical centers, the left brain, right brain, where the nerves cross, where the right eye perceives, or the left brain transforms what the right eye sees, and the right brain transforms what the left eye sees. Significantly enough, the 12 columns also correspond to the 12 optical nerves found in this center anatomically. So this is a part of the accumulated evidence that Schwaller put together, demonstrating that this entire temple is meant to represent the human body, not as an exact reproduction. In other words, a statue is an exact reproduction of the human body, but that this is, you might say, a kind of a gigantic library in which are written all of the, not just the functions of the human body, but the functions as manifestations of the cosmic principles upon which the human body is constructed by divine powers, not by accidents.
It appears quite distinctly that the secret pharaonic teaching is based on the vital functions for which the organs are the living symbols, in the sense explained previously. There can no longer be any doubt of the ancients' knowledge with regard to what might be called spiritual metabolism, from the assimilation of nourishment to the liberation of the energy or spirit manifested in the intellectual faculties and the powers of consciousness. We see in this the symbolization of the eye and its relation to the center of visual consciousness.
This little sanctuary represents the top chakra. It's one of three representing the higher glands of the brain, or within the skull, and has a very interesting geometrical structure. This entire, let's say, triple sanctuary here, based upon very rigorous and elegant sacred geometry, incorporating constants like the roots of 2, 3, and 5. And this particular little room here is proportioned precisely 8 to 9. 8 to 9 is the proportion of the first note in the musical scale. So the entire temple, actually, as Schwaller demonstrates, has a musical significance as well as a profound philosophical and metaphysical significance. Music is effectively built into this structure in its proportions, measures, and stone harmonies. The pineal gland in countless statues of the pharaohs, they're shown with wearing the royal diadem, with a rearing cobra, rearing precisely out of the place of the pineal gland, or the famous third eye. And the cobra in this context represents the risen Kundalini energy, the energy that, starting from the base of the spine, travels up the spinal column, illuminating the pineal gland and giving access to divine light or higher consciousness, which is, of course, the aim of all mystical and initiatic practices.
The enigmatic cobra rising from the third eye of the pharaoh is so prevalent that it is almost synonymous with Egyptian art. What did it mean? The knowledge of the subtle body demonstrated here with the accomplishment of the risen Kundalini echo and amplify the similar arcana at the center of Hindu and Asian sacred teachings. The perfection of earthly material and its transformation into a higher spiritual manifestation is symbolized by the risen Kundalini snake. We see a number of examples of this secret science, sometimes called inner alchemy, in the esoteric symbolism of the ancient Egyptian temples. The Egyptian knowledge of the subtle body or spiritual body and its interworking with the physical body seems to have been present throughout its history. This is the heart of the secret behind countless ancient cultures. Sexual energy, life energy redirected and refined for the creation of a higher spiritual presence. In parallel with tantric, Eastern and alchemical symbolism, as well as many modern magical disciplines, the risen snake of Kundalini is another indicator of the high universal science from history so remote that it seems to be the seed from which all our oldest extant cultures came into being. In ancient documents and sacred teachings passed down through the ages, the knowledge, the art of becoming a higher or more perfected form on the spiritual plane finds its echo as one of the legacies of lost science contained in the temples. Why was this fantastically complicated temple undertaken? Was there a technical function that the temple performed, or assisted in, or facilitated? What does this say about the minds capable of such a design, not to mention the bewildering use such a structure might have afforded? The use of higher dimensions in the symbolic architecture of the temple was necessary to capture the higher dimensional nature of the science revealed here. It is difficult to see this as anything but the product of higher minds. The temple not only drew attention to or demonstrated a knowledge of the subtle body, but further showed its role in the deeper arcanum of the anthropocosmos. We share what might be called a hologrammatic relationship with the consciousness of the universe, each an octave of the other, each sharing in and influencing the state of the other. As above, so below. The analogy of the hologram is an important one. It is a useful tool in understanding our relationship with the universe. The role of DNA in our bodies is very similar to the example of the hologram. The tiniest amount of our living tissue contains DNA, which is a highly compact representation or map or seed containing the potential to recreate the whole organism. Again, turning to the revelation of the anthropocosm, we see ourselves, our individual and collective consciousness, as a hologrammatic cell comprising the higher mind of the conscious universe. As above, so below. The conscious universe and conscious man are one and the same. The microcosm and the macrocosm are not only in the image of one another, they each contain one another. They are one another. The teaching of the anthropocosm raises the question, if we are a hologram of the universe, is the universe also like us? Does it too have its periods of waking and sleeping? The one trait that seems to be a common side effect of consciousness is sleep. All conscious beings sleep, and perhaps all dream as well. The conscious universe and we, as conscious holograms or cells in its body, may well be dreaming during the heavy and confusing Kali Yuga. Are we, as the brain cells of the living universe, asleep, hibernating metaphysically during the winter of the lower yugas, only to return to full wakefulness as spring returns? Do we flower in the summer? Is this what is meant by the golden age? The universe awakes from an extended slumber, shakes off its checkered dreams, and returns to its waking passions to take pleasure from and bring pleasure to us, its firing brain cells, its hungry and hedonistic taste buds. We can think of the microcosm as man and the macrocosm as the universe, but as above, so below might also be expressed as inside, so outside. There is a teaching from Masonic law that shows the world outside to be an echo or reflection of the world inside. Conflicts are seen as outward manifestations of inner imperfections. The interrelationship of inner and outer worlds, and our ability to control one with the other, is the very definition of magic. This is the power conferred upon the initiate through an understanding of the anthropocosm. Yet the ramifications of the anthropocosm go even deeper. Awakening is the awakening of intelligence of the heart. Reason is born with us. If we give it preponderance over cerebral intelligence, over the mental, it will tell us everything, for it is the intelligence of the universe. Our intuition is the intelligence of the universe. This is the hidden blessing bestowed by the anthropocosm. The wisdom of the universe is at our disposal when we learn to listen to our hearts. The temple was a sacred teaching and a magical instrument. It demonstrated and perhaps in some way helped to facilitate man's connection to the universe. The intention of the master builders far surpasses a simple figuration. Since we are dealing with man, and since the architecture takes into account the channels and vital centers of the human body, the meaning of the figurations in sculptures and bas-relief is equally relevant. It is a magnificent lesson for everyone to be able to study across time, the knowledge already millennia old, bequeathed to the builders of the true temples. Every vital center is indicated. The glands and the vital connections between the organs represented in the scenes reveal their correspondence with the netas that govern them. This throws much light on one of the true meanings of the pantheon. As each netta is revealed to us, we recognize and acknowledge its presence and role within us. We can perfect the temple within by making it a true mirror of the Egyptian temple, a place fit to be inhabited by the gods. If the temple is built according to the timeless methods, the gods will in fact reside there.
For thousands of years, the Mayan created a brilliant civilization. While the Roman Empire crumbled, the Mayan was reaching its peak. Europe languished in the Dark Ages, but the Mayan were building massive stone pyramids and carved beautiful sculptures for their gods.
The Mayas, probably the most advanced civilization of the Americas. At least in my perspective, they are the most sophisticated in many aspects, not just in social form, organization, but their development in science, in writing, astronomy. Definitely, they were very sophisticated people for their time period. And Copan was one of the main centers of the ancient Maya civilization. And in many ways, it was the most beautiful one, especially because of the development of its art and architecture. And of all the art forms, it was really the sculpture that made Copan particularly special.
About 200 to 900 AD, the Maya civilization boasted hundreds of cities across North and Central America. They spread throughout a diverse land known today as Belize, Guatemala, El Salvador, Mexico, and Honduras. The Maya recorded their history and discoveries using hieroglyphics, a form of picture writing on stone, ceramics, and paper. Each Mayan city has their own structures with ceremonial centers where the rulers practiced a complex religion based on a host of gods, a unique calendar, and ceremonies that featured a ball game and sacrifices. Who are these Mayas? How did they build these incredible cities? Did they predict the end of the world? The answers lie in the place that best exemplifies Maya art, architecture, and culture. Honduras Copan, the Athens of the Mayas, to the Guatemalan border. Archaeologists believe that by 200 AD, there already was a prosperous tribal settlement in the valley of the Copan River, in the place where the ruins are today. The Copan Valley is 12.5 kilometers from east to west and 2.4 kilometers from north to south. Copan covers over 50 acres of temples, altars, stela, ball courts, several plazas, and a magnificent hieroglyphic stairway. It is believed that the originator of the Mayan dynasty established his rule approximately in 426 AD. He was called Kinik Yax Kukmo, which in the Maya language meant green Quetzal macaw or shining Quetzal macaw.
Well, from what we can tell, he's buried directly underneath Temple 16 at a much lower level. He seems to come from the area of the Petén.
With beautifully carved monuments and temple pyramids rising from the jungle and representative today of what Athens is to the Old World, the cradle of its civilization.
Located in the Motagua River Valley.
Copan is a name by which the site has been known since 1576. We don't know the site's original name at all, but new advances in Maya epigraphy have led to a possible reading of the Copan emblem glyph. It may be read as corner, summit, or motmot, possibly referring to Copan's position as the easternmost borders of the Maya world. However, the emblem glyph is represented by a bat or sots in Mayan.
The city was abandoned at about 850 AD. It's when it really enters in a very serious decline. But we have archaeological remains that go into the 1200 AD, and then other kinds of offerings that are still made at the site after that.
The ruins of the Copan are one of the most important sites of the Mayan civilization. This is the site of a major Maya kingdom of the classic era, 5th to 9th centuries. With beautifully carved monuments and temple pyramids rising from the jungle and representative today of what Athens is to the Old World, the cradle of its civilization. Because of this and other reasons, UNESCO declared it a World Heritage Site in 1980. The majority of archaeologists agree that Copan formed part of the 3 largest and most lavish cultural centers of the New World. The other 2 are Tikal and Palenque. The rulers of Copan were able to sustain their political and military power for 650 years, with a dynasty of 16 kings overseeing the city's expansion. Gradually, Copan gained more military and political importance within the Maya world. The city prospered and its population grew. There was the construction of greater and more ambitious ceremonial buildings, and the commissioning of lavish works of art as in other cities in the Maya world. New temples were built on top of older ones, with each iteration being larger and taller than the previous one. Historians believed great cities like Copan were ceremonial centers where the priests lived, while the rest of the population dwelt in distant villages, visiting the plazas only to watch important rites. Elaborate hieroglyphic texts were thought to be astronomical predictions and human figurines depicting Maya gods. It is now known that these writings refer to local historical events and principally the lives and achievements of kings who are portrayed through carvings on stela. Most of the temples and structures which we can see in this site date from the 8th century. The final ruler of Copan, Yu Sit Tok, came to power in AD 822. About this time, the kingdom began to diminish. A symbol of this tragic downfall is Altar El, which in AD 822 the king commissioned a monument to represent his time in power. However, it was never completed. Yet, despite its importance, Copan went into decline. Across the vast territory of the ancient Maya, other important sites were sharing a similar fate. Classic Maya civilization was collapsing. All evidence suggests that the Maya simply abandoned Copan. By 900 AD, only a tenth of the population was still present in the valley. Over the following centuries, the jungle remained the land that it had once given to the Maya for them to build their great city.
It was a very sophisticated culture. There were, the whole ability to develop high civilization was organized around the ability to produce large amounts of foodstuff sufficient to sustain large populations. So their agriculture was very advanced and produced enough sustenance to allow cities as large as Copan to exist. Copan had a population of 25 to 30,000 people in the 8th century. So it was a large, thriving metropolis with extensive exchange networks going all the way to Mexico and into central Honduras also. We find objects that reflect trade from the Atlantic as well as the Pacific Ocean. So large networks of exchange and trade which produced, I think, enough wealth to permit the development of a sophisticated rulership like they had.
No effort to explore or study the ruins was made. For centuries, the Maya created thousands of books made of bark and covered with hieroglyphs. They are the key to understand the Maya writing.
One of the big highlights of Maya civilization was their ability to write. They had a completely, fully developed writing system, which allows us to know more about them than many other civilizations in the entire American continent. The Incas were enormously sophisticated. But we know very little of them because we don't have any of their writings. The same, the Aztecs, we have a lot of documentation. Because of the presence of the Spaniards too, and because we do have some of their books. But the Maya books, yes, were burned by the Spaniards during the conquest period. It's very clearly documented how it happened because they were thought to contain the works of the devil, and therefore they were burned.
Fortunately, the Maya wrote on other surfaces that couldn't be burned. Today, 4 of the Maya books or codices escape from that time, One of those books leads to the first major breakthrough in deciphering Maya writing and understanding the Mayas' reverence for time. On November 17, 1839, in the jungles of Honduras, two explorers, American John Lloyd Stevens and Englishman Frederick Catherwood, in a small expedition to Central America, made an incredible discovery. They found the ancient Maya city of Copan, draped with thousands of years of tropical growth. They cleared the vegetation to reveal enormous pyramidal structures, some deeply etched with mysterious designs carved on sculptures. They illustrated the exotic world of Copan by Catherwood. He was able to bring Copan back to life through his painting of temples and monuments, as they lay partially trapped by the jungle. Their best-selling book, Incidents of Travel in Central America, captivates the public attention with stories of a lost civilization.
And it was published in the 1850s, at which time really it caught the attention of both the audience in the United States and in Europe.
They explored from Mexico to Honduras. They were able to discover 44 Maya cities, remains of a culture that flourished for more than 700 years, from roughly 200 to 900 of the Common Era.
And after that came the first archaeological excavations, beginning in the 1890s and continuing on to the beginnings of the 1900s. From then on, work at Copan has been relatively continuous through time of different groups and expeditions.
If we put it in our cultural terms, Tikal was like New York and Copan was like Paris. The effort was continued by the Instituto Hondureño de Antropología e Historia, Honduran Institute of Anthropology and History. A project involving American and Honduran archaeologists named Proyecto Arqueológico Copan was started in 1977 and carries on to this day. The Mayans created their own system, a numerical system using a dot to represent 1 and a bar to represent 5 is the basic ingredient of the Maya's vigesimal numerical system. The Maya independently developed the concept and understood the value of the number 0 as early as 374 AD, many centuries before the Europeans did. 0 was represented by the shell glyph. In this sense, 10 was represented by 2 bars stacked on top of each other, and 12 as these 2 bars plus 2 dots at the top. However, the Maya numbers could also be represented in a glyph form, resulting in sophisticated and full-figured face-type glyphs or representations for every number found in some of the stela at Copan. As many ancients studied the sky as an admiration to the gods and beliefs, Maya astronomers carefully observed the positions of the planets and stars. Based on the Earth's orbit around the Sun, they learned that a year was 365 days long. The Maya invented a system of math based on the number 20. Using this system, Maya astronomers designed a calendar that divided the year into 18 months of 20 days each. To these 360 days, the Maya added 5 unlucky days at the end of the year. The Maya calendar was complicated and could only be read by people with special training. But for many centuries, the Maya calendar was the most accurate calendar in the world.
The astronomy part was really the accumulation of generations upon generations of observation, naked eye observation by the ancient Maya that allowed them to be able to predict most or many of the most significant stellar movements and movements of the celestial bodies. And yes, they were able to predict major astronomical events such as eclipses with quite a bit of precision. They had almanacs, they had written books that I guess were accumulated after generations of observations. They were excellent mathematicians, and they were able to predict very clearly when these events would repeat just by observing and watching them in a very systematic fashion.
Many of these pyramids conceal something even more amazing. Beyond their sheer beauty and size, they are astronomically aligned to the Sun and Venus. And the strange markings that cover the buildings are more than decorative. They are evidence of Maya picture writing, the most comprehensive ancient script of the Americas, and one of only 5 original writing systems in the world. Their knowledge of the number system helped early scholars discover that the Maya books were celestial almanacs. The Maya could chart the 365-day solar cycle, predict solar and lunar eclipses, and even track the complex orbit of Venus, the stars, the planets, the sun, the moon, and any object that moved around in the sky were the ancestors of Maya. They were the gods of the Maya, and the Maya needed to follow them with great accuracy to know what to do here on Earth. And one object in particular, Venus, became their patron god of war. They wrote about it in their codices. They inscribed it in their Stela of Copan. They used it to time their rituals. Their incredible astronomical ability and the apparent lack of any fortifications around Maya cities led early scholars to see the Maya as not only the most advanced civilization of the Americas, but also a peaceful people compared to other ones. A new finding changed many people's minds when a discovery in Bonampak, a ruined Maya palace in the jungles of southern Mexico, unveiled a series of startling murals depicting torture, warfare, and bloodshed. Yet it took another 40 years for scholars to accept that the Maya, for all their heavenly concerns, practiced the early tradition of warfare. The Maya worshipped many different gods. Among the most important gods were Itzamna, the sky god, and Yuncax, the maize god. The Maya held many religious ceremonies in their centers.
We know quite a bit about their belief systems at the time of the Spanish conquest because the Spanish priests primarily annotated, took down and wrote about the Maya gods. So these are major public works directed by the king and the upper echelons of the Maya state that would allow the construction, the design, the building of these important sites. They were very important symbolically too. They represented a sacred landscape for the ancient Maya, so it was a very important part of their religious belief system. We have to remember, of course, that there was no division between the state and the church in ancient Maya society. They were both embodied by the king.
The Acropolis. The Maya kings of Copan were not interested in moving mountains. They preferred to create their own. The Mayas took their time to create their ceremonial centers, which keep well today. Their keen attention to detail is evident as you admire their painted murals and the beauty of their work in jade, ceramic, and stone, like the pyramid known as Temple 16. Rising 100 feet above the city's great plaza, it is the highest point among a group of holy buildings that archaeologists have dubbed the Acropolis.
Probably the most outstanding feature of Copan is its sculpture. And I think it had to do with a number of elements. A principal among them is the fact that we had the raw materials, that we had this volcanic tuff which is fairly easy to quarry and fairly easy to carve. But then the other tremendous element, which I think is equally as important, is the human talent. And that is the fact of the matter is that the artisans, the artists that we had at Copan were really very, very talented human beings. And so the combination of having the raw materials and having the human talent to develop this very sophisticated style of sculpture is really something that gave Copan its very special flavor and made it, or makes it, outstanding within all of the other, 50 or 60 other major Maya sites they get in the entire Maya area. I really feel confident in saying that no other site has such outstanding beauty in carved stone as Copan does. And that's why we have built our sculpture museum here in Copan in honor of this outstanding talent of the Maya. There are obviously many other areas in which such a talent would have been.
Ancient Maya civilization is the highest cultural legacy of Mesoamerica. The Maya are believed to originate in the Yucatan around 2600 BC. They developed the mathematical position of zero, along with a highly advanced understanding of many sciences including a unique mathematical system, impressive knowledge about the cosmos, astronomy, an exact multi-calendar system, majestic architectural achievements, medicinal care including herbal healing, sacred holistic ceremonies, and a complex hieroglyphic writing combining phonetic suffixes, prefixes, and detailed artistic symbols. Ancient Maya had a spectacular and advanced architecture. Many of the Mayan ancient cities and pyramids were based on Maya cosmovision and in many instances served as temples to honor the gods and the royal families. All ancient Mayan pyramids were made of hand-cut limestone blocks carefully aligned to form intricate architectural designs with impressive stone reliefs depicting many aspects of the cosmos, life, death, warfare, mythology, and royal lineage. The complexity of ancient Mayan architecture design and its majestic beauty speaks of the cultural and scientific achievements this civilization reached. A Mayan shaman shares healing practices. Meg, you are a Mayan healer. What does that mean to you, and what does it involve? Jose, in an effort to preserve and share our Mayan ancestors' traditions and wisdom, we J-men continue teaching and practicing sacred Mayan knowledge, healing, and spiritual traditions that are passed verbally and through practice from generation to generation. As a J-men, I have the privilege to serve God and my community's health and spiritual needs and to continue to preserve my Mayan shaman and spiritual heritage and share the Mayan cosmovision knowledge with future generations. Meg, could you give an overview of the Mayan spiritual beliefs? Jose, to the Maya people who continue to revere our Mayan spiritual beliefs and Maya cosmovision traditions, our planet Earth is an amazing expression of unfolding life in a continual creation of non-visible and visible energy forces. We, the Maya J-men or wise men, recognize the universe as a cosmo-hologram of living consciousness, a primal spirit permeated with a vast creative intelligence. That spirit transforms energy in many manifestations of matter and non-matter. Spirit flows in a continual dance of non-manifested and manifested expressions of living energy. Those who hold to the Maya spiritual beliefs understand such reality as the matrix of all that exists. All visible forms are conscious energy field units of creative biophysic intelligence manifested in numerous fields of life, in holistic communion with the living cosmos. Thus, we live our earthly life with reverence to the planet, the material manifested world and the spiritual energy fields that interact with it. Mayan glyphs. The gift of healing in Mayan shaman. Meg, when did you realize you had the gift of healing and begin the journey to becoming a Mayan shaman? Jose, since I was young I became aware I had the gift of healing and smoothing a person's pain with my hands and touch in meditation and prayer. I was blessed with the Mayan healing traditions as part of my upbringing and was always interested in learning about medicinal plants, natural remedies, and healing ways. Mayan elders observe their young and can recognize who has the gift of healing. I was blessed to have it and continue to learn many healing holistic processes from the elder healers and my mentor. The gift of healing is a true responsibility to a Mayan person, and one must understand such power and learn to work with Mother Nature, the spiritual elements, and the powers with it. Disclosure. I wish I could explain to you the experience or describe it, but I don't have the words for it. I can say it is a gift from God and I honor it with all my heart, soul, and conscious commitment to be of service to my fellow man. Meg, what does the title J-men mean? Mayan shaman Jose Santos Tomri performs a Maya blessing. Photo, Hacienda Kai Chen. Jose, to the Maya people, a J-men is a holistic healer and shaman. J-men is the title given by the senior healers and priests to a respected medicine wise man known for his understanding of holistic Mayan healings and sacred healing rituals. Maya healing requires more than knowledge of medicinal plants and natural remedies. J-men works with Mayan healing rituals and sacred ceremonies, as well as with spiritual vision and insight to understand a person's Chuel, which means integral energies, soul, mind, body, emotions, aura, and non-physical bodies. A person's QL holistic harmony may be imbalanced due to internal or external factors that affect a person's wholeness and can manifest in spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical ailments. Studying Mayan healing techniques. Meg, was there a particular teacher you studied Mayan healing techniques with? Jose, I have studied with many Mayan J-men and medicine females who have taught me about Mayan medicinal plants, preparation of healing remedies, healing techniques and holistic healing energy care, as well as the importance of holistic healing rituals and ceremonies, all part of the Mayan healing tradition still practiced today in Yucatan and other Mayan lands in Central America. Senior Mayan priest and elder J-men, Don Bartolome Put Nawat has taken me under his guidance and teachings for many years. He recognizes the spiritual healing gift in me and is committed to help me continue growing in my medicinal and shamanic education and service to my people. Meg, can you describe who the types of people are that seek your help, and the kind of things they are looking for help with? Jose, all sorts of people, from rural families to foreign people seek help of the J-men. Most of them understand that holistic healing cares for the root of their health problems in an integral way. Medicine practiced by doctors from universities only treats the manifested effect of illness without considering the whole energies that cause it to manifest, such as the emotional energy of the individual, his lifestyle, personal spiritual beliefs, inner mental attitude, stress, resentments, etc. Such energies influence the immune system of a person and determine the manifestation of illness, infections and other health issues that are not by accident, say a plane crash. These need to be viewed with a holistic approach, not just focus on the actual manifestation, but on what causes it. Amid fragrant clouds of copal incense, a tradition. People who understand their need for a healthy life, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, as well as physically, are more likely to look for the help of holistic healing traditions and care than people hooked only in material world ideas and beliefs. Natural medicine methods are holistic in nature and approach the healing process and the healthy energy of each individual. That is what we do. Today's society and general global life practices bring additional stresses and anxieties that block the emotional energy flow of an individual, create negative fields of energy. When not filtered with prayer and meditation, this can cause damage to the person, creating physical manifestation, such as illnesses and weakened immune and nervous systems. The Mayan connection between nature and people. Meg, can you explain nature's role in the Maya way of life? Jose, our understanding and observation of nature, earth cycles, the cosmos, and life and death play an important role in the Maya spiritual and religious beliefs and way of life. The shamanic Mayan traditions teach us J-men that humans are a holistic expression of the universe's cosmic creative intelligence. We are expressions of the spiritual unfolding of living consciousness manifested in a soul-body hologram, emerging within planet Earth's evolutionary trajectory. Maya cosmovision traditions help us appreciate that we share a common holistic foundation of existence with all living matter and non-visual powers of our planet. Spiritual reverence in our daily appreciation of our planet's natural life source and reconciliation with our planet's unique living global system is a central teaching in the Mayan holistic spiritual traditions. The Maya gods and what they represent to the Maya people. Jose, there is an intricate complexity of the Mayan shaman, spiritual belief system and cosmovision. All of these gods and deities have a dualistic nature and qualities, normally associated with day and night, life and death, health and illness, light and dark, etc. Ancient Mayan gods, deities and supernatural beings represent different aspects of the cosmos, and they also play an important role in many aspects of human life. A number, day, week, month or year within the calendar system symbolize cycles observed by the Maya in nature. Today, rural Mayans have transferred many of their ancient spiritual connections to a mix of Mayan mythology and the Catholic faith. Catholicism, Mayan beliefs, and Mayan shaman. Meg, how does Catholicism fit with the Maya beliefs? Jose, today many Mayan priests, J-men and wise men mix Catholic symbols and images within their Mayan spiritual beliefs, cleansing ceremonies and holistic rituals. This is due to 500 years of religious repression that led the Maya to mix in Catholic traditions to their spiritual teachings in order to safeguard the true essence of their ancient beliefs. Nowadays, many of us J-men are dedicated to regain our right to a pure Mayan spiritual belief expression. We have gathered several ancient holistic sacred ceremonial rituals that have been taught verbally and practiced without public displays by our ancestors and older generations throughout the decades. Nowadays, these genuinely Mayan ancestral ceremonies are being held in the Hacienda Chichen's sacred Mayan ceremonial site, thanks to the support given to us by Mrs. Belisa B. Gordon, owner of a vast private land within Chichen Itza in the Yucatan. Meg, how do you practice the Maya faith today? Jose Santos Tomari engaged in Mayan shaman tradition. Photo, Hacienda Chichen. Jose, prayer is the most powerful tool any Mayan healer has. Healing takes place with the support and guidance of Junub Kayaj, God's spirit, and the Yumtsalub, Mayan gods. The J-men role is that of a spiritual healing channel during his work. Prayer opens the channel of holistic healing by bringing vital balance to a person's chulal, which is the life energy force between the physical and spiritual worlds. Mayan prayers are spoken with reverence in a deep state of meditation. Prayer is the power that unites us with the divine. Prayers are repeated in numerical sequences and accompanied with aromatherapy or incense burning of copal and other sacred resins. Healing rituals and ceremonies have tremendous spiritual power. They provide the frame in which mind, emotions, soul and spirit become one to purify the invasive energy to heal its effect. Holistic ceremonies and healing ritual calls upon different aspects of the self to be restored to a harmonious, healthy balance. Communicating with spiritual guides. Spiritual guides communicate with the Mayan priests and healers through intuition, insight vision, dreams, and sometimes even with physical manifestations that act as conduits and guidance to the Mayan healer. Blessing of water is of utmost importance to Mayan healers. Blessed cenote fresh water has a powerful purifying energy that cleans, heals and balances a person's body, mind, emotions, and inner energy by revitalizing harmonious energy flow within. Fire follows the blessing of the water as the symbol of purification and energy. New fire is offered to Junub Kayaj, Supreme God, prior to initiating all rituals or ceremonies. Earth and gifts of Mother Nature are an integral part of a J-men healing elements. Sacred Mayan clays and medicinal plants, sacred stones and gems, tree bark, leaves, and roots, as well as honey and corn, are all part of the spiritual connection that help the Mayan healer cure and restore the life energy flow in each of us. Air is the element that carries vital energy and the spirit of life. Chanting and prayer help bring powerful vibrations that heal a person's mind, emotions, and body. The spiritual power of wind and sahumados, copal or burning aromas, purify and unblock the effects of blocked energy and emotional trauma. For the Maya healer, all illnesses exist within cold or hot energy fields. Mayan healing rituals take great care to control changes in temperature within and outside a person to bring a holistic healthy energy balance. Healing practices of a Mayan shaman. Meg, could you describe in general the healing practices of a Mayan shaman? Jose, all Mayan healers use only Mother Nature's gifts in their healing practices. Mainly, medicinal plants and aromatherapy are integrated, but in treating some illnesses, body massages, wraps, infusions, and bone alignment are also necessary to purify the energy flow of the person. Those that experience the Mayan shaman of healing arts and rituals come to renew the vital energy fields of their physical, emotional, and mental bodies. These people come for the first time without truly understanding what they are about to experience, yet they allow us to care for them and find release of their tensions, anxieties, body pains and toxins, as their soul unites with nature. Their senses are soothed by Mother Nature's elements, smoothing plant oils, organic cacao butter and oils, gentle aromas of orchids, healing power of raw honey, clays, medicinal herbs and roots, and the healing pure energy of touch and prayer. Photo, Mayan healing herbs. We, healers, open the energy union of love through our spiritual guides with the inner person we are to help. We begin the journey of healing the mental blockages and physical pains of the person we are helping, to regain a harmonious energy flow within. Mother Earth has given us all the unique healing elements to use, plenty of them, from spirulina algae, to the fresh pure energies of cenote waters, to the harmonic energy of jade and other semi-precious stones, such as asavash quartz. Meg, are the cenotes of any particular significance to the Maya? Jose, cenotes are the mouth of the underground rivers, geological formations that continue to provide vital fresh water to the people of Yucatan. Since ancient times, cenotes have played an important role, allowing the Maya to develop great cities and their unique cultural endeavors. Many ancient objects and human skeletons have been found by archaeologists that may indicate cenotes were used for religious ceremonies of some sort in ancient times. Cenote water is precious to us, it is vital to our life and, when blessed, it becomes holy. Our physical body is mainly water, and it is our belief that water carries pure spiritual energies when blessed by a J-men. Such energies as love and health are active healing elements to aid a person. Water is affected by our energy charge, and can be polluted with negative energies such as hate and anger, as well as with physical elements like poisons. We can also purify its molecules and charge it with the vital energy flow of love through blessing it. Such blessing produces highly pure energy charges and filters the negative polluting energy flow, thus, the water becomes pure, creative, full of healthy charges. Healers like myself understand the need to detoxify water from negative energy that blocks the flow of health and holistic well-being in a person, thus we perform blessings of the water to increase its vital purifying forces and healing powers. Read more. What is pilgrimage? Spiritual seekers share experiences. Mayan shaman, traditions, rituals, and ceremonies. Meg, could you describe several of the important Mayan shaman traditions, rituals, and ceremonies? Jose, Yaxchi is one of the most important cosmovision symbols of all times for the Maya people. This highly sacred Maya ceremony is performed only by the most qualified Maya priests. Yaxchi celebrates the sacred saber tree as the center of life on earth, the connection between heaven, earth, and the underworld. The Maya's most sacred tree, Saber Pentandra, is the symbol of creation, life, the 13th levels of heaven, planet Earth, the 9th levels of the underworld. Its roots cover the underworld levels, its branches reach the heavens and bless the skies, its trunk connects life and the 4 cardinal points where the Bakaboab or Bakabs reside. These are the 4 cardinal guardians between planet Earth and the cosmos or heavens. Yaxchi is also the sacred holistic mother tree to the Maya mystics and the Maya cosmovision, a blend of physical and spiritual force manifesting life and vital cosmic energy. In the shade of these sacred trees, Maya priests and J-men find spiritual wisdom and brotherhood. Trunk of Saber Speciasa. Another important ceremony is one in which the sacred beverage of the Balchi is offered by the J-men to request from Kayujoab, Maya gods, the peace and harmony of people in their villages and the satisfactory development of their society at work. Bark from the Balchi tree is crushed and fermented with pure wild honey, anise, and other sacred herbs. This beverage has a smooth sweet wine-like flavor and is given in small cured goods to the participants once the ceremony is about to end. Tajchi is a Mayan sacred ceremony of the new fire, celebrated during the equinox afternoons each year at Hacienda Kaichen sacred Mayan ceremonial site. This Mayan new fire ceremony is rooted in the holistic understanding of the universe found in the Mayan cosmovision principles, a living universe and humans within it, where the cosmic living energy dances of creative destructive forces shape and transform our universe. Mayan Foundation. Meg, can you explain what the Maya Foundation in Laquich is and what it does? Jose, a few years ago, Mrs. Belisa's support to the rural Mayan communities' families, and her commitment to protect the environment and preserve Mayan shaman traditions gave birth to the Mayan Foundation in Laquich. I am a proud founder member and part of the MFIL Board of Trustees team. I love what I do. The Maya Foundation in Laquich is a non-profit sustainable civil society NGO dedicated to the welfare of the Mayan rural communities, families, and to preserve the ecology of the region, bringing green awareness and caring programs to preserve the flora and fauna as well as natural resources of Mother Nature. The social support programs are geared to better the life of our communities' families, and the environmental awareness programs are geared to care for Mother Nature and to preserve the health of our ecosystems. Sharing knowledge of Mayan shaman traditions. Meg, in 2008, you represented the Maya Foundation in Laquich at the 8th International Mayan Encounter, a 3-day convention dedicated to preserve the Maya culture and traditions held in Guatemala. Could you describe your experience at the convention? Jose, to participate in the 8th International Mayan Encounter was one of the highlights of my personal holistic understanding of the Maya cultural legacy I am privileged to have been born into. This encounter helped me to know many different aspects of my Mayan heritage, the diversity of the Mayan shaman and traditions, the mystical beauty of our spiritual path, as well as the vast knowledge of healing the Mayan elder J-men posses and are willing to share with the next generations, like mine. I had personal contact with many elder J-men and wise men who spoke dialects of the Maya language different from mine, and helped me enrich my knowledge, not only of holistic sacred ceremonies but also of healing plants and traditions. The experience helped me grow and commit to a path of service to my people. It brought me the opportunity to increase my commitment to preserving my ancestors' beliefs, traditions, and legacy, and to continue teaching our Mayan shaman, language, traditions, and ways. Meg, you spoke of the Hacienda Chichen sacred Mayan ceremonial site. Could you explain what this is and what takes place there? Jose, Mayan wise men are not allowed to celebrate their ancestral rituals and ceremonies within the Mayan ancient cities near their temples by the INAH officials. INA is Mexico's Federal Institute of Archaeology and History, geared only to guard, protect and study the country's ancient pre-Hispanic temples. Mrs. Belisa has great respect for the Mayan shaman, its healing traditions, and the Mayan wise men, J-men, senior healers, and priests. In order for us J-men to have a sacred place to celebrate, teach and share our spiritual traditions, she decided to dedicate a large portion of her property within the Hacienda Chichen's Mayan Jungle Reserve to be used as a Mayan sacred ceremonial site. The Hacienda Chichen's sacred Mayan ceremonial site today serves not only as a holy place where we practice our Mayan spiritual sacred traditions, but also where we can help preserve our healing rituals, ceremonies, and share with the Mayan communities our way of life and beliefs. This ensures people do not forget who we are and what made our ancestors a highly knowledgeable people in the healing arts, as well as our other cultural achievements, including our native language. Today the Hacienda Chichen has two holy grounds, one very secluded where the Zumpulchi or sacred Mayan purification cave is located, overlooking Chichen Itza's magnificent temples and sunsets. The other is the sacred ceremonial site where more public ceremonial rituals are performed for the good of all people. I personally oversee their care and respectful keeping and have celebrated many private and public Mayan rituals and holistic sacred ceremonies in the company of other J-men. Since the Maya Foundation in Laquich and the Hacienda Chichen started promoting our Mayan shaman and spiritual heritage, many native Mayan people have increased their pride in our language and heritage. For that, I am more than grateful, as our people had little support in the past to continue our ancestral beliefs and wisdom. Meg, if you could describe a few Maya practices that people could incorporate into their daily lives, what are a few suggestions you would make? Jose, we live in a hurried world and the Maya holistic healing traditions teach us to sit still, get in contact with our holistic self, emotional, spiritual, astral, mental, and physical bodies, as we observe Mother Nature and the gift of life. Set time aside daily to meditate at least 20 minutes. Practice a spiritual discipline that helps you remember who you are, keep alive your own spiritual awakening path and vision. Learn to know your emotional body needs, feed your emotional body with healthy thoughts. Practice forgiveness to let go of resentments. Practice daily correct breathing and learn to know your own physical body needs. Eat healthy, what your body responds to, not what others believe is best for you to eat, but what your body needs to feel good and healthy. The Mayan calendar decoded. Meg, the Mayan calendar remains in the news long after the date of December 21, 2012, heralded as some type of cosmic turning point. Can you educate us on the Mayan calendar? Jose, the Maya timekeepers created many calendars by calculating various celestial orbits. The solar calendar of 365 days is called Hab. It is divided into 18 months of 20 days each, with a period of 5 days called Wayab left over at the end of the year. The most important calendar cycle for the Maya J-men or healers is the Tzolkin, a ritual calendar of 260 days also known as the Sacred Almanac. Every day in the Tzolkin and in the Hab calendar has a unique corresponding position in time. Each day's position in the calendars only repeats itself every 52 solar years. A cycle of 52 solar years, called the sacred calendar round, intermeshes with both Hab and Solkin calendars to form a calendar system of the Maya's cosmovision and time. This holographic Mayan calendar system includes the long count Mayan calendar cycle, with its 52,000 solar calendar year periods, counted as units of time and space cycles. The Maya interpretation of time and space was perfected during the first millennium AD by ancient Mayan wise men. It still fascinates even today's scholars for its accuracy, and the simplicity of a complex mathematical calculation and interpretation of time and space. The Maya calculated dates millions of years in the past and the future for ritual purposes with the use of their long count. The end of the world. Meg, could you speak to the popular references made on TV and elsewhere that the end of the Hab calendar meant the end of the world, which obviously did not happen? When I was in the Yucatan, I was told that, to the Maya, it never meant the end of the world, but a time of significant change, possibly even for the better. Could you explain what you understand the end of the Hab calendar on December 21, 2012 to have signified? Jose, TV programs are commercial in nature, and the easiest way to make money nowadays for TV producers seems to be with bad news, killings, destruction of all sorts to create alarming news when sex is impossible to add to their script. You see this trend even on channels that are known for their real-life documentaries about Mother Earth and human history. Also in current movies, you see it even in video games. It seems like our whole global interest currently is focusing on alarming, negative news. The way I see it is that the media take a topic and spits it out with all type of bad endings, including the Maya calendar systems, which seems to be the new sales tag of catastrophic times, and I do not wish to add to their ways. Ancient Maya did not predict what was to come after their last calculated long count calendar cycle, which ended at the winter equinox of 2012. The fact is that this acceptance by the ancient Maya, that they could not describe the world as they knew it would come to be is, frankly, impressive. It is easy to see how ancient man could not relate to us, as our global civilization has changed so much. The significance of the end of the long count was that the cycle would conclude, and a new count will start the next day. Such is the nature of calendar counts. As for the catastrophes and signs of destruction and the end of the world, it is for sure that our planet Earth has suffered catastrophic global natural disasters, and it is expected to experience them again in the future. Mythological sources, including some Maya writings, speak of times to come when once more the Earth will face massive significant changes, but I won't venture into the end of the world, like the media producers who love to scare the public. But Earth will again be populated by other life forms adapted to the new conditions of the planet. All physical forms have a beginning and an end, and our universe and planetary system is no exception. When that end will come, only God, our supreme creator, knows. Practice daily energy cleansing activities such as hugs with love, laughter, and moments of true affection. Take time to enjoy nature, and marvel with what God has created, from a small microorganism to a macrocosmos. Make a habit to enjoy a sunset, the rain, or any other natural manifestation of God's creative powers. Avoid addictions including violent movies and video games, any form of abuse and power struggle. Such energies destroy our mystical flow and encourage rage, power games, frustration, and other energies that are sure to bring stress, anxiety, and illness into your life. There was an avatar in Honduras who taught and formed a group of solar humans and disciples, who left their books in stone for this humanity. These sculptures are so valuable that there will never be others like them, who will be capable of chiseling them. Each stela is a book in stone that speaks for itself about the grandiosity of the universe. Each monument existed previous to the era of Jesus of Nazareth. Each stela is a book in stone that speaks for itself about the grandiosity of the universe. Each monument existed previous to the era of Jesus of Nazareth. These stelas are very ancient, they come from the Bronze Age. Their origin is Mayan Atlantean, the origin of the Khabala, tree of life. What we call Khabala is a timeless, eternal science that transcends any notion of time, race, heritage, or lineage. It is the basic structure of everything. In the ancient times, there was an organization called the Akkadian Society, an organization of initiates of the Atlantean civilization. The Atlantean civilization was the Maya civilization. In this day and age, there are many anthropologists trying to explain the mystery of the Maya civilization. They ignore that the Mayans and Atlanteans are the same civilization. In the time of the Golden Age, the Akaldan society was very deeply studying the science of numbers that we now call Kabbalah. That is why in Yucatan, Mexico, there is a book of Kabbalah written by a Mayan shaman, called Kailam Balam of Chumayel. Chumayel is a town in Yucatan. Kailam Balam means in the Maya language the Jaguar shaman, or the shaman Jaguar, which means an illuminated master who knows about Kabbalah. In that book you find many prophecies made in a mathematical, Kabbalistic way. When you study Maya knowledge, you find that they talk about the 13 Khatan. The 13 Khatan are related with the 13 Sephiroth. Remember, there are 10 manifested Sephiroth, and there are 3 that are unknown, hidden. That is why the Mayans talk about 13 heavens, 13 Khatan, related to the science of numbers. Only by knowing Kabbalah very deeply can you enter into the mysteries of the Maya. Many of the Mayan lands were covered by water with the universal flood, and when the water diminished, the ruins of the great civilization remained. That is why you find that the pyramids of Yucatan, Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and also the pyramids of Egypt were made by the same Atlanteans. The pyramids of Yucatan and America are older than the pyramids in Africa, in Egypt. The Atlantean civilization disappeared, but the Mayan knowledge is still alive within the 4th dimension. At the time of the Mayan Atlantean civilization, the Akaldan society transferred their knowledge into different civilizations. Coming to my mind now is the civilization of Chaldea that existed after the Atlantean civilization. Chaldea inherited the knowledge of Kabbalah. And God said unto Abraham, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, to give thee this land to inherit it. Gen 15:7. Abraham, the progenitor of Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, came from the city of Ur, sometimes written Ur or Or. The Hebrew word Or means light. Abraham, who was very knowledgeable in Kabbalah, astrology, and many other ancient sciences, went from the city of Ur to Egypt. In Egypt, he learned that most of the Egyptians also inherited this type of knowledge of Kabbalah. In Egypt, Moses, a priest of Osiris and Isis, learned this knowledge. Moses received the knowledge not only in the physical plane but in the internal planes, in order to give it to the future civilization or future race that is our current Aryan race. For that purpose there was a special group of people being prepared in order to establish a source of wisdom to spread the knowledge to all of the planet. That is why Moses received the Kabbalah in 3 ways. Hebrew Kabbalah in ancient Mexico's Teotihuacan design. By Anonymous for Joshua Messiah. As a result of this research pointing to Hebrew messianic imagery, 1. A study of the measurements of the unearthed city of Teotihuacan of ancient Mexico was made using Hebrew and Greek gematria with original Mayan Hunab measurements. The following amazing results illustrate verifiable Hebrew words related to the Kabbalah world tree produced by the street and building measurements of Teotihuacan. The city of Teotihuacan consists of the Avenue of the Dead running north from the Pyramid of the Moon to the south past the Pyramid of the Sun on the left, eastward, all the way to the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, also on the left. This avenue used to be a river cascading down steps all along its path. The steps were designed with specific dimensions, with each of the 10 sections having their own unique length and width measurements. In his efforts to measure these sections and the 3 temple pyramids, Hugh Halston found the Mesoamerican measuring unit. He coined the Hunab. The following diagram contains some of these Hunab measures. Also labeled above are the dimensions of the Pyramid of the Moon, the Sun Pyramid and the Temple of Quetzalcoatl. Some measurements that Halston found repeated throughout the complex are also listed. Halston believed that one of the reasons for a city with these specific designs was to illustrate various celestial distances, such as the distance between planets. It is a possibility, since the primary temples are built for the Sun, Moon, and Venus, Quetzalcoatl, as morning star. This research has added another possibility. What if the numbers themselves represent symbols or concepts that point toward a mythological story? In the research on December 21, 2012, too, it was considered that Quetzalcoatl may have been a foreigner from across the Eastern Sea and that he may have traveled with ancient Mediterranean sea traders. If so, and this was just a hunch, influence on the design of this city may have come from anywhere in the world, even from the ancient indigenous tribes of Israel. Though this is a stretch in the research, an investigation into the use of gematria or word number associations from Hebrew Kabbalah has been made. These initial surprising results, found on December 20, 2012, are listed below. Ur is also the birthplace of Abraham. Ur as a location meant the city of the light or city of enlightenment. It was there Abraham was given understanding of his call from God to leave his own security and land to seek out and find the promised land. The use of two possible Hebrew words found from gematria, number correlation, is logical so long as the words expound each other and not merely make up different meanings. For instance, the Ein Sof tree begins with 3 roots. The first is Ein, meaning nothing. The second root is Ein Sof, meaning without end. The third root of the Ein Sof tree is Or Ein Sof, meaning endless light. Therefore, the 207 of Or complements or expounds upon the 207 of Ein Sof. Similarly, chaste as the second principle or sephro of the Ein Sof world tree is represented by 72, which corresponds with 207 due to the location of the measurements and the meaning of the word associations. That is, 207 is a length of the flooded avenue exactly where 72 is the width. And chaste is the primary virtue or fruit applied to the Ein Sof tree. As well, when 72 produces Ab, meaning cloud, the Hebrew scripture associated with cloud in 1 Kings 18 verse 44, the cloud rises out of the sea like man's hand and relates directly to the numbering of the right arm of the heavenly man. The cloud produced the rains forecast by the prophet Elijah, who overcame the 450 prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel. Interestingly, 450 minus 72 equals 378, the length of the complex of the Temple of Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl, which runs along the length of the 72 Hunab wide river of the Avenue of the Dead. The measurements of this city consistently defines Hebrew Kabbalah and the Ein Sof tree of life. Consider the numbers 48 by 324, measured immediately beside, north, those listed above. To clarify, the 4 measurements above, 207, 72, 24 and 324, can be found on the above diagram in the southern section of the Avenue of the Dead, where the river used to run. It consists of the section of the river beside, or west of, the Temple of Quetzalcoatl. Look at the foundational measurements of the Temple of the Sun, 216 by 216, and the Temple of the Moon, 162 by 132, listed below. The teachings of these Hebrew sages coincide with the mythology of Teotihuacan. That is, where the Temple of Quetzalcoatl is associated with his divine sacrifice, the Kabbalah virtue of loving kindness, chaste, can be measures. Where the Temple of the Sun is located to celebrate the rising again of the divine being, the Kabbalah virtue of strength or victory, Gebura, can be measured. In the identification of the width of the Temple of the Moon, 132, as being associated with Kabbalah itself, obvious designs are beginning to unfold. From the onset, the numbers match with practical teachings of Hebrew Kabbalah. Either Hugh Halston made his measurements up to match Hebrew Kabbalah, or someone else did 2,000 years ago in participating in the design of this Mesoamerican city of Teotihuacan. Notice also the length and width of the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, 378 by 378, added together as 756 produces the word Sephiroth itself. The Temple of Quetzalcoatl, shown below, also contains the lineage of the great patriarchs including Abraham, Isaac, Jacob and Rachel, including Kabbalah symbolism for the boundaries of their kingdom. The number 108 also corresponds to Josiah, made bold by God, a Levi priest of Solomon's temple. Consider the chariot of Elijah the prophet returning in this dawn of a new world to decree the coming of the kingdom of the Messiah, made bold by God through this incredible design in ancient Teotihuacan. This particular discovery was made on December 20, 2012, just moments before the winter solstice of the galactic alignment, which happens once every 26,000 years. A thorough publishing of this research is soon to come.
Edgar Casey readings for Revelation 1-11. And, as given in the beginning, I was in the Spirit on the Lord's day, and beheld, and heard, and saw, and was told to write. Why, then, ye ask now, was this written? this vision, in such a manner that is hard to be interpreted, save in the experience of every soul who seeks to know, to walk in a closer communion with him. For the visions, the experiences, the names, the churches, the places, the dragons, the cities, all are but emblems of those forces that may war within the individual in its journey through the material, or from the entering into the material manifestation to the entering into the glory, or the awakening in the spirit, in the interbetween, in the borderland, in the shadow. Hence we find, as the churches are named, they are as the forces that are known as the senses, that must be spiritualized by the will of the individual made one in the very activities in a material world. Yes, we have the text written in the Revelation, as recorded in the King James Version of same. In making this worthwhile in the experience of individuals who are seeking for the light, for the revelation that may be theirs as promised in the promises of same, it would be well that there be considered first the conditions which surrounded the writer, the apostle, the beloved, the last of those chosen, writing to a persecuted people, many despairing, many fallen away, yet many seeking to hold to that which had been delivered to them through the efforts and activities of those upon whom the Spirit had fallen by the very indwelling and the manifestations that had become the common knowledge of all. Remember, then, that Peter, chosen as the rock, chosen to open the doors of that known today as the church, had said to this companion, I will endeavor to keep thee in remembrance, even after my demise I will return to you. The beloved, then, was banished to the isle, and was in meditation, in prayer, in communion with those saints who were in that position to see, to comprehend the greater needs of those that would carry on. For so an entrance shall be ministered unto you abundantly into the everlasting kingdom of our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ. Wherefore I will not be negligent to put you always in remembrance of these things, though ye know them, and be established in the present truth. Yea, I think it meet, as long as I am in this tabernacle, to stir you up by putting you in remembrance, knowing that shortly I must put off this my tabernacle, even as our Lord Jesus Christ hath showed me. Moreover I will endeavor that ye may be able after my decease to have these things always in remembrance. Are we correct in interpreting the 7 churches as symbols of 7 spiritual centers in the physical body? Correct. Do the 7 angels govern in order the major glandular centers of the physical body? In their order, as they have been set. Do we have these correctly placed? As each is called, comment on each in relation to an individual's development and experiences in connection with these centers. Gonads, Ephesus, Leiden, Smyrna, solar plexus, Pergamos, thymus, Thyatira, thyroid, Sardis, pineal, Philadelphia, pituitary, Laodicea. Rather than the commenting, it is well that these are correctly placed, but each individual's experience in the application of that gained by each in his or her experience will be different. To give an interpretation that the opening or activity through a certain center raises or means or applies this or that, then would become rote. But know the way, then each may apply same as his or her environment, ability, experience, gives the opportunity. For know, in all and through all, the activity of self is only as a channel, and God giveth the understanding, the increase, to such, and in the manner as is best fitted for the individual. It is not then as a formula, that there are to be certain activities and certain results. These are true in the sense that they each represent, or present the opportunity, for the opening to the understanding of the individual, but the application is as to the individual. For, as has been given, man is free-willed. And only when this is entirely given, and actively given, to the will of the Father may it be even as the life of the Christ. And the elders and the Lamb are the emblems, are the shadows of those acceptances, or rejections that are made in the experiences of the individual. As we find, in the various manners and forms that are presented as the vision or visions proceed, every force that is manifest is of one source, but the soul, the will of the individual, either makes such into a coordinating or cooperating influence in bringing about more and more manifestations in the material world of those experiences that are seen from the spiritual conditions, or the opposite. Why, then, is it presented, ye ask, in the form of symbols? Why is there used those varied activities? These are for those that were, or will be, or may become, through the seeking, those initiated into an understanding of the glories that may be theirs if they will but put into work, into activity, that they know in the present. In seeking, then, do individuals find from the beginning that there is presented, in every line, in every form, that good and bad, as termed, that arises from their activity, in what they do about that knowledge they have respecting the law, the love, the mercy, the understanding of the wherefore of the Lamb's advent into the world that they, through his ensample set, may present themselves before that throne even as he, becoming, as given, heirs, joint heirs with him, as the sons of God, to that everlasting glory that may be had in him. Then, seek to know to what self is lacking, even as given in the first 4 chapters, as divided in the present. What is lacking in self? Are ye cold? Are ye hot? Have ye been negligent of the knowledge that is thine? Are ye stiff-necked? Are ye adulterous in thought, in act, in the very glories that are thine? Then, again, may ye not have had through the varied experiences those presentations before the throne, even as the elders 20 and 4 that are represented by the figures within thine own head, that which is shown in the physical forces of self? Has it not been given to thee, or has not the message come as the rider of the pale, the black, the white, or the red horses that are the figures of the messages that have come to thee in thine varied experiences? Or, art thou among the figures represented in the Babylon, or in the rivers of blood, or in the trees of life? These we see, then, represent self, self's body physical, self's body mental, self's body spiritual, with the attributes of the body physical, attributes of the body mental, attributes of the body spiritual, and they are one in thee, even as the Father, the Son and the Holy Spirit is one in him. Then, dost thou seek to enter into the glories of the Father? Whosoever will may come, may take of the water of life freely, even as flows from the throne of the Lamb. For, the very leaves of the trees are for the healing of the nations, and if ye will accept, the blood cleanses from all unrighteousness. How? From what? Save self from what? To what are ye called? To know that only from the falling away of self may ye be saved. Unto the glorifying of self in him may ye be saved. Then, whosoever will, come. In considering then the studies that have been made with this group, in the understanding of the revelation, as given by the beloved of him, these as we find have been well, and as you each become conscious in your own experience of the movement of the influences through the body upon the various stages of awareness, there comes a determination, a desire, a longing for the greater light. To him, to her that is faithful, there shall be given a crown of light. And his name shall be above every name, for ye that have seen the light know in whom thou hast believed, and know that in thine own body, thine own mind, there is set the temple of the living God, and that it may function in thy dealings with thy fellow man in such measures that ye become as rivers of light, as fountains of knowledge, as mountains of strengths, as the pastures for the hungry, as the rest for the weary, as the strength for the weak. Keep the faith. Revelation 2-5. 7 churches, 7 spiritual centers. Please interpret the 2nd chapter, 17th verse of Revelation. To him that overcometh will I give to eat of the hidden manna, and will give him a white stone, and in the stone a new name written, which no man knoweth saving he that receiveth it. In giving the interpretation of this particular portion of the Revelation, it must all be kept in mind that, as has been indicated, while many of the references, or all, refer to the physical body as the pattern, there's that as may be said to be the literal and the spiritual and the metaphysical interpretation of almost all portions of the scripture, and especially of the Revelation, as given by John. Yet all of these to be true, to be practical, to be applicable in the experiences of individuals, must coordinate, or be as one, even as the Father, the Son and the Holy Spirit. In the interpretation of the name, then, each entity, each soul, is known, in all the experiences through its activities, as a name to designate it from another. It is not only then a material convenience, but it implies, as has been given, unless it is for material gain, a definite period in the evolution of the experience of the entity in the material plane. Then as each entity under a given name makes its correlating of that it does about the creative forces in its experience, it is coming under those influences that are being fed by the manner, which is a representation of the universality, as well as the stability of purposes in the creative forces as manifested to a group, or a nation of peoples. So it becomes that as the Master gave, ye shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth from the mouth of the Father. That indeed is the holy manner which each entity, each soul in each experience must make a part of its mental and spiritual self. Thus it becomes as is indicated, in that the name, as in each experience, bears a relative relationship to the development of the individual entity in each experience. Then in the end, or in those periods as indicated, it is when each entity, each soul has so manifested, so acted in its relationships, as to become then as the new name, white, clear, known only to him that hath overcome. Overcome what? The world, even as he. For what meaneth a name? John, Jane, Peter, Andrew, Bartholomew, Thaddeus, Rhoda, Hannah. All of these have not only the attunement of a vibration, but of color, harmony, and all those relative relationships as one to another. Then as has been asked, and has been indicated in another portion of Revelation, all those that bear the mark, those that have the name, those that have the stone, these are representatives then of the same experience in the various phases of an individual experience for its activity. Then the interpretation is that they have overcome, they have the new name, they have the manner, they have the understanding, they have their relationships as secure in the blood of the Lamb. Please discuss more fully the relation of colors to the 7 major glandular centers. Do the colors vary for each center with different individuals, or may definite colors be associated with each center? Both? For to each, remember, to study each of these in the light not only of what has just been given, but that as is a practical experience in the material world, as is known, vibration is the essence, or the basis of color. As color and vibration then become to the consciousness along the various centers in an individual's experience in meditation made aware, they come to mean definite experiences. Just as anger is red, or as something depressing is blue, yet in their shades, their tones, their activities, to each they begin with the use of same in the experience to mean those various stages. For instance, while red is anger, rosy to most souls means delight and joy, yet to others, as they are formed in their transmission from center to center, come to mean or to express what manner of joy, whether that is would arise from a material, a mental or a spiritual experience. Just as may be seen in the common interpretation of white, but with all manner of rays from same begins or comes to mean that above the aura of all in its vibration from the body and from the activity of the mental experience when the various centers are vibrating to color. If so, give color for gonads, Leiden, solar plexus, thymus, thyroid, pineal, pituitary. These come from the leaden, going on through to the highest, to that as is the halo. To each they become the various forces as active throughout, and will go in the regular order of the prism. Is this the period of the Great Tribulation spoken of in Revelation, or just the beginning? And if so, just how can we help ourselves and others to walk more closely with God? The Great Tribulation and periods of tribulation, as given, are the experiences of every soul, every entity. They arise from influences created by man through activity in the sphere of any sojourn. Man may become, with the people of the universe, ruler of any of the various spheres through which the soul passes in its experiences. Hence, as the cycles pass, as the cycles are passing, when there has come a time, a period of readjusting in the spheres, as well as in the little earth, the little soul, seek, then, as known, to present self spotless before that throne, even as all are commanded to be circumspect in thought, in act, to that which is held by self as that necessary for the closer walk with him. In that manner only may each atom, as man is an atom, or corpuscle, in the body of the Father, become a helpmeet with him in bringing that to pass, that all may be one with him. Are we correct in interpreting the four beasts as the four fundamental physical natures, desires, of man which must be overcome? Give us more light on each of these. Correct. In all of these, let this be understood, these are symbolized, they are as in these representing the elemental forces, as the body is of the earth, is of the elements. For as has so oft been given, and as may be found in man, every element, or every influence that is outside of man is found in the living man, not a dead one, but a living man. For the living force is that of which all that is was brought into being. Hence all the influences, all the forces, all the activities are in that. And in man, man's experience, there never has been, never will be found in material activity an instrument, an action, that is not shown as a replica, or expression or manifestation of that in a living man, whether it be in this, that or the other of the forces of nature, of activity. For when such is active, unless found in man, or an answer to something within, it would not be cognizable by man. Do we have these four beasts placed correctly in relation to the centers in the body, and the ancient elementals? Air, eagle, thymus. These are relatively, yes. Relatively correct. Fire, lion, solar plexus. Correct. Water, man, Leiden. Yes. Earth, calf, gonads. Yes. Which is the highest gland in the body, the pineal or the pituitary? The pituitary. Are we correct in interpreting the 24 elders as the 24 cranial nerves of the head especially related to the five senses? Correct. Is the frequent reference to the throne indicating the head, in which are found the higher gland centers? Correct. What is meant by the 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne, described as the 7 spirits of God, chapters 4 verse 5? Those influences or forces which in their activity in the natures of man are without, that stand ever before the throne of grace, or God, to become the messengers, the alders, the destruction. What is meant by the 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne, described as the 7 spirits of God, chapters 4 verse 5? Those influences or forces which in their activity in the natures of man are without, that stand ever before the throne of grace, or God, to become the messengers, the alders, the destructions of hindrances, as the ways between man's approach to, as was represented in the ways of dividing man's knowledge of or between, good and evil. Hence they work ever as those influences or forces that stand between, as it were, being the helpful influences, that become as the powers of activity in the very nature or force of man. What is meant by the 4 beasts? As given, the 4 destructive influences that make the greater desire for the carnal forces, that rise as the beasts within self to destroy. Even as man, in his desire to make for companionship, brought those elements within self's own experience. These must be met. Even as the dragon represents the one that separated self so far as to fight with, to destroy with, the dragon also represents those that would make of themselves a kingdom of their own. Voice from 4 horns before the throne. As indicated by the horns of the altar, as indicated by the 4 forces in nature, as indicated by the 4 influences in the experiences of the individual soul, which cry then in the voice raised as a sweet incense, or as the essence of the purifying that has come to the individual entity or soul to arise before the throne of him who is Lord of lords and King of kings, for his love as given, as shown in that as accomplished in the raising of self in the Christ, the Son, in Jesus. Revelation 5 and 6. Opening of the seals. Is the book with the 7 seals the human body, with the 7 spiritual centers? This is correct. Do we have the opening of the seals correctly placed in our chart? As each is called, give advice that will help us in properly opening these centers. Interrupting. First, let's give as this. Do not attempt to open any of the centers of the book until self has been tried in the balance of self's own conscious relationship to the creative forces, and not found wanting by the spiritual answer in self to that, rather as is seen in the manner in which the book itself becomes as that in the whole body, which may be assimilated by the body, when taken properly. In these then there has been set, as ye have in 9 outline. These are well. Do not misuse them. Gonads, white horse. Yes. Leiden, black horse. Yes. Solar plexus, red horse. Yes. Thymus, pale horse. Yes. For a reference to these, let each in your study of these, as in relation to the centers themselves, consider the effect of the color itself upon thine own body, as ye attempt to apply same by either concentration, dedication, or meditating upon these. For as has been given, color is but vibration. Vibration is movement. Movement is activity of a positive and negative force. Is the activity of self, as in relationship to these, then positive? Proceed. Thyroid, soul slain for word of God. Correct. What color here? Gray. Pineal, upheavals. Correct, but this would have to be relatively so. For these are at those periods when, in the colors that these arise to, which are of the purple, they become rather such that there must be the disseminating, or the giving away of the egoism of self. Consider as an example in thy study of same, the servant Moses. For these become, as may be found even for and from that record as ye have, the stumbling block at Meribah. Pituitary, silence. Silence, golden, the forces upon which the greater expression has been set of all the influences of might and power, as may be seen in man's experience. Silence if ye would hear the voice of thy Maker. Do the planets as placed in our chart have proper relation and significance? Pituitary, Jupiter, pineal, Mercury, thyroid, Uranus, thymus, Venus, solar plexus, Mars, Leiden, Neptune, gonads, Saturn. These are very well done. These vary, to be sure, according to the variation of an experience. For these are the variable forces in the very nature of man himself, for he partakes of all and from all the influences and forces. For remember, as has been given, it is not that the planets rule the man, rather has man, as man of God, ruled the planets. For his a portion of same. Then, these are as we have given, only relative. Relatively, these are correct. At times these are represented by others. It is here the application of these influences in the experience of the individual rather than their being set, as it were, a blanket to cover each and every individual. Does the outline of the Lord's Prayer, as placed on our chart, have any bearing on the opening of the centers? Here is indicated the manner in which it was given as to the purpose for which it was given, not as an only way, but as a way that would answer for those that sought to be, as others, seekers for a way, and understanding, to the relationships to the creative forces. It bears in relationships to this, then, the proper place. Pituitary, heaven? Correct. In all of its activities these open, for the upward lift of the thoughts of man as in relationships to that which becomes. How has it been given? He is Alpha, Omega, the beginning and the end. Hence, as we find in its relationships to man, it becomes then the beginnings, the endings, of all things. Pineal, name. Relatively, yes. Thyroid, will. Correct. Thymus, evil. Correct. Solar plexus, debts. Yes. Leiden, temptation. Correct. Gonads, bread. Right. How should the Lord's Prayer be used in this connection? As in feeling, as it were, the flow of the meanings of each portion of same throughout the body physical. For as there is the response to the mental representations of all of these in the mental body, it may build into the physical body in the manner as he, thy Lord, thy brother, so well expressed in, I have bred ye know not of. What is the significance of the color of the 4 horses associated with 4 lower centers? Pale horse for thymus, red for solar plexus, black for Leyden, white for gonads. That comes as has just been given as the illustration of same from the emotions, or physical forces, that ride forth to their expression in the higher forces of the activity. Please explain what was meant in reading of October 28th, regarding the relative connection of name in the Lord's Prayer with the pineal gland. This might occupy a whole period of several hours, if the full conclusion were to be given, but each must reach this. There is a name to each soul. For he hath called his own by name. What name? All the names that may have been as a material experience through an earthly sojourn, or all the names that may have been through the experience of an entity in that environ, or those relative associations of Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, Saturn, Sun, Moon, or what? Or a name that is above every name. Jesus Christ is the highest ranking name here on earth. Then, as has been indicated, this becomes relative, as is signified in the indication as given to the number, which is of John's own. But as has been given, every influence, you see, is relative. Hence the name is relative to that which is accomplished by the soul in its sojourn throughout its whole experience, whether in those environs about this individual sphere, or another. This individual sphere meaning thine own sun, thine own planets, with all of their attributes. Does an earth mind comprehend such? And it carried through with what is its relative force to that which has been, or is the activity of the entity soul, not a body now at all. Toward constructive force or God's infinitive force to that integral activity of the soul in its sojourn. Hence it becomes relative. And for the finite mind to say Jane, John, Joe, James or Jude would mean only as the vibrations of those bring the relative force or influence to which, through which an entity's sojourns have brought the concrete experience in any one given or definite period of activity. For example, a ranking and merit system is a relative system. You are given a rank or title as a reward for your efforts. Another example is a company setting. You play out a role or functions assigned to you. We may have a unique vibrational number and a vibrational ranking name in this solar system. Was one named John by chance? Was one named Joe or Llewellyn by chance? No, they are relative. While it may be truly in the material plane relative because you have a rich aunt by that name, or relative because an uncle might be named that, but these carry then the vibrations of same, and in the end the name is the sum total of what the soul entity in all of its vibratory forces has borne toward the creative force itself. Hence each soul has a definite influence upon the experiences through which it may be passing. This ye have illustrated in thine own secret organizations, in thy papal activities in the religious associations, and in each vibration. For when ye have set a vibration by the activity of thy soul's force, ye are then either in parallel, in direct accord, or in opposition to constructive force, whatever may be the position or activity of the soul in infinity. For ye are gods. But you are becoming devils or real gods. Revelation 7. Spiritualizing the physical body and cells. Major divisions of the physical body. Those of construction. Bones, muscles, ligaments, skin. Those that keep alive. Lungs, heart, blood, liver. Those that influence the physical, mental and spiritual. Central nervous system, cerebrospinal, sympathetic nervous system, ductless glands. What is meant by the angels at the four corners of the earth, as given in chapter 7? These are only as from the body forces ever. There are those four influences or forces in the natures of man from his source, as in environment, heredity as of the earth and as of the mental and spiritual. These are as the four corners that become represented here, as the very natures or forces to which all approaches to all these influences are made in the very nature of man. Are we correct in interpreting the 144,000 who were sealed as being spiritualized cellular structure of the 12 major divisions of the body? Correct. And this is as of a man, and the name of same. Are the zodiacal divisions of the body proper, and do they have any relation to this? Only relatively. For this is as we have given again and again in reference to same, for as they have been set as the zodiacal signs, correct. As they have moved in their orb or their sphere about the earth, these have just recently passed and have become, as has been indicated, a very different nature to them. What was meant in the reading of October 28th, in connection with 144,000 who were sealed as being spiritualized cellular structure of the 12 major divisions of the body, when the reading gave, correct, and this is as of a man, and the name of same? Please explain. Just as has been illustrated or given, as to the relative force of the vibratory forces of the individual, which is shown in an individual soul, or entity by its name, and its activity in all the influences, or environs through which it passes in that which is a shadow in man active, living to those influences that are relative to the infinitive position of a soul's activity in a universe. In connection with the symbols of revelation, what are the 12 major divisions of the body? Those that are of the general construction and those that are of the keeping alive physical, and those that are in keeping with the influences to the mental, to the material, to the spiritual, and the illustrations are shown in the bodily forces that are opened for those activities in a material plane. Is the multitude before the throne as described in Chapter 7 the rest of the cellular structure in process of spiritualization? This is correct. Do the 7 angels govern in order the major glandular centers of the physical body? In their order, as they have been set. What is meant by the 4 beasts? As given, the 4 destructive influences that make the greater desire for the carnal forces, that rise as the beasts within self to destroy. Even as man, in his desire to make for companionship, brought those elements within self's own experience. These must be met. Even as the dragon represents the one that separated self so far as to fight with, to destroy with, the dragon also represents those that would make of themselves a kingdom of their own. Is this the period of the Great Tribulation spoken of in Revelation, or just the beginning? And if so, just how can we help ourselves and others to walk more closely with God? The Great Tribulation and periods of tribulation, as given, are the experiences of every soul, every entity. They arise from influences created by man through activity in the sphere of any sojourn. Man may become, with the people of the universe, ruler of any of the various spheres through which the soul passes in its experience. Hence, as the cycles pass, as the cycles are passing, when there's come a time, a period of readjusting in the spheres, as well as in the little earth, the little soul, seek, then, as known, to present self spotless before that throne, even as all are commanded to be circumspect in thought, in act, to that which is held by self as that necessary for the closer walk with him. In that manner only may each atom, as man is an atom, or corpuscle, in the body of the Father, become a helpmeet with him in bringing that to pass that all may be one with him. Revelation 8 and 9. Sounding of the 7 angels. Are we correct in interpreting the sounding of the 7 angels as the experience during physical purification? Correct. What is meant by the symbol of the angel with the golden censer, and incense described in Revelation 8 verses 3 to 5? As the influence is visualized in the experience of each soul by the name as implied in angel, or the good that goes out from the individual soul in its relationships to the influences or forces about same, so is it called or given as the angel with the censer of the activities that emanate from each individual. And as has been given in other illustrations, that ye are, that of good, rises ever as an incense, sweet before the throne of mercy. Or to take the backtrack, as it were, and take the angel with the censer, with the incense that is before the image of a soul seeking to become one with the creative forces or God, that which has been kind, gentle, patient, merciful, long-suffering in self's experience during a day, rises before the throne of the mercy seat within self to that of an incense of satisfaction. Why? Hate, unkindness, harshness, all such become as base in thine own experience, and as usual one condemns self by saying, why can't I do this or that? And what is the use? Well, and the censer is broken. Please explain the meaning of some of the symbols in the sounding of the 7 angels. Hail and fire, blood and 1/3 of earth burned. What is the earth in this connection? As has been intimated or given in the first interpretations of what the elements represent, that are apparent or a portion of the first cause, as the earth, air, water and the like. These are then, as has just been given, ever to represent, or be symbolical of the same influences or forces throughout, else we may become confused as to their place. Earth, that is we represent as being in a state of transition, or as earthy. Not necessarily lowly or unduly a condition that would belie development. But as fire is purifying, as hail is the crystallization of the water, the air and the temperaments, so all of these then represent those as figuratives of that as may be purified by the fires of nature, as may be represented by the earth when they are met and conquered and used for the development, as in the hail and the like becoming purifying in their natures for the crystallization and the oneness of the individual's purposes and desires. For to go back just a bit, that we may ever keep what is the purpose of the revelation, was it for the purpose of confusing, of being mysterious? This has been gone over before, to be sure. Rather was it not to present it that each entity, each soul, might find within itself that which answers to that within, that makes the real answer to that as was before stated, my spirit beareth witness with thy spirit. And until the answer is in accord, in a tune, is there the consciousness of the prompting of the ability in a manifested material world to make same practical. Then as the progress is made, as the understanding comes more and more, never does it make the manifested individual entity other than the more humble, the more meek, the more long-suffering, the more patient. Of this ye may be sure. Then in all of the experiences of the opening of the centers, as are represented, and those vibrations that find expression in the various temperaments of individual souls, these come not as justifications in self, but justification in the Lamb of God. Mountain of fire in sea, sea becomes blood. Again as the body elements that become conflicting one with another, which shows the overcoming within the individual activities of the influences that are constantly warring within. How has it been said? O today there is life and death, good and evil choose thou. This may be said to be symbolical then of these conflicting forces within the influences that are ever present, or as given by another, the spirit is willing, the flesh is weak. These are symbolical then, one interpreting the other. Do the 7 angels described in Revelation 8 and 9 represent spiritual forces governing the various dimensional planes through which souls pass between incarnations on the earth? Please explain. This is a very good interpretation. Yes. While this explanation becomes a portion of another group's study and activity in the lesson just being approached on happiness, it may be best explained in this, as to how this must indeed be interpreted in the experience of each soul, whether considered in a material plane in which there is found the real essence of happiness, or that in the interim when ye are looked over, or when the promises become more and more, as has been interpreted from that given by others, to be absent from the body physical, is to be present in the grace and glory and presence of divinity, or to be those influences that make for an activity in an influence without self. Now ye are studying yourself. Do not confuse the interpretation with that outside of thyself, but happiness is love of something outside of self. It may never be obtained, may never be known by loving only things within self or self's own domain. Then the expression that has been given by an entity in a sojourn in the earth becomes as a portion of that activity, as has been given, he hath given his angels charge concerning thee, lest at any time ye dash thy foot against a stone. Hence we find that in the expression then of those interims where there are the guiding influences of that we have loved, we have love, for this becomes then very definite. If ye have loved self-glory, if ye have loved the honor of the people more than those thoughts of the mental and spiritual and moral welfare, what manner of angels will direct thee between thy interims? Think on the study then of self in thy body, but let it all become as has been so oft given, study to show thyself approved unto God, the God in self, the God in thine own consciousness, that is creative in its essence, rightly divining and dividing the words of truth and light, keeping self unspotted from the world. And ye become lights to those that sit in darkness, to those that wander. Though ye may be reviled, revile not again. Though ye may be spoken of harshly, smile, smile. For it is upon the river of life that smiles are made, not grins. No Cheshire activities bring other than those that are of the earth, of such natures that create in the minds and the experiences those things that become repulsive. But the smile of understanding cheers on the hearts of those who are discouraged, who are disheartened. It costs so little, it does thee so much good, and lifts the burdens of so many. Continuing with the references to the 7 angels described in Revelation 8 and 9, are we correct in interpreting the sounding of these 7 angels as the influence of spiritual development in these other planes, becoming through the vibrating centers of the physical body during the process of purification? Correct. But these are always interpreted in individual experiences as the true sound, true tone. Now, this is not to confuse, but rather to clarify for those who are studying these, in the relationships to what takes place as the various centers in the body are opened, that are represented by the Spirit's activated forces upon same, that these may be the more perfectly understood, just as the individual, who has by practical application gained the correct pitch, correct tone in a musical composition. This may be as a soul expression, or a mechanical expression, and only when it is in the true accord, as from the soul, is it perfectly understood. See. Great star falls from heaven. What are the 1/3 part of the rivers and fountains that it falls upon? The star signifies simply the coming of the influence from without to the influences from within, as is signified by his star have we seen. Then this becomes that as falls upon the 3rd, or that is a 3rd portion of the bodily activities, and as interpreted in the experience of the individual, ye have made so many steps, as it were along the way. 1/3 part of sun smitten, and 1/3 of stars. These are symbolical, and represent in the experience of the individual that of life and heat, beauty and that is given in another portion. The stars declare the glory of God, the firmament showeth his handiwork. These then represent in the experiences the vibrations of the emotions that are being aroused, as has just been given. Again less and less then is it of self, and more unto the glory of the Father. Star from heaven, key to bottomless pit. What are the locusts as described in this sounding? King Apollyon in this connection. As has been given as to how each of these vibratory forces arises from the lower portion, or as has been put in another setting, that which represents in the bodily forces the most uncomely, or that from the depths of the bottomless pit, or from out the presence of God, again has the spirit of man arisen to the glory of the star as in the sun, not sun, but sun, to those glories that become as the natures of the bodily forces, and every influence as comes through the earthly natures becomes lost in that beauty in the sun. Voice from 4 horns before the throne. As indicated by the horns of the altar, as indicated by the 4 forces in nature, as indicated by the 4 influences in the experiences of the individual soul, which cry then in the voice raised as a sweet incense, or as the essence of the purifying that has come to the individual entity or soul to arise before the throne of him who is Lord of lords and King of kings, for his love is given, as shown in that as accomplished in the raising of self in the Christ, the Son, in Jesus. What is meant by the 4 angels bound in the river Euphrates in connection with the sounding of the 6th angel? Genesis 2:14, Revelation 9:14 and 16:12. As has been given, each reference in the revelation is to some portion of the body, as in its relative position to the emotions physical, mental, material, and their activities through portions of the system, as places that represent conditions in some phase of manifestation or development of the entity. Or the whole, to be put in another way and manner, is an experience of man as known to those who were being spoken to by the writer. Then we find, as in the beginning, the Euphrates, or the good river Frat, or the river of the fiat and covenant Genesis 15:18, is being represented as being sounded now for the beginnings of the changes which have been affected by the activities of those who have preceded, who have acted upon the various influences or forces by the opening of centers, and the emotions, and the understandings, and the conditions of the individual entity. Hence it represents now, as it were, to the individual, that ye now begin again to make practical or applicable mentally, spiritually, materially, with that which has been thus far attained. What are the four angels that are bound in the river Euphrates? As has been indicated, the four influences that are as the air, the earth, the fire, the water, being influences now that are, as understood by the entity, the soul, the individual, as a portion of itself again. What is meant by the symbol of the Euphrates in relation to the body, if it may be connected? As has just been given, it represents that as a boundary of its beginnings, or a beginning, or an end, from the material standpoint. What is meant by the symbols of the horsemen, who were to kill 1/3 part of men, in connection with the sounding of the sixth angel? That is a place, as a condition, an experience through which the influences are acted upon by the emotions in which the changes are wrought by the application of those very forces or conditions that have been spoken of in the experience of the individual. See. Or, as put by another, when I was a child I did as a child, when I was a man I did as a man, the same as in the beginning and the same as in the activities, or the same as in the relationships to all of these then as has been given heretofore. They must be as one, they must be compatible, they must be coordinate, they must be in the relative relationships one to another. These then become as destroying influences within the individual, a third portion of that which has been set as such a necessary force for a material body. How hath it been given throughout? The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, which is the third. They are all one, and yet a third. The same as the death of those influences or forces or activities within the emotional, the physical, the material forces. All of these then are as representatives of these, or the activities from the fourfold elements that are activative in the experience of each entity, each soul. Will we be punished by fire and brimstone? That is builded by self, as those emblematical influences are shown through the experiences of the beloved in that builded, that created. For each soul is a portion of creation, and builds that in a portion of its experience that it, through its physical mental, or spiritual mental, has builded for itself. And each entity's heaven or hell must, through some experience, be that which it has builded for itself. Is thy hell one that is filled with fire or brimstone? But no, each and every soul is tried so as by fire, purified, purged, for he, though he were the Son, learned obedience through the things which he suffered. Ye also are known even as ye do, and have done. Revelation 10 and 11. Angel with the little book, read to measure the temple, 2 witnesses, Sodom and Egypt. Do we interpret correctly the angel described in Revelation 10, with the little book, as a guardian of the book of knowledge? This is a very good interpretation. Or we come to that point in the experience of each soul, know ye have passed through the experiences of attaining to the understanding of thine emotions, the understanding of the needs of thy physical body, the understanding of thy relationships to the spiritual forces. And know ye come to that which is to be, what will ye do with that knowledge? It might be set or interpreted as the guardian force, for as is understood by each and every one that have studied in these influences or forces, all force, all power, all knowledge, constructive, is from a one source. Is it not? Then the guardian force is that ability to use or abuse that which has been combined in the book, or the book may be the body, see, as an illustration of that, as a parallel of that. Know ye have gained these, know ye are to use these in thine own experience. Is the little book described in Revelation 10, power of creative thought? As has just been given, it may be that of the whole influence, or that of the body itself, or, yes, that of creative thought itself, for these are one. What is the significance of John eating it up and of the verse, "Thou must prophesy again before many peoples, and nations, and tongues, and kings"? As illustrated in that as indicated, and as from the use of same. Know ye have it, what will ye do with it? It becomes part and parcel, by the eating up. It is very beautiful to look upon, very beautiful to be desired, but in the application of same at times very bitter. As is seen in the very manner in which, how did the Son in the earth become as an intermediator between sinful man and an all-wise, all-merciful God? By going through or experiencing, or in giving to, through the very sufferings in the body, the right, the purpose, the aim to be in that position. Now, man having attained same by this study must prophesy, apply, prophesy is apply, before many in many experiences, in many ways, in many environs, in many lands. All of these are a part and parcel of same. How did he put it as he gave? I will bring to your remembrance all things, from the foundations of the world. Then as it has been experienced by those who have taken hold of, who have combined the book, that is the book of life, into the experience, it becomes within its body then a part and parcel of, and is to be expended in its relationships to the environs in that of prophecy, yes, in experiences before kings, yes, yes beggars, yes rulers, yes those in authority, yes those authoritative over. Think of how this is shown in the life of the Master himself, he that made man, yet under the authority and the will of man by the mere giving of self in the experience of passing through same. Not that these were needed other than that it might be fulfilled, what? Prophecy, as had been given in man's search for God. Then as this has been found, as is illustrated here by John, in the taking of the book and in becoming these, each then must pass in its experience through the same sources. What is meant by the symbol of the reed like unto a rod, with which John was told to measure the temple? Revelation 11. Please explain. How again has it been given by him? With what measure ye mete it shall be measured to thee again. Know that he had exceeded to the point wherein he is to set the metes and bounds, John, as an individual. Ye, your own souls as individuals, who will you put in your heaven? Ye of a denomination, ye of a certain creed, ye of a certain measurement, with what measure ye mete it is measured to thee again. This then is an illustration that to each there is given, what? All power to set that as the metes and bounds of what heaven in itself shall be to those who would gather these, or those, or the self. What would be heaven to a soul that built it for its individual self? Heaven, yes, but alone. Those that will measure then, those that will set metes and bounds, how has it been given oft? When ye name a name, or when ye give metes and bounds, ye forget that God's force, God's power is infinite. And this is beyond the comprehension of the finite mind. Yet as is illustrated here to John, as is illustrated to thee, thou art given, with the understanding, as to what the metes and bounds shall be. As to the numbers as seen, as understood, these become as parts of its own understanding. Is the temple here the physical body? Rather the mental in which is the pattern as of the tabernacle, or the holy mount, or that is set by a unified service of the body-mind, the body physical, the body spiritual, that vehicle that is without nails, as was the tabernacle as a pattern, not bound together, yet a covering, a place, an understanding for a unified activity with creative forces, or the power of God. The veil without, the holy within, and the holy of holies, knowing that there must be the cleansing, there must be the purifying, there must be the consecration. All of these are as patterns, they are as conditions, they are as experiences for each and every soul. Is the court referred to the body apart from the spiritual centers? As indicated, rather is it as the environ without, the body physical and mental within for its sacrificial forces, and then to the spiritual force within, as to the Holy of Holies. Are the Gentiles here those not seeking spiritual development? Rather do the Gentiles here refer to that without the court. Not necessarily not seeking, but, remember the measuring rod he hath set. These do not change, because if thou art worthy, Christ-like in the material, ye are Christ-like in the broader sense in the mental, and how much greater in the spiritual. The same as in those who are very devout without, as a Catholic, as a Protestant, as of such and such creed or faith, how much smaller have they grown within. What is meant by the two witnesses mentioned in Revelation 11:3? Are they the mental and emotional bodies of the soul of man? As has been made reference, now, the book of life has been eaten. It is in the mouth, sweet, in the belly, or the body, bitter. This may be the interpretation then, the mental or the subconscious, but rather is it the conscious physical lives, or the attributes and the consciousness in the experience of the soul in the attributes of a physical consciousness. Do not confuse self, and many of you are wondering just what it is. Then, as has been so oft given, all of this was recognized by John. Hence all of this is given in form, ritual, the emblems, what we may term numerology, astrology, and all the forms of the ancient wisdoms, yet it is represented by the activities of same upon a physical being. As has so oft been given, an individual experience in the earth plane is motivated by that which arises from its sojourns in the influences of the consciousnesses outside of the physical being, or as you would say astrologically the sojourn in the environ of Venus, Jupiter, Mars, Neptune, Saturn, Uranus, Sun, Moon, and the constellations and those effects upon same, emotionally from the innate forces, and by the emotional effect from sojourns in the earth. Both of these are witnesses. As the book of life then is opened, there is seen the effect of that which now has been attained by the opening of the system, the body, the mind, all of those effects that have been created by the ability of the entity to, in the physical being, attune self to the consciousness of being at one with the divine within. Now we see those in the material world using these influences for self-exaltation, self-indulgence, self-glorification, and yet we see those using same for the glory, the understanding, the knowledge, the wisdom of the Father. These then are the witnesses. The innate and the emotional, or the spiritual mental, the physical mental, the subconscious, the superconscious. Explain the symbol of the death of the two witnesses. As is the symbol of, does the individual, unless, let's illustrate by what has been given, the Master gave, before the world was, I am. Now if ye abide in me and not as a one-off event, but as a continuous process, and I in the Father, then I will bring to thy remembrance all things, from the foundations of the world. We will be constantly reminded through knowledge, wisdom and energies of our past earthly lives and planetary sojourns. Yet these are as dead, or the only consciousness that arises from same is that which is fanned into life, or activity by the application of the laws concerning same. Hence they are as dead, yet become alive again by remembrance, by the application of thought. In what? The light of that which has been attained by the entity, or soul that has applied the former lessons in its experience. Star from heaven, key to bottomless pit. What are the locusts as described in this sounding? King Apollyon in this connection. As has been given as to how each of these vibratory forces arises from the lower portion, or as has been put in another setting, that which represents in the bodily forces the most uncomely, or that from the depths of the bottomless pit, or from out the presence of God, again has the spirit of man arisen to the glory of the star as in the sun, not sun, but sun, to those glories that become as the natures of the bodily forces, and every influence as comes through the earthly natures becomes lost in that beauty in the sun. What is meant by the great city which is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified? As has been so often given, all places, as Egypt or Sodom or the crucifixion, or the Lord, are conditions, circumstances, experiences, as well as individual places. Then in the minds of those who would attempt, or that would seek knowledge, they represent their own experiences. Thus these to the people represent, Egypt, the release from bondage, Gomorrah, as a reckoning with sin, as the Lord was crucified there. As has been given, there has never been an experience when his Christmas, his death, his birth, wasn't an experience of the age, the people. Though it may go under many names, as an individual may be under many names, in many environs, there is one that ever comes as is shown in that later given as to those who have the name in the hand, in the head or in the forehead and the like. That is, what is the intent and purpose? Just as the Savior of the world, as Lord, as Christ, what do these as names indicate? That which is as a help in a time of trouble alone. Or that to glory in thy joy, thy gladness, thy happiness. How many, oh how many have there been that have laughed with God, that have wept with Jesus, that have gloried with the Christ? Or rather has it been, my happiness and my joy is of myself. No condemnation, but rather is there the pattern pointed to as was set by him. He was all things to all men, rejoiced with those that did rejoice, he wept with those that wept. He was glad, he was happy, he was sorry, he kept the faith. What is signified by the revival of these witnesses? How hath he given? If ye meditate on these things, I will bring to thy remembrance all things. The reviving, the renewing, by the abilities of the soul to take hold upon the witnesses of the life itself. And what is life? God? What is meant by the sounding of the seventh angel? How should time be interpreted as given? Remember, as has been given to him that was given a measure, as a meet, as a rod to measure heaven, as to how large his heaven would be. All right. Then we have as to how much time. What is time? Is it a record merely of the events of self, or of the glory of God? What is the extent of the glory of thy heaven, or of thy God? This is as a reckoning. Yet as is shown by the indication of so many days, so many weeks, it is the inclination of the individual mind in materiality to set, as was said of John, metes and bounds, and we judge from, how many days or years have ye set? 1937 is what? And thy Lord has been continuous. Yet ye say only 1937.